What if the gods you thought were myths were actually watching you? Shadows flicker at the edge of your consciousness, a whispering threat hidden in the crevices of time. Etruscan mythology, a kaleidoscope of death, destiny, and divine mischief, pulses with life beneath layers of dust. Forgotten? Hardly. It breathes still, its ancient echoes creeping through the cracks of modernity, waiting to ensnare the unwary. Picture this, the Etruscans, a civilization that danced with gods and dared to challenge the very fabric of fate. They didn't just worship, they arm wrestled with the cosmos, leveraging secrets of the afterlife like a high-stakes poker game. Think you know what happens when you die? Think again. The Etruscans had their own playbook, a cosmic cheat sheet, a dark comedy where the punchlines are grave markers and the jokes, deadly serious. These were not your average ancient folks. They painted their tombs with wild scenes of revelry, laughter echoing in chambers of stone. Yet, beneath the mirth lurked something sinister, a sharp edge that sliced through the veil of the afterlife. What if those jubilant feasts were not celebrations, but warnings? Each painted smile concealing a shadow lurking just beyond the frame, ready to snatch the unsuspecting. It was a carnival of souls, a masquerade where masks concealed eternal truths. You think you have it all figured out, don't you? The gods of Olympus, the valiant tales of heroism, but the Etruscans? They cut deeper. They dared to ask, what's beyond the grave? As they once gathered beneath starlit skies, the constellations whispered back with dark laughter and riddles wrapped in enigma. Did they predict the rise of empires or the fall of civilizations? Or perhaps something worse, a cosmic joke that echoes through time with every tick of the clock? You want to talk dark humor? How about the notion of death as a party? The Etruscans crafted elaborate rituals, dressing the dead in finery, stuffing their mouths with food for the journey ahead. It's like inviting your worst enemy to a buffet, just to see what happens. Each grave a stage, each funeral a grotesque performance art piece, challenging fate itself with a flicker of defiance. Who wouldn't want a front row seat to that? But here's where it gets really juicy. What if the Etruscans left behind more than just tales of gods and the afterlife? Hidden codes, forgotten prophecies, and cryptic messages etched in stone, waiting to ignite the fuse of an ancient bomb. What do they foretell? Rise? Fall? Cataclysm? Or perhaps the return of something far worse than death itself? Step cautiously, this isn't just a story, it's a siren song, luring you into a labyrinth of intrigue where every twist and turn reveals unexpected horrors. Does the laughter of the Etruscans still echo in your ears? Can you hear the invitation to unravel their dark, delightful chaos? Welcome to a world where gods are capricious, fate is a game, and every question drags you deeper into the abyss of the unknown. Buckle up, the ride's about to get thrillingly insane. The fire crackled, and the shadows danced across the stone walls, weaving tales of blood and bone. Somewhere in the heart of an Etruscan city, a woman named Serpina crouched low, her breath a ghostly whisper, lost in the smell of smoke and fear. She was a seer, a mouthpiece of the gods, yet today, the gods had turned cold, leaving her shivering in the dark. The townsfolk were gathered in the square, their faces twisted in a mixture of awe and dread, awaiting the signs. They believed that she would speak the words that would determine their fate. But they didn't know, she didn't know. Serpina, a voice cried out, sharp as a dagger, cutting through the tension. It was her brother, Aulus, his eyes wild with desperation. They're waiting for you. You cannot, I cannot what, she snapped back, feeling the weight of 1,000 tales pressing down on her chest. What do they expect from me? To conjure the dead? To whisper to the winds? I'm no oracle, I'm just a woman caught in a web of fear. Every heartbeat echoed in her ears as she recalled the tales of omens, flashes of lightning, the howl of wolves in the night, the unsettling whispers in the dark. She remembered the night her visions turned from peaceful to horrific, where she witnessed cities burning, their ashes carried away by the wind. And now, the townsfolk awaited her, craving guidance, desperate for answers that felt just beyond reach, like ghosts playing hide-and-seek in the corners of her mind. Aulus grasped her shoulder, his grip tightening, grounding her amidst the storm. You must speak. You have the gift. His faith was a double-edged sword. His belief in her abilities was both a comfort and a burden, a weight that threatened to crush her under its intensity. "I remember," she whispered, the words slipping from her lips without thought, "the old tales of our ancestors, how they whispered to the stars and painted their fates on the walls of their tombs. Do you think they knew? Do you think they felt this same fear?" Outside, the night was alive, the moon a haunting witness to their plight, casting silver beams that seemed to mock her uncertainty. Shadows flitted, and Serpina felt the pulse of the city beneath her feet, a living, breathing entity, neither forgiving nor kind. The Etruscans were a proud people, their civilization born from the dance of fire and earth, yet now, they stood on the precipice of despair, the weight of their history clawing at their throats. Did they not see? They were more than flesh and bone, they were stitched together by the very fabric of their beliefs. Suddenly, a great tremor shook the ground, sending a ripple through the crowd. Alla stumbled, his face pale as dread washed over him. "What was that?" he gasped, and for a moment, they were both lost, adrift in a sea of uncertainty. "An omen," Serpina breathed, her heart racing as visions flickered before her eyes, dark omens, shadows of destruction. The ground trembled beneath them, and she could feel the weight of their ancestors pressing down, demanding they honor the old ways. "We must go to the temple. The gods will show us." They moved through the streets, the chill of the night wrapping around them, a cloak of impending doom. Each step was heavy, laden with the memories of the past, the sacrifices, the ceremonies, the blood that had stained their soil. They were a people who believed in the divine, in the power of dreams and symbols, yet here they were, on the brink of their own nightmares. As they approached the temple, the air thickened, an electric charge crackling with tension. The structure loomed before them, an ancient testament to their civilization, built upon the bones of those who came before. Serpina could feel their restless spirit swirling around her, urging her onward, but fear gripped her heart like a vice. Inside, the flickering candles cast shadows that twisted and writhed, as if the walls themselves were alive, bearing witness to the weight of countless prayers. The gods were here, she could feel them, lurking just beyond her awareness. "I remember," she murmured, the words a desperate prayer, the stories of how we came to be. Our ancestors emerged from the earth, forged from the very soil they worshipped. But now we tremble before the unknown. Alla stepped forward, defiant and fearful all at once. "We hold the power, Serpina. Our beliefs shape our reality. If we lose that, we lose ourselves." Her brother's fervor ignited a flicker of hope in her chest, a spark amidst the shadows. But the weight of her doubts pressed down, a relentless tide threatening to engulf her. What if the gods have turned their backs? What if we are nothing but ghosts wandering through the ruins of our own making? He shook his head, determination set in his jaw. "Then we fight. We carve our destinies from the ashes of despair." In that moment, the air crackled with possibility, the tension coiling tighter around them, a silent challenge echoing through the temple. The flicker of hope surged, clashing violently with the specters of uncertainty. The gods watched, unseen, their silence heavy with meaning, waiting for them to make a choice. Serpina inhaled sharply, the weight of her lineage thrumming through her veins. What would it mean to embrace her power? To stand before the people and speak not just of omens but of their destiny? The night outside whispered secrets, the cosmos spinning stories of fire and death, but within her burned a deeper truth. They were the architects of their own fate, even in the swirling shadows of the unknown. As she stepped toward the altar, the air thickened, the tension palpable, and she felt the world hold its breath. It was time to weave their stories anew, to defy the darkness and confront the ghosts of the past. And so, in that moment, as the Etruscan civilization stood on the edge of change, the echoes of history pulsed around them, binding them to the journey ahead, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and the indomitable spirit that marked their existence. The confrontation loomed, the air thick with possibility, as their hearts beat in unison, ready to carve their tale into eternity. The air is thick, heavy with the scent of incense curling like smoke around your heart. You stand on the precipice of fear, a solitary figure beneath a moon that watches like a voyeur. Shadows flicker along the stone walls of an ancient temple, where whispers of the Etruscan past seep through the cracks like blood from an old wound. You feel it all, the pulse of history, its rhythm quickening in your chest, drawing you closer to the deities who once roamed this land. Here, in this eternal night, lives a pantheon that cradles both joy and despair, where every deity embodies the beauty of life intertwined with the grotesque inevitability of death. Suddenly, the ground trembles, a low growl echoing from the depths of the earth. It's not just a rumble, it's a warning, a thunderous reminder that the gods are never far from our world. You catch sight of a familiar figure, her face shadowed yet unmistakably fierce. She is Turan, the goddess of love, her beauty both enchanting and terrifying. Love, you realize, is a double-edged sword, capable of lifting you to heights unknown or plunging you into the abyss. You remember the stories, the way she captivated men with a glance, only to watch their hearts shatter like fragile glass. Her laughter rings out, bright yet haunting, and you can't help but feel it in your bones, a vibration that speaks of desire and destruction. And then there's Tinia, the king of the gods, a figure cloaked in regal authority, yet burdened by the weight of his crown. His eyes hold storms, tempestuous and magnetic. He stands at the altar, a throne made of ancient stone, where sacrifices once spilled like blood-red wine. What must it feel like to be a god, you wonder, to wield such power and yet remain shackled to the fears of his subjects? You hear the echoes of prayers made in dark corners of forgotten temples, prayers full of desperation, woven with hopes that flicker like candles in the wind. Tinia's hand trembles as he raises it toward the heavens, his voice booming yet cracked. What do you seek? What offerings do you bring? Each word lingers, reverberating through the ages like an ancient curse. You notice a flicker of movement, a ghost of a man, a mere shadow named Aplu, the god of the underworld. He is a paradox, a keeper of secrets buried deep beneath the soil. He moves amongst the graves, a quiet spectre, whispering to lost souls as he carries their memories. His laugh, though rare, is a chilling echo of a life once lived, reminding you that while this world may be fading, the stories never die. Aplu's gaze meets yours, and his eyes are fathomless pools of sorrow and joy, as if he knows the depths of your heart better than you do. Remember, he seems to say, the line between life and death is thinner than a spider's silk. You feel the weight of your own choices pressing down, the love you've lost, the moments that slipped through your fingers like sand. You hear Turan's laughter again, bright, mocking, reminding you of desires unfulfilled and heartbreaks carved into the very fabric of your being. You want to scream, to rage against the gods, they have played with your heart like a puppet on strings, but the truth is, you are complicit in your own suffering. You've worshipped at the altar of love, and now, the sacrifice demands its due. As you stand there, adrift in a sea of emotions, the tension hangs thick in the air. A fight is brewing, not of fists or swords, but of wills, a clash of longing and loss. The gods watch with bated breath, their faces as inscrutable as the stars above. You feel the air crackle with energy, the heartbeat of the cosmos thrumming in sync with your own. Turan takes a step closer, her voice low, seductive yet laced with danger. What do you truly desire? What are you willing to sacrifice? You want to answer, but the words are stuck, caught in the web of your fears, woven by dreams of what could have been. You remember your lover's smile, how it lit up the darkest corners of your soul, only to become a distant memory, a ghost that haunts you. You want to scream at the gods for the agony of longing, the insatiable hunger for love that gnaws at your insides. But instead, you just stand there, trembling, caught between the past and the future, the living and the dead. Tinia raises his arms high, summoning the tempest, and you feel the wind whip around you, a chaotic dance of fate. You are all but whispers in the wind, he bellows, his voice reverberating through the very marrow of your bones. But the choices you make echo through eternity. Your heart races, a wild drumbeat, an anthem of uncertainty. You can almost taste the fear on your tongue, metallic and sharp, as if the gods themselves are inviting you to take a step toward the darkness. A chill runs down your spine as Aplu slips closer, his voice a haunting melody. You must choose. Love or loss, life or death. The path is yours alone, but remember, the gods will always watch, their eyes like fire in the night. The shadows deepen, and the temple seems to pulse with a life of its own, each corner filled with echoes of ancient prayers and unfulfilled dreams. You stand at the crossroads, a fragile thread connecting the worlds, and for a moment, time freezes. Then the world shifts, a sudden rush of noise and color, pulling you deeper into the chaos, the gods' laughter mingling with your own sobs, the past and the future colliding in a whirlwind of emotion. You feel the weight of your decisions crashing over you, a tidal wave of consequences that threatens to drown you. It's exhilarating and terrifying, a divine ecstasy that knows no bounds. And just as quickly, it fades, leaving you breathless, standing on the edge of eternity, waiting for the next heartbeat to come. The gods linger like a haunting melody, a bitter reminder of the love you seek and the losses you must bear. Time swells and collapses, and you realize that this moment, this dance with the divine, is never truly over. It loops back into itself, a haunting echo, drawing you back into the depths, where the Etruscan Pantheon waits, eternally alive, eternally watching. The storm was a chaotic symphony, clouds roaring like ancient beasts as lightning cracked open the sky, illuminating the world in stark white. In that blinding moment, I saw her, Leah, my sister, standing on the edge of the cliff, her silhouette carved against the tumult of nature, hair whipping wildly, eyes ablaze with a feverish intensity. "Tinia," she screamed, voice swallowed by the winds, desperation mingling with anger. I remember the taste of fear like blood in my mouth. We were inches away from the abyss, teetering on the precipice of divine wrath. The Etruscans believed Tinia, the supreme god, ruled the thunder, wielding storms as both weapon and warning. "Tinia!" She called again, heart racing, each syllable like a heartbeat that echoed in my own chest. I wanted to pull her back, but my feet were cemented to the earth, my own storm brewing inside. What if he heard? What if he answered? Her breath came in frantic gasps, eyes wide, searching the horizon for the fury of our father, bellowing clouds, flashes of silver anger. I could feel the heat radiating from her skin, a wild energy that thrummed between us, and I knew that this moment was the tipping point, a fracture in our lives that would never mend. I remember the tales of Tinia, how he sat atop the highest peaks, a god cloaked in shadows, surrounded by whispers of fate and fury. The elders spoke of his judgment, how he could carve destinies with a mere flick of his wrist. But what of his love? What of the god who danced with mortals under the pallid moonlight? My heart clenched as I watched Leah's resolve tremble. She was the light in my life, my compass in a world filled with darkness. But her unyielding defiance felt like a match struck against a powder keg. "Leah!" I yelled, my voice cracking like thunder. She turned, her face painted with the resolve of those who know they're walking into the storm. "What are you doing?" I stepped forward, fear clawing at my throat. "You can't challenge him." "Why not?" She shot back, fierce, her spirit an unquenchable flame. "He abandoned us. He left us to rot while the world crumbles." Her words sliced through the air, raw and bitter, each one like a dagger driven deep into my heart. I felt the weight of her anger, the years of silence between us thickening the air like fog. I wanted to scream at her, to tell her how delicate the balance was, how the cosmos spun on threads finer than silk. But there I stood, paralyzed, knowing my own heart mirrored her turmoil. What had we sacrificed to merely exist in the shadow of a god? What dreams lay buried beneath the ashes of our beliefs? I watched the thunderhead swirl, shadows flickering in the periphery of my mind. In that fleeting moment, I saw it, the specter of our mother, her eyes filled with sorrow, a mere whisper in the winds. "Don't you see?" I murmured, the words spilling like sand slipping through my fingers. "If you call him, he will come. He comes for blood. Our blood. Let him," she spat, the tempest behind her igniting. "Let him come. I will not cower any longer. I'm tired of hiding from shadows." Her fists were clenched, the determination in her stance vibrating through me like the electric charge before a storm. The wind shifted, cold fingers grazing the back of my neck, and I remembered the stories of the ancients, how Tinia would descend amidst the chaos, veiled in storm and fury, a god who demanded homage and offered none in return. The air crackled with anticipation, and dread pooled in the pit of my stomach. I could feel his presence lurking, waiting, as if he fed off our fear, nourishing himself on the anguish of our defiance. I glanced at Leah, the fire in her eyes dimming, a flicker of doubt creeping in. "You think he cares for you? For what you want?" she faltered, just for a heartbeat, and in that instant, I saw her spirit battling the chains of despair that had bound her for so long. "I want to be free," she whispered, a ghost of a wish, one that echoed through the chasms of my heart. The winds roared louder, as if the world itself were warning us. In the distance, I could see shadows forming, dark shapes against the pale sky. The storm was coming, and it brought with it a cacophony of voices, whispers of the fallen, echoes of the past, a symphony of despair. "I remember," I said, my voice trembling, "the stories they told, how he toyed with mortals, how he reveled in our suffering." I stepped closer to her, my heart pounding like a war drum. "Is this what you want? To become a story of sacrifice, a cautionary tale?" Tears glistened in her eyes, defiance wrestling with fear. Better to be a tale than a ghost. The truth hung heavy between us, stinging like salt in an open wound. I ached to reach out to her, to pull her back from the precipice, but I felt the pull of destiny tightening around my throat, squeezing the words from my lips. Lightning splintered the sky, and in that blinding light, I sensed him, the palpable energy of Tinia, moving closer with the promise of chaos. The world held its breath, time suspended in a delicate balance, and I knew that the moment of reckoning was upon us. "Leah! We have to go!" I shouted, panic surging through me. But she stood firm, her gaze fixed on the storm, a reckless defiance that stirred something primal within me. "No! This is our moment!" And as she raised her arms to the heavens, I felt the ground tremble beneath our feet, the air thick with the scent of rain and reckoning. In that instant, we were no longer just siblings, we were mortals calling to gods, pawns daring to challenge the fate woven into the very fabric of the universe. I could feel the wind howl, hear the voices of the lost echoing in my mind. "You wanted me, Tinia," she cried, voice rising like the storm itself. "Come! Show yourself! Face your children!" The storm answered with a deafening roar, the sky cracking open, and I braced myself as the world began to unravel, knowing this was only the beginning. The confrontation we feared was dawning, and the weight of our choices hung like the heaviest yoke upon us. This was not just a challenge, it was an awakening, the culmination of years of pain, longing, and unanswered questions. The air was electric as, together, we stood at the edge, hearts pounding in unison, ready to confront the shadows that lay beyond the brink. The storm raged on, a testament to our defiance and the unpredictable fury of a god long forgotten. The wind howled through the desolate village, a ghostly serenade wrapping around crumbling stone walls, carrying with it whispers of unfulfilled promises. It was the kind of night that smothered hope under its weight, dark, heavy, and suffocating. The moon, a hollow eye in a starless sky, cast long shadows that danced like wraiths across the dirt paths, twisting into shapes that mirrored the deepest fears of the hearts that beat beneath them. I stood there, shivering against the chill, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the thrum of despair woven into its very fabric. I remember the moment she arrived like a tempest, hair wild and eyes blazing, Uni, the goddess of marriage and fertility. She was the promise of love made flesh, and yet, standing before her, I felt anything but blessed. Her presence sparked a bittersweet longing in my chest, tightening like a noose, reminding me of the dreams I once clutched tightly, now slipping like sand through my fingers. "Marry him," she commanded, and the words were an incantation, a spell that echoed in the hollow of my heart. But I didn't love him. Not like that. My gaze flickered to Eldrin, my childhood friend, the one who had always been there, a quiet strength beside me. His lips were pressed into a thin line, frustration mingling with fear as he glanced at me, a silent plea swirling in the depths of his storm-blue eyes. "I can't," I whispered, a breathless confession swallowed by the wind. "You must." Uni's voice rose, sharp and insistent, slicing through the tension. She was both radiant and terrifying, a goddess who could breathe life into barren wombs and yet could dash dreams against the rocks with a single decree. Behind her, the shadows seemed to writhe, almost alive, as if they were hungry for our anguish. Eldrin stepped forward, defiance in every line of his body. "What if my heart is already claimed? Can you not see it?" His voice cracked with the weight of his truth, and I wanted to reach out, to remind him of the laughter we had shared, the secrets whispered under starlit skies. But words fled like frightened birds, leaving only the silence that rippled between us, thick and suffocating. "Your heart is a battlefield," Uni said, her gaze piercing through the darkness, unearthing buried fears. "Do you think love is a treasure found in the quiet corners of friendship? No. It is forged in the fires of sacrifice." Her words hung heavy in the air, igniting a storm inside me. I saw flashes of our lives together, days spent in wild abandon, nights filled with dreams that felt tangible, and yet here we stood, poised on the precipice of something terrible, a choice that felt like a betrayal to the very fabric of our bond. "What if I choose you?" I breathed, the question spilling out in a rush, raw and trembling. Eldrin's eyes widened, the flicker of hope clashing with the shadows of despair. "You know I cannot. Enough." Uni roared, her voice echoing through the empty streets, sending shivers racing down my spine. "You will choose, or I will choose for you." In that moment, I was confronted by the weight of ancient traditions, the oppressive expectations of society. It felt as though the walls of the world were closing in, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I remember my mother's face, lined and weary from years of longing, of waiting for the promises of love that never came. She had whispered her hopes into my ears, woven them into my very existence, yet her dreams had turned to ashes long before my own had a chance to bloom. "Marry him," I said, my voice barely a whisper, the words choked by a flood of regret and sorrow. "I know." Eldrin stepped closer, his voice fierce, desperate. "You don't mean that. You are not a pawn on this board. You deserve more, and I will fight for you. We can defy her." But as he spoke, the shadows grew darker, swirling around us like a tempest. I could feel the weight of Uni's gaze, fierce and unyielding, and it tethered me to this moment, this impossible choice that felt like a noose tightening around my heart. Suddenly, the air crackled with tension, the world tilting on its axis. A memory flooded back, my hands grasping the fading petals of a wilting flower, the aching realization that beauty is fleeting, love even more so. Time felt slippery, like a stream that rushed past despite our attempts to hold onto it. "I remember," I murmured, the words tumbling from my lips like a prayer. "I remember the laughter, the joy of stolen moments, the dreams we built together." I looked into Eldrin's eyes, searching for the spark that had once ignited the very essence of my being. I remember, but Uni's laughter echoed in the night, a haunting melody that twisted the knife deeper. "You cling to your memories, yet they are but ghosts. Life demands sacrifices, my dear. Will you choose the past or forge a new future?" A shiver ran through me, a visceral pull toward the abyss of despair and hope intertwined. I felt the weight of my choice, a decision that could shatter lives or heal them. The wind whipped around us, and I stood in the eye of the storm, heart racing, breath hitching, suspended between love and duty. "Come," Uni commanded, and in that moment, I felt the world shift, a cosmic force sweeping through, pulling us toward an uncertain fate. It is time to decide. The clock is ticking, and the night is young. What will you do? My heart thudded loudly in my ears, each beat echoing with the desperation of 1,000 unspoken words, 1,000 unfulfilled dreams. And as the shadows closed in, I knew that the choice I made would not just shape my destiny, it would ripple through time, a haunting echo that would resonate with every soul entwined in the tapestry of love and loss. And as the stars blinked out one by one, swallowed by the encroaching darkness, I felt the weight of the cosmos bearing down on me, a reminder that I was not just a player in this game of fate, I was its heart, its breath, its very essence. In that moment, standing between love and duty, I was alive, terribly, beautifully alive. The storm raged like a beast, claws of lightning tearing through the sky, illuminating the grim faces of the warriors below. Blood mingled with rain, soaking the earth in a ritual of sacrifice, a dance of desperation. I could feel it, each pulse of thunder echoed in my chest, a reminder of how fragile life was, how easily it could be snuffed out like a candle's flame. I gripped my sword, its weight a comforting presence, yet my heart raced with a different kind of fear, the kind that gnawed at the edges of my resolve. I remember the moment clearly, that feverish anticipation that swept through the ranks. They called her Minerva, the goddess of wisdom and war, a fierce protector, a spectral figure etched into the nightmares of our enemies. But here, beneath the roiling heavens, I clung to her legacy as if it were a lifeline. Across the battlefield, I saw Eric, his back straight against the storm's fury, a whirlwind of chaos and courage. His armor glinted, a stark contrast to the shadows that clung to him like old friends. I remembered his laughter, how it rang like chimes in the wind, before this cursed moment transformed us all. Eric was my brother, not by blood but by choice, forged in the fires of shared dreams and endless battles. Yet, tangled within our bond was a thread of envy I could never sever. He was born for glory, a lion among men, while I was merely the shadow that lingered behind, desperately hoping that Minerva's wisdom would guide me through the storm. "Remember," he roared, his voice slicing through the cacophony, a rallying cry that ignited the hearts of our comrades. "Fight for her, for our families, fight for each other." The fervor in his eyes was maddening, a blaze that threatened to engulf me. I wanted to share that fervor, to feel it surge through my veins, but the doubts festered like an open wound. What if I was unworthy? What if my hands were stained not just with blood, but with cowardice? In that instant, a memory washed over me, ghost-like. I was a child, racing through the sun-dappled fields, my laughter mingling with the wind. I remember the way Minerva's stories poured from the lips of elders in the twilight glow. Tales of battles won through cunning, of wisdom wielded like a sword. But now, those stories felt like chains, binding me to expectations I could never fulfill. And then I saw her. Minerva. She emerged from the chaos, a figure of ethereal beauty amidst horror, eyes like molten gold gleaming with fierce intelligence, hair as wild as the tempest. She was not merely a goddess, she was a storm herself, a fusion of serenity and rage. My breath caught in my throat. In that fleeting moment, I understood the truth: she did not promise victory. She demanded sacrifice, a price I was not sure I was willing to pay. The clash of steel echoed, each strike a heartbeat, each fall a death knell. I could feel the world shifting, time bending like light through a prism, revealing splinters of the future. I glanced at Eric again, and my heart twisted. He had always been the fearless one, the warrior whose heart beat with the rhythm of the battle. Yet now, I saw the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, a crack in his unwavering facade. "Stay with me," he shouted, but the words felt like shackles. I wanted to reach for him, to bridge the gap between us, but dread held me fast. I was terrified of failing him, terrified of admitting that the spectre of Minerva was not the only haunting presence lingering in my soul. What if I could not be the warrior he believed I could? What if the wisdom of Minerva eluded me, her voice a whisper drowned by the clamor of war? The shriek of a dying man pulled me back, the reality of our plight crashing down upon me. Around us, the battlefield transformed into a grotesque tableau. Faces twisted in agony, the air heavy with the scent of iron and despair. I stumbled, the earth slipped beneath my feet, and I felt the darkness creeping closer, a shadow lurking just beyond the reach of my sword. Minerva! I screamed, the name tearing from my throat. I needed her to cut through the haze of confusion and fear. But the silence that followed was a cold void, an echo of my desperation. I was alone. Then I noticed a flash of movement, a figure darting among the chaos. It was Lyra, a fierce warrior with a heart like fire, her loyalty unwavering. She fought like a tempest, every swing of her sword a testament to her devotion. Her laughter had once been a balm for my soul, her spirit an unquenchable flame. But as I watched her now, I felt a profound sorrow. Lyra was losing herself in this madness, and I could do nothing but stand by, paralyzed by my own insecurities. "Fight," she cried, her voice cracking through the storm, but it was a call to arms that felt more like a lament. What would we fight for if we were already ghosts? And there it was, the moment that would change everything. The ground trembled, the skies darkened as a figure emerged from the shadows, draped in the weight of prophecy. Was it fate that brought her here, or simply the echoes of our choices? Minerva stood before me, her gaze piercing, a divine judgment waiting to be rendered. "Look closer," she whispered, the words a gentle breeze that cut through the cacophony. "What do you truly see?" In that heartbeat, I was stripped bare, my fears laid out like a map of wounds. I saw Eric's determination, Lyra's fierce spirit, and my own turmoil, a trifecta of raw emotion, beautifully flawed and achingly real. The battle raged around us, but it faded into an eerie stillness, a sacred moment suspended in time. I remember thinking, this was the essence of Meneva. Wisdom forged in the fires of war, clarity found in chaos. With every heartbeat, the weight of her presence seeped into my bones, igniting a flame within me that flickered with hope and despair. I was not merely a shadow, I was a part of this tapestry, woven into the very fabric of fate. But would it be enough? The roar of thunder answered with a resounding no, and yet, within that refusal lay the embers of rebirth. There was no conclusion, no neat resolution. The storm continued to howl, and the battlefield pulsed with impending doom, but I knew in that moment, this was just the beginning. The confrontation simmered beneath the surface, a promise of chaos and revelation. And as the shadows loomed closer, I felt the pull of Meneva's wisdom, a thread that would guide us through the darkness. I reached for my sword, not out of fear, but as a vow, a commitment to fight, to stand alongside Eric and Lyra. We were warriors, not merely of flesh and blood but of spirit and resolve, bound by the very essence of the goddess who breathed life into our struggle. With a final, shuddering breath, I stepped into the storm, heart racing, ready to face whatever lay ahead. This was not the end. No, it was only the beginning. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into the abyss, its light spilling over the city like whispered secrets between lovers. I stood on the edge of the ancient stone balcony, my heart thundering against my ribs, the air thick with the scent of jasmine and dread. Below, the festival raged, a cacophony of laughter and music, bodies swaying in a dance that felt all too fleeting, too brittle. How could they celebrate love when a storm brewed within me? I could see her, Turan, the goddess of love and beauty, robed in tendrils of shadows and light, her presence electric. A figure of ethereal grace, she floated just above the throng, eyes glimmering with a brilliance that ignited hearts even as she tucked away her own. She was both the spark and the abyss, the promise of love and the harbinger of heartbreak. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting my breath hitch in my throat, feeling the pull of her magic as if it were a tether binding my soul. And then, there was Kadir, a man woven from the fabric of chaos and charm, a poet whose words danced like butterflies, fragile yet capable of cutting deep. He was my twin flame, the other half of my restless heart. His laughter rang through the crowd, bright and mocking, yet behind it lay a fissure, a tremor that belied his jovial facade. I remembered the way he looked at me, his eyes heavy with unspoken desire, a longing that clawed at him like a feral beast. He had come to claim love, yet in that very moment, he was wrestling with the shadows of his failures, how he had failed to love me right, how he had let the echoes of his past drown out the song of our present. His soul was a battlefield, and Turan was the general, orchestrating the war, coaxing out our deepest vulnerabilities. I could feel the tension coil between us, a taut string ready to snap. Turan demands sacrifice, someone shouted from below, and I felt my skin prickle with the weight of that truth. I had heard the whispers, the price of love was steep, and the goddess collected with ruthless elegance. My heart raced, was love worth this heavy toll? I remembered Kadir's fingers brushing my cheek, that fleeting, electric touch, and I wanted to scream. To love was to walk a tightrope, and the wind was fierce, one slip, one misstep, and it would be over, lost to the shadows. The drums pounded, a heartbeat echoing through the very marrow of existence. I watched, rooted to the spot, as Kadir stepped closer to the center of the dance, the flickering flames of torches casting erratic shadows that twisted like serpents on the cobblestones. He was alive in that moment, the fire licking at his skin, but I sensed the fear bubbling beneath the surface, a stark contrast to the outward bravado. I could feel the silent war raging within me, a yearning for him, mingled with the haunting of past encounters that had left scars across my heart. I remembered the night spent in the embrace of silence, where the weight of unspoken words filled the air thick enough to choke. I remember the laughter that turned to tears, the way love felt both like a warm embrace and a suffocating shroud. Turan, I whispered, but the name caught like shards of glass in my throat. She was everywhere, a spectre watching our every move, her intent unreadable. Could she grant us love, or would she rip it away like a cruel joke? The irony twisted my stomach. I was spending my youth in pursuit of a blissful eternity, while Turan spun the wheel of fate with a knowing smile. Kadir's voice rose above the din. Love is a dance between light and darkness. Who will join me? His challenge hung in the air, weighty like lead, and I felt the pull of his challenge, the desire to leap into that void, to join him in the chaos. But what if I fell? What if love was a dive into the unknown, and I was destined to drown? The crowd began to pulse, swaying like waves drawn by a magnetic tide, and my heart synced with their rhythm. I felt the heat of their bodies pressing around me, the swell of hope and despair mingling into a heady concoction. I reached for Kadir, my fingers brushing against his. For a fleeting eternity, our eyes locked. His were wild, desperate, yet they sparked with a promise that felt both intoxicating and terrifying. And then came the moment. The air crackled with tension as the drums reached a fever pitch. Life distilled into a single heartbeat, echoing through the cosmos. Kadir stepped back, the distance between us stretching like a chasm. "Do you trust me?" he asked, the words an incantation, a prayer whispered into the night. Turan's laughter, distant yet sharp, cut through my heart like a knife. Trust? In this world woven from lies and half-truths? In this realm of swirling shadows where even the stars seem to flicker ominously? I wanted to scream in defiance, to break the cycle of pain that bound us. And yet, the longing surged again, a wave crashing over me. I remembered the taste of his kiss, the way it ignited every nerve in my being, and I found myself yearning for that connection, for the raw, unfiltered love that seemed as elusive as smoke. I wanted to leap into the abyss, to reach for him, but fear twisted in my belly. Was love a beautiful illusion, or was it truly a gift worth the price? Just then, the bells began to toll. The ominous chime echoed through the valley like a death knell, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like sand. The moment had arrived, and I could feel the clock ticking in my chest, every beat an echo of the choices yet to be made. As the crowd surged and swirled, I felt the shadows of fate thrumming around me, weaving their dark tapestry. I was caught, suspended between desire and despair, hope and heartache. Kadir's eyes burned into mine, a plea for connection amidst the chaos that surrounded us. The air shimmered with unspoken promises, the tension an electric current that threatened to spark into an inferno. And I knew Turan was smiling, her gaze piercing through the fabric of our souls, waiting for the moment to weave her dark magic. Would she bless us, or would she reap our hearts and cast them into the void? I could not tell. I only knew that love was a battlefield, and we were soldiers caught in the crossfire, our hearts entwined in a dance of shadows and light. The question hung, suspended in the air like a fragile thread, ready to snap, as we took a breath, one last breath before the storm descended. The air was thick, swollen with the weight of 1,000 unsaid prayers, when Malia stood before the crumbling altar. The flickering torches cast shadows that danced like specters, whispering secrets that made her skin crawl. She could feel the pulse of the night echoing in her veins, a primal rhythm that heightened her senses. The moon hung low, drenched in an eerie glow, as if the cosmos were holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. I can't do this, she thought, an icy tendril of fear snaking down her spine. Her hands trembled as she traced the worn carvings of the ancient stone, the faces of gods staring back at her with hollow eyes. They were her ancestors, her people, but their silence felt like a judgment. A shiver of doubt clawed at her heart, but she couldn't turn away, not now. Not when the winds of fate howled outside, demanding a sacrifice. Across the chamber stood Livius, his brow furrowed, eyes ablaze with a mixture of fear and determination. "We must act, Malia! If we don't appease the gods tonight," his voice trailed off, heavy with the weight of what was at stake. He was a man crumbling under the pressure, his once vibrant spirit now dulled by the relentless burden of the priesthood. Each ritual, each incantation, felt like a stone added to his shoulders, dragging him closer to despair. "I remember how we laughed once," Malia whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "We were young, foolish, we didn't know what it meant to stand here, to bear this weight." Memories flooded her mind, kaleidoscopic flashes of laughter beneath the sun, the smell of wildflowers, and the taste of freedom. But those days were long gone, swept away like autumn leaves in a storm. Livius stepped closer, desperation etched on his face. "You think I wanted this? To become a puppet of the gods? To feel their breath on my neck, their whispers promising power but delivering only fear?" His words dripped with anguish, a raw wound exposed for the world to see. The clash of their emotions hung in the air, a tempest of conflict, love, and the unspeakable dread of what lay ahead. Malia's heart raced, caught between the fire of his gaze and the cold, unyielding stone beneath her fingers. But what if they are angry? What if we fail? The thought clawed at her insides, a vicious beast gnawing away at her resolve. She could feel the whispers of their ancestors, the weight of history swirling around them like a dark, suffocating fog. "We are merely instruments," she murmured, but her voice cracked under the strain of her doubt. "Is that all we are?" Livius shot back, his voice a tempest. "Instruments? Or do we have the power to change our fate? The gods demand blood, Malia. They thrive on our fear, our despair. But what if we defy them? What if we find our own path?" Each word was a lightning bolt, striking through the veil of uncertainty that had shrouded her heart. A chill swept through the chamber as the shadows recoiled, the air thick with tension. The clock of fate ticked menacingly, its hands inching closer to the hour of reckoning. The silence was deafening, each heartbeat a drum sounding the call to arms against the encroaching darkness. "I remember," Malia's voice trembled, "the tales of our ancestors, their choices led to glory or ruin. I fear the consequences of our actions." The weight of history pressed down on her chest, squeezing until she could hardly breathe. "Fear is a cage," Livius replied, his eyes alight with fervor. "We must break free, Malia. We must choose our destiny before it chooses us." His words resonated, echoing through the caverns of her mind. But outside, the winds howled with a vengeance, rattling the temple walls as if the very earth itself were waging war against their defiance. "You think they care for us?" she whispered, a tremor of dread woven into her voice. "We're nothing but pawns in their game. They'll take what they want, whether we comply or not." Livius's jaw clenched, the fire within him flickering but not extinguishing. "Then let us choose how we play this game. It's time to take back our power." In that moment, Malia saw not just the man before her, but the embodiment of hope, a flicker in the engulfing darkness. They were teetering on the edge of something monumental, a precipice where dreams and nightmares collided. She could almost taste it, the electric charge of possibility, the thrill of rebellion. But the shadows loomed large, gathering like storm clouds, threatening to swallow them whole. Malia quaked under the weight of the decision that lay ahead. "If we do this, if we defy them, it may cost us our souls." "Then let us go to battle with those souls," Livius declared, his voice a rallying cry in the night. "We stand for the living. For those who came before us and those who will follow. This is our moment." As his resolve washed over her, a surge of something primal awakened within Malia. Yes, the fear still lurked, but it was now intertwined with a fierce determination. She looked deep into Livius's eyes, and in that shared gaze lay the promise of defiance, a union forged in the flames of their shared struggle. And just as they were finding their strength, the temple shook, a violent tremor that sent the torches flickering wildly. The earth itself seemed to roar in protest, the gods stirring in their slumber, awakening to the scent of rebellion in the air. Malia's heart raced, the fear and fury coiling within her chest, a crucible of emotion that was impossible to contain. "Then let us see what we are made of," she whispered, and together they stepped forward into the unknown, into the darkness that awaited, knowing that their choice, their rebellion, would echo through the ages. The shadows closed in around them, but in that moment, they felt alive and ready to face whatever came next. Because every heartbeat was now a thunderous declaration that they would not be silenced, that they would fight for their destiny, even if it meant facing the gods themselves. The moon hung low over the ancient city of Tarquinia, its silvery light spilling like ghostly wine over the crumbling stones and whispering secrets to the shadows. A chill ran through the night air, and in the heart of the city, 3 figures huddled, their breath visible in the cold. The air hummed with an electric tension, the kind that clings to your skin and makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand tall. They were gathered around a worn altar, the stones slick with the remnants of offerings long past, the scent of herbs mingling with the sharp tang of fear. I remember the tremor in my hands as I clutched the small bronze mirror, its surface marred by time yet still reflecting the flickering torchlight. Aurelia, fiercely beautiful and equally defiant, her eyes ablaze with a wild intensity one had never seen before, leaned closer, drawing me into the depths of her wide-eyed desperation. "We must ask the gods," she breathed, her voice a fragile thread snapping against the weight of dread. And then there was Lucius, the always practical skeptic, whose heart might as well have been fashioned from stone. He paced the narrow confines of the altar, the sound of his sandals scraping against the earth like a warning bell tolling in the distance. "This is madness," he spat, a flicker of doubt clouding his brow, casting shadows over the resolve he fought to maintain. "Divination is for the lost, not for the living. We cannot," but the night was thick with unspoken fears, a promise of calamity hanging just beyond the horizon. I watched as Aurelia, defying the very laws of reason, threw a handful of herbs into the fire, watching as the flames danced and writhed, shapes forming and dissolving like the fleeting moments of a dream. The acrid smoke twisted around us, curling into grotesque figures, each one a reflection of our innermost terrors. I could feel my heart pounding, a relentless drumbeat echoing the tension in the air. It was then that I remembered. I remembered the stories whispered by the flickering firelight, tales of haruspicy, the ancient art of reading the entrails of sacrificed animals. How the Etruscans believed that the very fabric of fate could be unraveled through the careful observation of the world around them, that every twitch of a sparrow's wing or ripple in a pond held a prophecy waiting to be deciphered. The weight of tradition lay heavy upon my shoulders, a shroud of expectation as we stood on the precipice of the unknown. Lucius paused, his breath hitching as he caught sight of the smoke spiraling upward, reaching for the vastness of the cosmos. "What if we summon something we cannot control?" His voice trembled, betraying the courage he clung to. "What if the gods are not benevolent tonight?" Aurelia laughed, but it was a sound devoid of joy, a hollow clamor echoing through the night. "If we do not ask, we will never know. I would rather face the wrath of the gods than live in ignorance." Her words cut through the tension like a knife, and I felt the weight of her desperation wrap around me, squeezing tight until I could barely breathe. As the flames cast eerie shadows across her face, I felt a chill run deep into my bones. I remembered the old seer, her gnarled hands trembling as she spoke of omens, a black cat crossing one's path, the sudden silence of the night, the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. In that moment, I could sense the very fabric of the universe holding its breath, waiting for the words that would tip the scales of fate. "Let's ask the cosmos," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile stillness, unleash a chaos that had been simmering beneath the surface. Aurelia turned to me, hope flickering in her eyes. "We will ask the stars what awaits us." And then we drew closer, three trembling souls intertwined in a web of fear and longing. I could feel the heat radiating from the altar, the fire illuminating the contours of our faces, revealing the raw edges of our emotions. Each heartbeat was a countdown, each breath a prayer. Aurelia's hands moved gracefully, weaving through the air like an artist wielding her paintbrush. She began to chant, words that felt ancient and powerful spilling from her lips. "Gods of the skies, unseen, hear our plea." Each syllable fell like a pebble in a still pond, rippling outward into the void, a desperate echo reverberating through the night. And then it happened, a gust of wind whipped through the clearing, swirling around us like a banshee's wail, a warning that shattered the calm. The flames roared higher, leaping toward the heavens, casting distorted shapes that danced upon the walls of our fears. Shadows stretched and twisted, the air thick with anticipation, thick enough to choke on. Lucius's eyes widened as he stumbled back, and I could see the raw panic etched across his face. "What are we doing?" he cried, the very essence of despair coloring his words. "This is madness." But Aurelia pressed forward, driven by a force that transcended her own fear, as if she had stepped beyond the confines of her own soul and into the arms of destiny. "We must know," she shouted, her voice a battle cry against the encroaching darkness. "We will not be silenced." The very earth beneath us trembled, and I felt it rising, an energy that coursed through my veins, awakening something primal and feral. I remembered the stories, how the Etruscans believed in the power of the cosmos, that the stars themselves wove the tapestry of destiny. Did we dare to pluck the threads? And just as the fire reached its zenith, a whisper slithered through the air, cold and piercing, like the touch of a ghost. It curled around my heart, tightening like a noose. Beware, it seemed to say, each syllable a warning wrapped in the velvet of night. In that heartbeat of darkness, as the wind howled and the flames roared, we stood suspended between worlds, caught in the gravitational pull of fear and hope. The altar shimmered, flickering with the promise of revelation, and in that moment, the cosmos seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next move in this unfolding tale. And then, as if wrenched from the very fabric of our souls, we knew, the answer lay not in the stars above but in the turmoil within. The confrontation was not with the gods, but with ourselves, the fear that gripped us, the longing that drove us, the unresolved echoes of our past that threatened to consume our futures. This was not just divination, it was a reckoning. And as the night stretched on, the line between madness and clarity blurred, and we understood that in our desperate quest for answers, we were standing at the edge of a precipice, teetering on the brink of the unknown, ready to confront whatever fate had in store for us. The air is thick, a suffocating blanket drenched in the stench of decay and forgotten dreams. It wraps around you like a second skin, clinging to your lungs, making each breath a laborious act of defiance. I stand at the edge of Akron, the dark river that separates the living from the dead, the tension coiling in my gut like a serpent poised to strike. The water is black, a swirling mass of sorrow that reflects nothing but despair. I remember the moment I chose to step into this abyss, the shadows whispering my name, promising both secrets and silences that would haunt me till my last breath. Rufus stands beside me, his face a mask of uncertainty, the flickering torchlight casting jagged lines across his worried brow. He's always been the brave one, a warrior by blood and spirit, yet here he is, vulnerable, stripped of armor, a man who knows that some battles cannot be fought with steel. "What if we don't come back?" he murmurs, his voice barely above a whisper, thick with dread. I want to tell him it's just a river, just a passage, but the words die in my throat, choked by the weight of my own fear. "Then I'll haunt you," I joke lamely, forcing a smile that feels foreign on my lips. Because what is humor but a shield against the encroaching darkness? Yet I see it, the flicker of panic in his eyes. I remember his laughter, a sound like sunlight piercing through storm clouds, and I realize, with a sudden heaviness, that the underworld has already begun to take him. A shiver runs through me as I glance back at the land of the living, the fading light of day casting long shadows behind us. The trees whisper secrets I can't quite catch, their stories entwined with the history of our blood, Etruscan, Roman, lost in time. I think of our ancestors, of their laughter and love, of the way they embraced life with open arms, even as death loomed like a silent specter. "We have to go," I say, the urgency in my voice cutting through the darkness like a knife. As we step toward the water, the river begins to pulse, a living entity, pulling us in with unseen hands. I feel something cold and ancient beneath the surface, a reminder of all the souls that have passed through, each one carrying their own burdens, their own regrets. I remember how once, I thought of death as a release, a sweet surrender to the void. But now, with my heart racing, I realize it's not the end I fear, but the forgetting, the loss of everything I've ever known. The river swirls around us, and suddenly, everything changes. The world shifts, the air thickens, and I can see them, the echoes of the lost, the shadows of those who came before. They drift just beyond the water's edge, their faces pale and haunting, eyes hollow but filled with stories. I know they are waiting for something, someone, and a chill runs down my spine. I cannot help but wonder if they're waiting for us, or perhaps for something darker. "Run!" Rufus's voice cuts through the thickening silence, a sudden urgency coursing through his veins. I don't question him, I just run, the cold water splashing against my legs, pulling me deeper into the embrace of the underworld. Each step is a heartbeat, a gasp for the living, a desperation to escape the weight of the ancestral shadows that cling to my skin. The landscape shifts, becoming a twisted mockery of life above. We stumble through a nightmarish city, walls crumbling like forgotten dreams, streets winding and shifting like the memories of those who have wandered here. It's a place caught between worlds, filled with the whispers of the damned, and the very ground feels alive, thrumming with a heartbeat that doesn't belong to us. I remember the stories I was told as a child, tales of the Etruscan underworld that felt almost whimsical in their telling. But this is no tale. This is a crucible of fear, a land where every shadow holds a truth too heavy to bear. In our flight, we find a figure standing alone, silhouetted against the flickering lights of the past, their face obscured by a hood, features hidden like the secrets buried in time. I feel a pull toward them, as if they are the key to unlocking a door I didn't even know existed. "Who are you?" I ask, my voice trembling as I fight against the pull of curiosity. Their voice is like honey and ash, sweet yet bitter, the kind that wraps around your heart and squeezes. "I am the keeper of memories," they say, "the guardian of what was, and what may never be again." Rufus steps back, fear etched deep in his features. "We don't want to remember," he pleads. "We want to leave this place." But the keeper only shakes their head, a slow, sorrowful movement that feels like the closing of a door, the end of a chapter. "Leaving is not the answer," they murmur, and as they speak, the shadows gather closer, pressing against our skin like a cold breath, whispering secrets of the past that we aren't ready to confront. To face the underworld is to face oneself. I feel my heart racing, each beat a reminder of what I've lost, of the love I've left behind in the mortal world. Memories flood my mind, my mother's laughter, the warmth of a lover's embrace, moments that felt infinite. The weight of them crashes over me, a wave of longing that threatens to drown me in the depths of this nightmare. "Let me go," I plead, my voice cracking, my resolve slipping away like sand through my fingers. But the keeper only watches, their gaze penetrating, as if they see through my very soul, peeling back layers of fear and regret as time itself seems to hold its breath. Rufus catches my eye, desperation mingling with determination. "We can't let this place take us. We're not its prisoners." He steps forward, ready to fight against the tide of despair threatening to pull us under. But I see it, the glimmer of doubt in his eyes. He knows this battle is not just against the shadows, but against ourselves. And then I remember. I remember the stories of the brave souls who ventured into the abyss, who faced their fears head-on, who emerged transformed. The underworld is not just a place of torment, it is a crucible, a space to confront what we've buried deep. Together, I breathe, the word a lifeline, a flicker of light in the oppressive darkness. We'll face it together. As we step forward, the shadows waver, the keeper's gaze unwavering. The river behind us bubbles with potential, and suddenly I know we are not just seeking escape, we are seeking understanding. The darkness threatens to consume us, but with every step into the unknown, I feel a flicker of hope stirring deep within, a whisper that maybe, just maybe, we can emerge from this hell, not unscathed, but whole. The world shifts as we plunge deeper, and I brace myself for whatever awaits. Because this is not just a descent into the underworld, it is a journey into the very essence of who we are, a confrontation with the shadows within. And as we wade into the heart of Agron, I know that the real battle is just beginning, one that will forever change us, binding us to the underworld, to its secrets and to each other. The winds howled through the crumbling stone walls, carrying whispers of forgotten gods and lost souls. Night wrapped the Etruscan city like a shroud, thick and suffocating, where darkness clung to every corner like an unwelcome guest. I stood there, at the cusp of ancient rituals, my heart racing, blood thrumming, a pulse echoing against the weight of destiny. Shadows danced before me, flickering, teasing, pulling me deeper into a world alive with echoes of Greek myths, where the fates entwined like vines, choking the very air we breathed. Tulla's fingers trembled as she clenched the ivory amulet, a token of her lineage, a ghostly reminder of the gods who once walked among mortals. "It's not just a story," she whispered, her voice quaking, a brittle leaf caught in a storm. "It's a warning." Her eyes, wide and haunted, reflected a truth I could scarcely comprehend. There was a madness to her conviction, the kind that breeds in the silence of a forgotten temple, where once the laughter of Dionysus mingled with the cries of the fallen. I remember the first time I heard the tale of Persephone, how she was plucked from the sun-drenched fields, the earth itself weeping as she was dragged into the shadows of Hades. The very ground trembled with sorrow. I had laughed then, thinking it mere fantasy. But standing here, under the weight of Tulla's gaze, the laughter felt hollow, like a distant memory of joy snuffed out by the encroaching night. Next to her stood Lysias, a man forged from the very essence of the earth, strong, stubborn, yet cracked like ancient pottery. His jaw was set like granite, but I could see the tremors beneath the surface. "Do you believe in omens?" he asked, glancing at Tulla, then at the sky, as if expecting an answer from the stars themselves. Oh, how I wanted to scream yes, to affirm the unease that gnawed at my insides. I wanted to tell him of the dreams that haunted me, of shadows that beckoned from the periphery, whispering secrets that should remain buried. In this moment, the air thickened with tension, the kind you could taste. I could feel my own heartbeat quicken, each thump a countdown to something inevitable, something dreadful. The Etruscans were not merely influenced by Greek mythology, they were inextricably bound to it, caught in a web of fate like flies in amber. They wore their beliefs like armor, clinging to the stories of gods who wielded thunder and sorrow, crafting their lives from the scraps of those tales. The wind howled again, a banshee's wail slicing through the night. Tulla's eyes flashed with a fire that ignited something deep within me, a primal urge to fight against the inevitable. They say that gods are capricious, she said, her voice rising, echoing against the stones. Look at us! Are we not their shadows? Caught between the realms of the living and the dead, we dance to the music of their whims. With every word, she drew me closer to the edge of madness, the thrill of uncertainty electrifying the air around us. Lysias scoffed, as if dismissing the very gods who had sculpted his fate. And what have they done for us? Left us to rot in our graves, forgotten by time. His laughter was bitter, a jagged edge that cut through the tension. Yet, beneath his bravado, I sensed the truth, a fear lingering in the depths of his soul. The myths were not mere stories, they were echoes of the past, foreshadowing the doom that awaited if we did not heed their warnings. I remember the first time I saw a grave, cold stone, etched with the names of those who had come before us, shadows of lives lived and lost. I had brushed my fingers over the letters, feeling a chill wash over me, a whisper of their existence slipping through my grasp as if they were trying to warn me. The gods had taken them, claiming their souls as currency in a game we could never hope to win. So, what then? I asked, the question tearing from my lips like a desperate prayer. Do we submit to the darkness, or do we fight back? The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken fears, a challenge trembling on the edge of despair. Tulla's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the vulnerability in her expression raw and unguarded. Fight, she repeated, as if the word tasted foreign. What if in fighting, we become like them? What if we prove them right? There was a tremor in her voice, and my heart ached to break the chains of doubt that bound her. But Lysias stepped forward, his shoulders squared as if he could physically shield us from the weight of fate. Then let us fight, whatever it may cost. The fire in his gaze ignited a fierce longing within me, a desire to rise against the darkness, to carve out a space of light in a world drenched in shadows. In that moment, the wind shifted, swirling around us like a tempest, carrying the scent of damp earth and forgotten hopes. I could feel the pull of the cosmos above us, a celestial dance of stars flickering like memories lost in time. The gods watched, unseen but palpably present, their laughter echoing through the silence. We were mere mortals, caught in a web spun from myth and longing, dreaming of glory but shackled by fear. I looked at Tulla, at Lysias, and felt my heart swell with a fierce determination. Let's not just be shadows, I whispered, my voice trembling with the weight of my resolve. Let's carve our own stories, however flawed, however imperfect. Let us be the authors of our fate. Tulla nodded, her lips curving into a fragile smile, while Lysias's eyes sparked with defiance. Together, we stood against the encroaching darkness, three souls entwined in a fragile bond, a bond forged in the fires of ancient tales, echoed in the whispers of the stars. And as the night deepened, we felt the stirrings of something vast and ungraspable. The tension crackled like electricity, binding us together against the storm that loomed, a tempest echoing with the legacies of gods long past. In that moment, we became more than just the sum of our fears, we became a part of the eternal narrative, a thread woven into the tapestry of eternity. We were not just influenced by Greek mythology, we were its embodiment, living, breathing testament to the shadows and light that danced through our souls, forever caught between the realms of myth and reality. As the first stars blinked into existence above us, I felt an overwhelming surge of hope and terror, because the night was alive with the whispers of the past, and we were just beginning to understand what it meant to exist in their haunting shadows. I remember a night thick with silence, broken only by the distant howl of a wolf, its mournful cry a reminder that something old and terrible lingered beneath the stars. Valia stood at the edge of the cliff, her heart thrumming like a frenzied bird trapped in its cage, the world below a tapestry of shadows and flickering lights. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into an abyss, illuminating the jagged rocks as if they held secrets begging to be unearthed. "Mother," she whispered, the name clawing at her throat like a vengeful ghost. She thought of the myths they told, tales of creation spun from the very fabric of the cosmos. Her mother believed in those stories, told them with a reverence that ignited the fire in Valia's soul. But now, as the wind whipped through her hair, it felt like betrayal to seek solace in a mythology that offered no answers, only questions that lingered like the fog over the valley. "Why did you leave?" The words pierced the stillness, a desperate plea to the stars that shimmered with indifferent beauty. They spun in a cosmic dance, mocking her grief, whispering echoes of the world's creation, gods formed from chaos, life birthed from destruction. But all Valia felt was the gaping void of absence, a dark pit where her mother's laughter once resided. In the shadows loomed Etrus, a figure cloaked in the darkness of the night, his presence enveloping Valia like a shroud. He was a sculptor of dreams and nightmares, a man who carved destinies from the fleeting moments of existence. His eyes held the weight of countless stars, yet his heart was tethered to the earth, an anchor in a tempest. "Valia," he said, voice low and gravelly like the stones of their ancestors' graves. "The world is not done with you yet." His words hung heavy in the air, a cauldron bubbling with potential, yet she could feel the simmering anger within him. Anger at the gods who spun the fates like a yarn, leaving mortals to unravel in their wake. "Not done," she scoffed, her voice an echo of defiance. "What do they care for us? Our lives are but whispers in the wind." Yet, even as she spoke, she could feel the tremor of fear beneath her bravado, the haunting reality that the gods had indeed forgotten her. Etrus stepped closer, his expression etched with sorrow. "You think yourself insignificant? You are a spark in the cosmic fire, Valia. You hold the universe in your hands, even if you cannot see it." The intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down her spine, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the grief. Yet, the weight of her mother's absence threatened to drown her, each thought a stone sinking her deeper into despair. "I cannot bear this." Her voice trembled, the vulnerability raw and exposed. "What is the point of creation if it leads to this? Pain, loss, shadows that consume." She paused, her breath hitching in her throat, the memories flooding her like a relentless tide. The laughter of her mother, the warmth of her embrace, now ghosts that danced just beyond her reach. But amidst the darkness, a flicker of rebellion ignited. She would not be defined by her sorrow. "Then change it," Etrus said, his voice like a current pulling her into the depths of possibility. "The myths are not just stories, they are blueprints of existence. You can rewrite the tale." Valia stepped back, the cliff's edge crumbling beneath her feet, fragmenting like her spirit. "Rewrite? And how do I do that when the very fabric of creation is woven with grief?" "Through chaos, life finds its form," he replied, eyes blazing with an intensity that threatened to consume them both. "Every ending is but a beginning, every shadow a prelude to light." The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing in the distance, the sky darkening as if the universe itself held its breath. Valia felt the pulse of the cosmos beneath her feet, a heartbeat that resonated with her own. A surge of awareness coursed through her veins, a realization that she was more than a vessel of sorrow. She was a conduit, a bridge between the realms of myth and reality. "I remember," she murmured, the words slipping past her lips like a prayer. "I remember the stories of creation, the chaos from which we emerged. The gods themselves were born from nothing, forged in the furnace of existence." Etrus nodded, the shadow of a smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Then let us conjure a new myth, one that sings of rebirth and resilience, one that will echo through the ages." The storm rumbled in response, a symphony of thunder and lightning that shattered the silence, igniting a fire within Valia's heart. She felt alive, raw, electrified, as if the universe had shifted and she was at the center of it all. Together, she asked, the fear ebbing away, replaced by a fierce determination. "Always," Etrus answered, their hands intertwining, a fusion of strength and vulnerability, of chaos and creation. In that moment, the ground beneath them quaked, the stars above seemed to pulse, and they became part of the eternal dance of existence, two souls bound by the unbreakable thread of myth. And in the distance, the wolf howled again, a clarion call echoing through the night, summoning the forgotten tales of the ancients, weaving them into the fabric of a new dawn. The night was thick with the scent of impending rain, a weight in the air that pressed down on the skin like a warning. Shadows moved, flickering like nervous children, under the ghostly light of a waning moon. I stood there, breathless, heart hammering in my chest, caught in the grip of an unshakable dread. The village lay quiet, too quiet, save for the restless rustle of leaves, whispering secrets among themselves. I could feel it, the tension, the palpable fear hanging between the trees, threading itself through the cobblestones. Something was coming, and it would not be merciful. I remembered the tales of Tarshan, the fierce warrior, whose spirit burned brighter than the sun, igniting the hearts of his people. They spoke of his bravery, his unyielding spirit. But in this moment, lost in the dark, I could only think of his flaws. Tarshan, the hero who loved too fiercely, whose rage was as uncontrollable as the storms, leaving destruction in its wake. And there was Lathia, the healer, draped in sadness, eyes heavy with choices that haunted her like ghosts. I could see her now, standing at the edge of the village, hands trembling as she clutched the amulet passed down through generations, its power pulsing like a heartbeat. She was a beacon of hope, yet burdened with the weight of her own heartache. And then there was me, an observer caught in a world that felt both alien and achingly familiar. I had spent years chasing the shadows of Etruscan legends, but now, in this moment, I realized I was hopelessly lost in their lives. I was here, in the flesh, witnessing the storm brewing in Tarshan's heart and the turmoil echoing in Lathia's soul. I remember the first time I saw him killed, I whispered to the night. The blood splattered, a crimson plume against the dirt. I didn't know then that his blade was not merely an instrument of war, but an extension of his pain. Time shifted, and with it came the memories, swirling like autumn leaves caught in a gale. Tarshan, fierce and untamed, had once spared a boy, saving him from the clutches of vengeance. But that mercy had proven a bitter fruit, ripening into regret. The boy had returned, a ghost of rage, and Tarshan's hands had become stained with more than just blood. And Lathia, poor Lathia, with her soft hands and hard decisions. I watched her as she moved through the village, a spectre of sorrow in a world that demanded strength. "How can you heal a heart that is already broken?" she whispered to the wind, her voice trembling. I could see her battling the demons of her own making, the choices that led her to this fractured moment. Love, a curse and a blessing, drawing her closer to Tarshan even as it threatened to consume her whole. The night thickened, a cloak of unease wrapping around us as the distant sound of hooves echoed through the silence. It was an army, but more than that, it was a reckoning. I felt the ground tremble beneath me, a warning that something dark was rising, an omen that no one could ignore. Tarshan stood taller, shoulders squared, fists clenched, ready to face what was coming, yet I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. The weight of his past, the weight of his choices, hung heavy like a shroud. "Lathia," he shouted, desperation lacing his tone as he turned to her, the unsaid words hanging between them like a fragile thread. "I can't do this alone." I wanted to scream, to tell him that the real battle was within him, a war that raged silently, clawing at his insides. But would he hear me? Could he feel the truth that wrapped around them like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat? I watched as she stepped closer, her heart on her sleeve, the amulet glowing faintly, a fragile light in the encroaching darkness. "You don't have to," she said softly, as if the very act of speaking might shatter the moment. "We can face this together, but you have to let go of the anger. It will consume you." For a heartbeat, the world fell silent. The echoes of their past swirled around us, memories of laughter and love, intertwined with loss and sacrifice. Tarshan's gaze flickered, and for the briefest moment, the mask of the hero slipped. I saw the boy he once was, the heartbeat of a man torn between duty and desire. He turned away, his fists tightening, the storm raging within him. "I don't know how," he whispered, raw vulnerability lacing his voice. The hooves grew louder, a relentless rhythm that mirrored the quickening pulse of my own heart. I wanted to reach out, to clutch his shoulder, to tell him that it was okay to be afraid, to feel the weight of the world bearing down on him. But I was just an observer, a lost soul in the tapestry of their heroism and heartache. The tension built, a taut string ready to snap, and I could almost hear the universe holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. As shadows loomed, figures emerging from the darkness, I could sense the moment stretching, expanding in ways I had never imagined. Choices faced them, choices that would echo through eternity. I could see Lathia's resolve hardening, a fire igniting in her gaze. We stand together, Tarshan. We are not alone in this. I wanted to scream, to tell them that love was the most powerful weapon of all, but would they hear me? The moment snapped like a fragile thread, and the world erupted into chaos. The clash of steel, the cries of the fallen, the heartbeat of a village teetering on the brink of destruction. But in that turmoil, I felt something shift, a fragile hope stirring in the depths of despair. This was not merely a battle of swords, but a collision of hearts, a reckoning of all that they had been and all that they could become. And as I stood there, lost in the chaos, an eerie silence enveloped me once more, a prelude to the storm that was still to come. The clock of fate ticked on, each second lingering like a haunting melody, weaving itself into the fabric of their lives. I was left clutching the threads of their story, waiting, longing for the next heartbeat to echo in the night. The night was thick with dread, a stifling blanket of darkness clinging to every breath. The air tasted like iron, sharp and terrifying, and as I stood shivering on the edge of the ancient Etruscan city of Tarquinia, I felt the weight of centuries pressing down like a tombstone. The moon hung low, a swollen, watchful eye, illuminating the ruins. Shadows danced between the crumbling remains of temples and homes, and in that chilling silence, I could hear the whispers of ghosts, their secrets locked in time. Hercule, his name rolled off tongues like a spell, fierce and laden with promise. He was the Etruscan hero, the warrior with strength that could fell giants, but tonight, he was just a man, lost in the chaos of his own making. As I clutched the fraying edges of my cloak, I remembered him, his laughter booming like thunder, his eyes glinting with the fire of 1,000 suns. But beneath that bravado, he bore scars unseen, shadows haunting even his brightest moments. And then there was Elia, a woman of striking beauty and quiet strength, her heart as tumultuous as the skies before a storm. I watched her from afar, her figure illuminated by the flickering torchlight, a warrior in her own right, though her battles were fought within the confines of her own mind. She loved Hercule fiercely, a blaze that threatened to consume her, yet the fear of losing him gnawed at her soul like a ravenous beast. I remember the first time I saw him, she whispered to the night, her voice trembling with both longing and despair. He was a tempest, and I was but a leaf, caught in his storm. But now, as thunder rolled in the distance, the storm wasn't just in her heart, it was raging outside, threatening to swallow them whole. The city was on the brink of war, and Hercule stood at the center, caught between loyalty to his people and the weight of his own demons. I must protect them, he had said, but those words echoed with a hollowness that made me shiver. Protect them from what? From the darkness that lurked in his own heart? In this crisis, I felt the air crackle with tension, palpable and raw. As Elia's hands trembled, clutching her dagger, I saw the flicker of doubt cross her face. What if he fails? The question hung heavy, unanswered, as shadows whispered their taunts. Hercule, once invincible, now felt the thin veneer of confidence cracking. Listen to me, he had implored her earlier, his voice a low rumble, like distant thunder. I can't let you get caught in this web of fate. But fate had its own plans, didn't it? It twisted and turned, mocking them both. I could see it in Elia's eyes, a tempest swirling with frustration, love, and fear. You think I will stand idly by? I won't be a casualty of your delusions. The fight in her was a fire, fierce and unyielding. The city sounded a chorus of alarms, the tremors of impending doom vibrating through the cobblestones beneath my feet. I could hear the distant clash of swords, the shrieks of the wounded, and the haunting cries of mothers calling for their lost children. Elia stepped forward, her resolve hardening like tempered steel. You think you can save us all alone? You're not a god, Hercule. His features twisted, shadows deepening beneath his brow. And yet, I am all we have. His voice cracked, a mix of desperation and pride, and for a moment, the weight of the world hung between them, a fragile thread ready to snap. I felt their pain wash over me like a cold wave, freezing my very essence. The clock was ticking, relentless and merciless. Each second counted down to a moment that could tear them apart or bind them forever. I remember the tales, I murmured, caught in the ebb and flow of their emotions, the hero who faced monsters, who overcame insurmountable odds. But those tales were woven with fabrications, sweeping gestures and glorious victories. Here, in this raw moment, the truth lay bare. Hercule was human, flawed and frightened. The silence screamed louder than any battle cry, louder than the clamor echoing through the city streets. "Don't you dare think of sacrificing yourself for me," Elia spat, her voice fierce, yet laced with an undercurrent of sorrow. "You are not the only one who bears this burden." There was a weight in her words, the kind that could crush mountains, and I felt the earth quake beneath their shared history, the weight of love and expectation, the clash of destinies spiraling into chaos. A flicker of lightning split the sky, illuminating Hercule's face, a mask of defiance mingled with fear. "I have to do this," he growled, a primal instinct battling against the tide of his heart. "I'm meant to be the hero." But what if the true hero was the one who chose to fight alongside him? Elia stepped closer, the distance between them collapsing, and in that heartbeat, time froze. The world outside faded, leaving only the intensity of their connection. "Then let me fight with you," she pleaded, her voice cracking like glass. "Together, we can face whatever darkness comes." The air pulsed with energy, thick with their unresolved conflict. Hercule's eyes softened, the fire in them flickering like a dying ember. He wanted to protect her, he wanted to keep her safe, but the reality was that love could be as dangerous as a sword's edge. "Together," he whispered, doubt lacing his voice. "What if you get hurt?" "I remember the stories," Elia countered, steely resolve sharpening her features. "Heroes are made in the fires of adversity, not on the sidelines." And there, amidst the turmoil, a fragile truce formed, a bond tempered by pain and passion. The thunder rolled again, ominous and heavy, as if the cosmos watched in breathless anticipation. But the darkness was closing in, creeping through the cracks of their courage, whispering doubts like poison. In that moment, I saw the heart of a hero, not in Hercule's strength, but in the vulnerability he had long hidden. Their destinies were intertwined, not by fate, but by choice and consequence, and as the storm raged outside, something shifted within the depths of their souls. The battle outside surged, but in the eye of the storm, they stood together, a flickering flame against the encroaching dark. I could feel the pulse of their emotions as they prepared to meet the chaos head-on, to fight, to live, to love amid the shadows. And so, in the heart of turmoil, I was left standing, breathless and trembling, as I knew this was just the beginning. The shadows loomed, and the true test was yet to come, a cycle of pain and redemption waiting to unfold, a myth yet to be written. The air was thick, a pregnant pause hanging over the ancient port of Aulis, where the sea whispered secrets to the shore as if the very waves were holding their breath. I stood on the crumbling edge of a desolate jetty, the cold stone biting into my skin, a hard reminder of the world outside, the storm brewing within my chest. Shadows danced across the moonlit waters, flickering like fractured memories, taunting me with their ungraspable nature. The stars, indifferent and watchful, bore witness to our tragic fate. I remember the night when the world tilted on its axis, hearts cracked open, and destinies entwined like fateful threads. Men, each one a fragile weave, stood before me, their faces pale with fear, eyes glazed like marbles reflecting the horrors of war. Their breaths were shallow, quick, as if the very air was poisoned with the weight of our impending doom. A single name lingered, echoing in the silence, a spectre haunting us all, Diphigenia. The sacrificial offering, a young girl with laughter that could burst the clouds, soon to be turned into a whisper of what once was. Then there was Agamemnon, his brow furrowed like the deep lines of fate carved on his soul. A king, burdened with the weight of a choice that threatened to splinter his very essence. I watched him tremble as he paced, a lion trapped within a cage of despair. The crown rested heavily upon his head, each jewel a reminder of the bloodshed waiting to be unleashed. I sensed his desperation, a man caught between duty and love, torn asunder by the cruel hands of fate. Do it, came the gravelly voice of Achilles, the most radiant warrior, his glory tainted by a darkness that clung to him like a second skin. He stood, fierce and brooding, eyes aflame with fury and a haunting emptiness. Do it for honor, for glory. Yet, beneath his bravado, I glimpsed a fracture, a chasm of regret that threatened to swallow him whole. He bore a smile that seemed almost manic, as if he could convince himself that bloodshed equated to redemption, that the screams of the innocent would be drowned by the thunderous applause of history. Let her be! I cried, my voice an echo in the tempest, a futile protest against the tide of inevitability. I wanted to scream, to shake them from their stupor, but fear twisted my tongue, snuffed out my courage like a candle's flame in the wind. The moon hung high, an unblinking eye, and for a moment, I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down, as if the very stars conspired to mock our plight. The whispers of the Etruscans floated through my mind, their belief soaked in the essence of fate, swirling like ink in water. They saw destiny not as a straight path but a winding river, full of bends and bends yet unseen, an intricate web spun by unseen hands. I could almost hear their voices, beckoning me, warning me. We are but pawns, entrapped in a game played by gods, they'd say, their eyes dark pools of wisdom, lost in a world where choices mattered little, and fate wove its threads with careless abandon. Then came the moment, the pulse of the universe stilled, the air thick with dread. Iphigenia stood before us, innocence incarnate. Her laughter rang like chimes, the sweetest sound juxtaposed against the brutality of our reality. Father, she asked, her voice laced with confusion, her eyes searching his face for understanding, for love. And in that moment, my heart shattered, splintered into 1,000 pieces, each one a silent scream. She was a child, a flower caught in the gale, unaware of the storm that was ready to uproot her very being. Agamemnon's face transformed, a mask of anguish battling a facade of authority. It must be done, he murmured, a mantra that echoed through the night, a siren song luring us toward the brink. But the truth was a jagged blade, slicing through the fabric of our souls. In that millisecond, the weight of generations rested on our shoulders, and I understood then, fate is a master weaver, stitching lives together with threads of love and loss, joy and agony. I could feel the air grow colder, the shadows stretching, wrapping around us like a shroud. What if it's not worth it? I found myself asking, the question hanging in the air, shimmering with an unspoken truth. What if our destinies were forged in sorrow, not triumph? What if the ultimate price was too steep, a tragedy echoing through time, a curse carried on the backs of those who follow? Do you doubt the gods? Achilles snapped, his rage bubbling to the surface, a tempest ready to erupt. Do you think we can escape what is written? His voice was a thunderclap, shaking the very foundations of our resolve. The words struck deep, and I felt the pull of inevitability wrapping around my heart like icy fingers. But I also felt a flicker of hope, a whispered promise that perhaps the threads could be rewoven. The pain of the moment surged through me, and I reached for Iphigenia, grasping her small hands in mine, feeling the warmth of life against the chill of death. You don't have to, the words caught in my throat, choked by the crushing weight of our reality. The wind howled, and with it came the sound of clashing steel, the distant wail of 1,000 lost souls. The cosmos spun around us, relentless, eternal. Desire, desperation, fear, each emotion a tide, crashing against our spirits, beckoning us toward chaos. And I realized we were all tethered to this moment, our fates entwined like vines in the darkness, dragging us deeper into a chasm of despair. But through the suffocating darkness, I held on to that fleeting flicker of rebellion. We are more than pawns. I screamed into the night, a desperate plea against the cosmic forces that seemed intent on our destruction. I sensed the air shift, a crack in fate's facade, a breath of possibility whispering through the shadows. And in that pivotal moment, I understood we were not merely players in this cruel game. We were the architects of our destinies, woven together by love and loss, defiance and despair. Even if fate loomed large, the heart has the power to resist, to fight, to scream against the silence. The tide of time surged forward, the universe moved in cacophonic harmony, and as I faced the abyss, I knew our story would not end here. The confrontation lingered, heavy as the night wrapped around us, waiting for the dawn. The air is thick with tension, a foreboding silence broken only by the rustle of leaves, whispering secrets of what lurks beneath. I stand at the edge of the dark woods, my heart pounding, feeling the weight of the stories that cling to this place like shadows, waiting to pounce. A flicker of movement catches my eye, a wolf, its eyes glimmering in the twilight, a living embodiment of primal fear and raw beauty. The wolf looks at me, and I shiver, it knows something I do not. I remember the tales, how the Etruscans revered animals, weaving them into the fabric of their existence, merging the sacred and the savage. The myth spoke of gods taking animal forms, of battles fought with beasts as allies, but always with a price. And tonight, I feel that price looming, heavy as a storm cloud, an impending clash between man and nature, sanity and the wild. And then there's Cephis, her spirit tangled like the roots of the ancient trees around her. She stands rigid, arms crossed tightly against her chest as if warding off an invisible force. The forest consumes her, and I see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. She carries her mother's whispers in her heart, a warning against the dark spirits said to inhabit these woods, guardians of secrets best left buried. What if they come for us, she asks, though I can hear the quiver in her voice. I wish I had the courage to tell her it's just a story, just a myth. But I don't. I remember how she used to dance under the stars, carefree and untamed, twirling like the wind that now howls through the branches. But that was before the night of the storm, the howling tempest that took her brother. A sacrifice to appease the spirits, they said. A boy turned to ashes, and in his place, a new fear coiled around her heart. Nature is not a friend, she whispered once, her breath hitting the cool air like a ghost. It is a predator. Beside her stands Leo, a stubborn flame flickering in the face of the darkness. He laughs at the shadows, but his laughter trembles, a mockery of his own fear. You see wolves, I see dinner, he quips, the bravado barely masking the dread that gnaws at his insides. He's a boy with dreams bigger than this cursed town, but the dreams have begun to crack, splintering under weighty expectations. What if the spirits are hungry tonight, he jokes. But we all know what happened to those who angered the gods, the whispers of the past gnawing at his insides, twisting his heart into knots. I remember the way Leo's hand sought Cephis, a fragile connection against the unknown, a desperate attempt to hold onto something real. But the forest seems to close in, the trees shifting like specters, breathing down our necks. The shadows stretch and deepen, consuming the crimson light of dusk, urging us to confront the myths that tie us to this land, like shackles binding our souls. A howl breaks the silence, sharp and piercing, like glass shattering against stone. We freeze, eyes wide, hearts racing, the sound reverberating through the very marrow of our bones. It beckons us, a call from the abyss. A warning? A promise? I can feel the pulse of the wild synchronizing with my own, my heartbeat matching the rhythm of the earth. The wolf emerges from the underbrush, its fur glistening with the sheen of the night, embodying the secrets of the Etruscans, the hunter and the hunted entwined in an eternal dance. We have to go, Cephis whispers, terror etched on her face. But something holds me here, some thread woven from the tales of old, pulling me deeper into the unknown. The wolf's gaze locks onto mine, an ancient understanding passing between us. It knows my fears, my regrets, the ghosts of my past haunting me like the shadows closing in around us. I stand there, caught between the urge to flee and the pull of the enigma in front of me. None of this is real, Leo insists, but the tremor in his voice betrays him. I see it in his eyes, the flicker of belief that maybe, just maybe, the stories are more than just tales spun to frighten children. I remember too well the way the moon loomed over the hills that night, casting an eerie glow on the earth, revealing the truth that lay just beneath the surface, a truth that gnaws at the edges of our sanity. The wolf steps forward, and time stretches. My breath hitches, I can almost taste the fear in the air, sharp and metallic. What if it's a spirit? Cephis gasps, and I want to argue, to tell her that spirits are mere fabrications of our imaginations, but the fear etched into her features stops me. The wolf's eyes are the color of night, deep and unfathomable, filled with a wisdom older than our collective histories. It seems to smile, a macabre grin that sends chills cascading down my spine. And in that moment, I feel the weight of the Etruscan myth rising up like a tidal wave. Crashing over me is stories of gods and beasts entwined in battles fought not with swords but with the very essence of existence. Fear and reverence entwined, love and loss woven into the fabric of nature. I wonder, could we be the next story to tell? Would we become whispers of the past, echoes through time, reduced to myths? I remember the stories of the forest, the ones that spoke of the spirit's hunger, of their demands for balance between man and nature. As the wolf prowls closer, I can almost see the flicker of ancient rituals, the sacrifices made to appease those unseen. Leo's laughter fades, replaced by silence thick enough to choke on. And in the distance, the first stars begin to pierce the sky, a cruel reminder of our insignificance. Shadows twist and morph, and I'm left standing at the precipice of something vast, something terrifying and beautiful. A confrontation awaits, nature against the frailty of humanity, darkness against the flickering light of hope. The wolf pauses, and I wonder if it knows what comes next. My breath quickens, and the world tilts, spiraling into unknown depths. And just like that, the forest holds its breath, waiting. I can feel it, the weight of the world, the stories, the blood of ancestors coursing through my veins. We are all part of this tale, entwined with beasts and spirits, hearts beating as one under the canopy of night. The moment stretches, a single heartbeat in eternity, and I realize, this is not just a story. It is our story, and it's only just begun. The air was thick, a palpable shroud of tension that curled like smoke around the ancient stones of the temple, whispering secrets soaked in blood and longing. Shadows danced in the flickering light of torches, their flames reaching out, as if trying to grasp the very essence of the night, an essence heavy with the promise of ritual and the weight of history. I stood there, heart hammering, breath caught in my throat, as the drums began to throb in the distance, a low, resonating pulse that seemed to sync with the very beat of the earth itself. Luna, my sister, was at the center of it all. Her face glowed with an ethereal light, a haunting beauty that could lure the stars from the sky. But tonight, there was a storm brewing behind her eyes, a tempest of fear and desire. She was a priestess, bound to the sacred rites, yet shackled by her own heart's rebellion. She should have been the embodiment of grace, yet there was a wildness in her, a spark that flickered dangerously close to the flame. "They'll never understand," she whispered, her voice barely a wisp above the drums. "They expect perfection, but all I feel is this suffocation." As she spoke, the gathering crowd pressed in closer, faces twisted in reverence and expectation. Old men with sagging skin and wisdom etched into every wrinkle. Young women, their eyes bright and hungry for the divine, yet tinged with envy. And then there was me, an outsider in my own skin, watching as the weight of tradition threatened to crush my sister beneath its unyielding grip. I remembered a time when we danced beneath the moonlight, free and wild as the wind. I remembered laughter spilling into the night, the intoxicating elixir of youth that now felt like a distant memory. But now, the air was thick with incense, the sweet scent mixed with something darker, something that clawed at the edges of my mind. Tonight would be different. Tonight, the boundaries of our lives would be tested. In the corner, a figure emerged from the shadows. Tatius, the old oracle, his eyes clouded yet piercing, as if he could see the very threads of fate weaving through our lives. He moved with the grace of a ghost, gliding closer to the altar, where offerings awaited, a goat, its eyes wide and terrified, and bowls of grain that seemed to whisper promises of abundance. Tatius raised his hands, fingers dripping with the oil of the gods, and chanted words that twisted through the air like smoke, wrapping around us, binding us to the moment. Let the spirits guide us. Let them reveal what must be done. I watched Luna's face pale, her resolve wavering. "What if they don't answer?" she murmured, fear crackling between us like static. "What if this night reveals our truth?" I could feel my own heart racing, the weight of her words pressing against my chest. The night groaned beneath us, an entity alive with hunger. The drums pounded, a heartbeat growing stronger, louder. I felt the earth vibrate beneath my feet, and I knew that something was coming, something that would shatter the fragile illusion we had built. And then it happened. The goat bleated, a desperate cry that echoed through the temple, silencing the crowd, drawing every eye to its trembling form. Shadows shifted, and Tatius's voice rose above the chaos, weaving an incantation that felt like a knife cutting through the air. The moment was electric, charged with possibility and dread. I could hear Luna's breath quickening beside me, feel the tremor in her fingers. "He's a vessel," I whispered, half to myself, half to my sister. "He's channeling something powerful." As if answering my unspoken question, the oracle's eyes rolled back, and a guttural sound erupted from his throat, a voice older than time itself, rasping with truths that clawed at our souls. "The shadows grow restless. A choice must be made. Sacrifice or salvation. One will reveal their heart tonight." Panic rippled through me, and I could see it reflected in Luna's eyes, a mirror of our shared fears. What would we give? What would be taken? The weight of our family's legacy loomed overhead, every expectation a noose tightening around our throats. The drums accelerated, pounding like a war cry, overwhelming my senses. Tatius, now a conduit of ancient power, beckoned us forward. "You hold the fate of your kin. One must step into the void. One must embrace the shadows." I glanced at Luna, and in that fleeting moment, we understood the unspoken truth that bound us. We were both flawed, both terrified of the power coursing through our veins. I remembered our childhood, the freedom of chasing fireflies and dreaming of the cosmos, untainted by the weight of expectation. But now, we stood at the precipice of something grand and terrifying, the abyss of destiny calling us forth. "I can't," she breathed. "I won't." But the choice was clear, echoing through the temple like a haunting melody. I felt the pull of the night, the desire to step forward, to embrace the chaos, to taste the bittersweet nectar of sacrifice. My heart ached with the longing to protect her, to shield her from the darkness, yet the drums and the whispers of the ancients wrapped around me, drawing me closer to the altar. "Luna," I called, reaching out, as the shadows stretched and twisted around us. "You don't have to bear this alone." We sighed together, and just then, the world trembled. The flames flickered and danced wildly, threatening to consume everything. Tatius's voice rose in a fever pitch, commanding, demanding, as the night spun around us, filled with the weight of our ancestors' dreams and fears. The air crackled with electricity, a clarion call for the living and the dead. "Choose! Choose!" Everything slowed, each heartbeat echoing like thunder in my ears. The shadows loomed, vibrant and alive, and I felt the world closing in, the moment stretching into infinity, brimming with the weight of everything we had ever hoped for and feared. Time itself was a cruel trickster, a thief of moments, and I was caught in its relentless grip, suspended between the past and the looming future. And just like that, I knew, our choices tonight would ripple through the ages, binding us to the ritual, to the legacy of the Etruscan gods we sought to appease. Would we emerge unscathed, or would the shadows consume us whole? In that heartbeat of uncertainty, the drumbeats echoed my pulse, a relentless reminder that destiny has no mercy, and the night was far from over. The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt like a rope, taut and ready to snap. In the heart of the dimly lit temple, shadows danced against the rough stone walls, flickering and twisting like the souls of the lost. Flute notes sliced through the silence, piercing the heart like an arrow. I stood there, breath held, my pulse echoing the rhythm of the impending storm. It was the festival of the Etruscan deities, and the air was heavy with incense and anticipation. Farah's fingers trembled over the lute strings, her eyes wide, haunted. She played as if her life depended on it, each note a plea for the gods to listen, to care. But her heart was fractured, torn by the weight of expectation. "They say the gods hear only the pure," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the swell of sound. To me, her vulnerability was a gaping wound. I could see it in her eyes, the ghost of a smile eclipsed by fear. Then there was Marcus, the dancer. Tall and lithe, with muscles that rippled beneath his tunic, he moved like water, flowing across the floor, yet I could see the storm brewing in his chest. With every step, he seemed to chase a dream that danced just beyond reach, a flicker of light that burned too bright and too close. "This is my moment, Farah," he had said before the festival, his voice a fierce whisper. "If I do not dance, I will vanish." But now, as he twisted and turned, the shadows around him felt alive, oppressive. They wrapped around him like cloying vines, threatening to pull him into darkness. I felt it too, the weight of our ancestors' eyes on us, judging, longing, their whispers intertwining with the music. Dance, Marcus, I wanted to scream. Dance like your freedom itself. But my voice was trapped in my throat, lodged somewhere amid my own fears. The crowd swayed, enraptured, yet I sensed the fragility beneath their excitement. Each clap of hands was a heartbeat, each cheer a gasp of breath. They yearned for something unnameable, a connection, a glimpse of eternity. I could see their faces, illuminated by flickering torches, joy and anxiety mingled in the lines etched deep in their skin. I was one of them, yet I felt like a ghost among the living, drifting, watching, terrified. Remember the old tales? Farah's voice broke through once more, a soft lament lost in the music. The gods once walked among us, their laughter mingling with our songs. She paused, her fingers stilling on the lute. What if they've forgotten us? The weight of her question hung in the air, coiling around us like a serpent. I felt it constricting my chest. I remembered tales whispered in the dark, of music that called down celestial beings, of dances that stirred the earth itself. But now we danced in their absence, our worship a fragile echo of what once was. It felt like a bargaining with the void, a last desperate stand against oblivion. As Marcus twirled, the music surged, transformed into a wild tempest. Each beat became a pulse, a heartbeat of the earth itself, trembling with life and death. I held my breath as he leaped, soaring through the air, and for a moment, time suspended. The crowd gasped, and I felt the collective breath hitch in their throats, a shared heartbeat of hope. But that hope was a cruel mistress. The strings of Farah's lute began to snap, one after another, like fragile dreams on the cusp of shattering. The haunting melody faltered, dissonant slipping through the cracks, a foreboding whisper of fate. I could see it in Farah's eyes, fear turning to despair. I can't keep this up, she muttered, her hands trembling. What if they don't hear us? The desperation in her voice sent ice coursing through my veins. I stepped forward, a resolve burning inside me like wildfire. They will hear us. We are more than just shadows. I shouted into the void, hoping against hope that the gods were still listening, that they were still near enough to feel our pain, our joy, our desperate yearning. Marcus landed with a grace that belied the tension in his body, the raw energy of his dance teetering on the edge. He looked over at us, his eyes pleading, as if he were fighting against unseen forces that sought to drag him into darkness. Dance with me, he called, his voice ringing out, mingling with the music, but it felt like a challenge thrown to the gods. Together, we moved, weaving our bodies into the rhythm, the three of us forming a fragile triangle of defiance. I felt Farah's anguish transform into strength, the lute resounding with notes that wove through the fabric of our despair. The ghosts of our ancestors flickered, shadows in the corners of our minds, demanding we remember, demanding we honor them, demanding we fight. As the final lute string snapped, a silence fell like a shroud, thick and choking. My heart raced, thrummed against my ribs like a war drum, and I could hear the whispers of the crowd, hushed and anxious. The night pressed in around us, a suffocating blanket of dark. Time stretched. The air tasted of ash and uncertainty. But in that moment, something shifted. The darkness trembled, as if the very cosmos had taken a breath, and for a fleeting instant, the gods' laughter echoed through the temple, a haunting melody carried on the wind. We danced, not just for ourselves, but for all who came before us, all who would come after, each step a prayer, each twirl a declaration. What was worship but the act of standing defiantly in the face of fear? As Marcus leaped once more, the shadows began to recede, and the music swelled again, rising to a crescendo that enveloped us. Our hearts beat as one, resonating with the pulse of the universe, and in that moment, we were alive, we were heard, we were everything. And then, it was gone. The moment shattered, leaving us standing breathless, the echoes of the dance lingering in the air like a whisper, teasing the edge of reality. The night was still, but something had changed. The gods were listening, or perhaps they were simply shadows dancing among us, a reminder that worship was never just about words or notes but about the raw, unfiltered essence of being human, of confronting the dark and daring to shine. The air was thick with tension, heavy like the weight of 1,000 anticipations. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows flickered across the walls, whispering secrets of ages past. I could hear the distant echo of footsteps, a heartbeat in the silence, a pulse. It was a sound that rattled in my chest, igniting the fear that had long been buried beneath layers of myth and memory. I stood there, paralyzed, as the figures etched in vivid ochres and deep blacks came alive in my mind, their eyes glimmering with the weight of their stories. What had they seen? What sins had they borne? Across the room, Aurelia, her fingers trembling with the weight of her own history, reached for a fragment of a fresco that depicted a banquet. The laughter seemed to bounce off the crumbling plaster, mocking her, beckoning her back to a time when joy felt untainted. But her heart twisted painfully. She knew that laughter was a mask, just like the painted smiles on those ancient faces. "They look happy," she murmured, her voice breaking like glass. But what if they knew the end of their tale? I could feel the chill in the air, a creeping dread that clawed at my throat. Her words echoed in my mind, a riddle wrapped in sorrow. Each brushstroke on that wall was a reminder of mortality, a snapshot of existence captured in vivid color, now faded like the memories of those who had danced beneath the stars only to be swallowed by time. I remembered the stories of gods and monsters, of love and betrayal. The Etruscans had crafted their art with blood and fire, weaving a tapestry of myth that was both vibrant and grotesque, celebrating life while simultaneously embracing the cold specter of death. And then there was Marcus, a scholar with eyes like storm clouds, swirling with questions that had no answers. He stood frozen at the edge of the chamber, a living contradiction, his mind yearning for truth while his heart was shackled by the weight of knowledge. "It's not just art, Aurelia," he said, voice low and trembling. "It's a prophecy. Each figure, each scene, a warning." His fingers brushed against a mural of the underworld, and for a moment, I feared he might vanish into its depths. The dark echoes of eternity loomed behind him, an abyss that promised to swallow his soul whole. Aurelia turned sharply, her focus shifting from the art to Marcus, her eyes ablaze with a mix of defiance and despair. "You think you can read their secrets? You think you can decipher their fate? We are not so different from them, Marcus. We dance on the precipice of our own oblivion every day." The anger in her voice cracked like thunder, reverberating in the silence, breaking the spell of stillness that hung thick around us. But beneath that storm, there was a tremor of vulnerability, a fear that we all shared. The Etruscans had once thrived, crafting their myths from the very essence of their existence, yet here we stood, mere shadows of their glory, grappling with our own insignificance. I could see the flickers of doubt in Marcus's eyes, the realization dawning that he was but a ghost, a spectator in a world that had moved on without him. I remember standing there, every heartbeat echoing in the cavernous space, as the tension coiled around us like a serpent, ready to strike. The art on the walls may have breathed life, but it also bore witness to the decay that awaited us all. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, urging us to confront our own shadows, to embrace the truths we feared. Aurelia sank to her knees, her hands pressed against the cool stone, her breath shallow and quickening. "What is the point, Marcus? What do we gain from these relics? They're just reminders of our fleeting existence." The anguish in her voice was palpable, resonating deep within me. I could feel the echoes of her despair, the haunting realization that we, too, were mere brushstrokes in the grand tapestry of time. Marcus stepped closer, his shadow merging with hers. "Aurelia, listen. Their art is not just about death, it is about how we choose to live. They faced their fears, their gods. They celebrated life even when it was slipping away." His voice softened, a plea wrapped in urgency. "We can learn from them, find meaning amidst the chaos. But how does one find light in the shadows? How does one transcend the whisper of mortality that clings like mist in the morning?" I could feel the weight of their desperation, the intertwining of their fates in that crumbling chamber, frozen in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. I remembered my own struggles, my own attempts to grasp at the ephemeral, the ghosts of ambitions long buried, dreams left to wither in the dust. The frescoes loomed larger now, figures entwined in complex narratives of death and rebirth, love and loss, each scene a reflection of the mythic battles waged in the human heart. I felt the pulse of the past surge through me, a torrent of emotions thrumming in my veins. The Etruscans had faced the abyss and had painted it bright, etching their essence into the very fabric of existence. What would we leave behind? As the tension thickened, an unspoken truth hung between us, binding Aurelia and Marcus in a web of shared grief and yearning. The shadows deepened, the flickering torchlight dancing wildly, mirroring the chaos within us. Time slipped away like grains of sand, each moment stretching into eternity, stretching and twisting like the vines captured in the art around us. Will we let our stories fade? Aurelia whispered, the tremor in her voice a raw wound, begging for acknowledgement. Will we be mere echoes in the wind? And just like that, the silence cracked. The energy shifted, a palpable force as we stood on the edge, staring into the void, unafraid. In that moment, I realized that the Etruscan art was not just a mirror to their mythological themes, it was our own reflection, a call to confront the ghosts that lingered within us, the haunting reminders that we are all part of the same tale, dancing on the brink of time itself. As the tension coiled tighter, I could feel the weight of our collective fears, our dreams, and our unfulfilled desires swirling around us, threatening to consume us whole. Yet within that darkness, there was a flicker of understanding, a glimpse of light that beckoned us forward. The confrontation was nearing, an inevitable clash between the past and the future, a reckoning that was both terrifying and exhilarating. And just as we stood there, suspended in that moment, a clock chimed somewhere in the distance, its sound echoing through the chamber like a heartbeat, a reminder that we were alive, that our stories were intertwined with the very fabric of existence. Every heartbeat, every breath, became an invitation to confront our fears, to embrace the chaos, and perhaps find our place within the grand tapestry of life. The echoes of the Etruscans beckoned us, challenging us to not only witness their art but to become part of it, a brushstroke on the canvas of time, a flicker of life in the eternal dance of existence. The air hung thick with a silence so palpable it felt like a living thing, wrapping around the small gathering like a shroud. Shadows danced in the flickering glow of torches, illuminating faces marked by sorrow and fear. I stood among them, heart pounding, the chill of death weighing heavy on my chest. The scent of damp earth and incense mingled, suffocating and sweet, as I watched the body, my brother, laid out on the cold slab, surrounded by the artifacts that defined his life. Each trinket, a whisper of his existence, mirrored the warmth of memories now fractured into grief. I remember the stories, the tales my mother spun about the afterlife, a land beyond the veil, where souls roamed free, unburdened by earthly pains. But now, with him gone, those tales felt like cruel mockery. My brother's laughter, once a joyous echo, had been extinguished, leaving a haunting void. I caught a glimpse of our father, his face a mask of stoic grief, the weight of our family's legacy pressing down on him like the stones of our ancestors. An ache rose in my throat, a fierce desire to scream, to rage against the unfairness of it all. Across the room, Livia stood, her silhouette stark against the warm glow, eyes wide, glistening. She was my brother's love, a fragile flame flickering in the tempest of despair. I could see her trembling, the gentle rise and fall of her chest betraying the storm brewing inside her. Every time she glanced at the body, I felt the air crackle with unsaid words, a tension that tightened around us like a noose. What would she do now? How could she bear this weight? I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but my hands felt bound by the earth's cruel grasp. "Do you think he's afraid?" she whispered, her voice a mere breath, lost in the suffocating silence. I turned to her, the words clawing at my throat. I remember our games, how he'd chase us through the fields, laughing, always laughing. But those days felt like a different life, a shroud of nostalgia that only deepened the wound. The Etruscans believed that to mourn was to honor, and yet, in that moment, I felt a deeper, darker sorrow, that of abandonment. The weight of the past loomed like a storm cloud, heavy and oppressive. The priest entered, draped in layers of somber cloth, his presence sending a shiver down my spine. He bore the symbols of the underworld, the rites that would guide my brother's spirit into the unknown. The rituals were ancient, steeped in a tradition that felt both sacred and terrifying. I could almost see the veil between our world and the next, a thin, fragile line that trembled with the weight of our grief. As he began to chant, words flowing like a haunting melody through the air, I felt the ground tremble beneath me, a reminder of the fragility of life, how easily it could slip away. Will he find peace? Livia's question lingered, echoing in the hollow chamber of my heart. I wanted to reassure her, to claim that our brother would wander through the fields of the afterlife, forever young, forever free. But the truth was heavier than sorrow. It was a weight that threatened to shatter the fragile illusion of hope. I remember the stories of the Elysian fields, where souls dance under the stars, I whispered, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. She looked at me, I searching, desperate for belief in what felt like a lie. Each flicker of the flame seemed to draw closer, illuminating the faces of those mourning. I felt their pain like a physical force, a tide of grief washing over me, pulling me deeper into despair. I wanted to scream, to lash out at the cruel hands of fate that had stolen my brother, leaving us with only shadows. But instead, I stood frozen, the heartache splintering into something darker, a fear of what lay beyond, of the unknown awaiting him. As the priest's chant reached a crescendo, I felt the air shift. It was as if the very fabric of reality trembled, teetering on the brink of another world. I watched as he sprinkled dust over the body, a final blessing, a farewell cloaked in ancient rites. "You are not gone, you are transformed," he intoned, the words vibrating through the air like a low hum, wrapping around our hearts. But who were we to believe in transformation when the void was so tangible, so real? Livia's hand brushed against mine, electric and grounding. I thought of the memories we shared, the laughter that once filled our days. I wanted to reach back into those moments, to pull them forward like a lifeline, but they felt like grains of sand slipping through my fingers. "What if he's trapped?" she whispered, a tremor in her voice that mirrored my own thoughts. "What if he doesn't find his way?" The shadows grew longer, encasing us in their cold embrace. I remembered the tales of the chthonic deities, the guardians of the underworld, and in that moment, I felt a chill race down my spine. What if, like so many before him, my brother wandered the dark corridors of the afterlife, lost and alone, seeking solace that may never come? The thought pierced my heart, sharp and relentless, a reminder that our beliefs could not shield us from the reality of loss. Livia's fingers tightened around mine, our shared grief binding us in an unbreakable tether. "We must let him go," I murmured, though the words felt like shards of glass in my throat. "We must believe he will be free." But as I said it, a part of me recoiled, terrified of what that freedom might mean. It was a question we dared not voice, hovering in the air, heavy with unspeakable dread. The priest's voice rose and fell, a haunting lullaby to the winds, while the shadows closed in around us. I saw my brother's face one last time, the peaceful expression like a mask, and in that moment, a wave of resolve washed over me. I would honor him, not by succumbing to despair, but by embracing the life that had been granted to me, flawed and fleeting. Together, I whispered to Livia, our fingers entwined, two souls entwined in a dance of memories and pain. "We carry him with us." The flickering flame cast eerie shadows, and I could almost see him, my brother, standing at the edge of the afterlife, a flicker of a smile on his lips, urging us to find joy amid the shadows. And as we stood, side by side, I realized the truth that surpassed all fear: love does not end, it transforms, weaving its way through the fabric of life and death, a relentless thread connecting us, binding us in an eternal embrace. The air was thick with tension, the kind that curls your stomach into knots and makes your breath hitch. Shadows pooled beneath the archways of the tomb, dark whispers that seemed to echo with the laughter of the damned. In that suffocating silence, I stood beside Aurelia, clutching the rough stone wall as if it were the only tether to reality. Her eyes glinted with fear, reflecting the flickering light of the oil lamp, a beacon in this realm of eternal night. "I remember," she whispered, voice barely breaking the heavy stillness, "the stories my mother told me. They terrified me then. They terrify me now." She was a storm, caught between the tempest of her past and the haunting present. I felt the weight of her memories pressing against my chest, a slow suffocation. The tales of the diver, a relic of joy stolen by shadows, echoed in her mind. In this tomb, it felt as if he was still celebrating somewhere in the abyss, a ghost dancing amidst the decay. "Do you think he's still here?" I asked, my voice trembling. The fear felt almost tangible, a thick shroud wrapping around us, binding us to this ancient place. Aurelia shivered, and I watched as her fingers traced the cold stone, searching for some forgotten warmth. "He's a part of this now." The laughter, the revelry, it all lives and dies here, she replied, the quiver in her tone betraying her bravado. Aurelia, who wore her strength like armor, was now crumbling, revealing the delicate clay beneath. And then came Marco, a wraith emerging from the shadows, his face etched with the burden of secrets too heavy to bear. "You shouldn't be here," he warned, his voice gravelly, raw. "This place, it's cursed." I felt the chill in his words, as if he were conjuring the very spirits that lurked just beyond the flickering light. "Cursed? Or just misunderstood?" I replied, a defiant edge creeping into my tone. Just like that, the tension thickened, coiling tighter. Marco's eyes flashed with anger, sorrow, or perhaps something deeper, a sense of kinship with the diver, a bond forged in the dark places of the soul. "You don't know what you're asking for," he said, his voice low, haunted by visions of the past. He was a man who danced on the edge of life and death. We're all just waiting to fall. And there it was, the chasm between us, a rift steeped in grief and longing. I could feel the pulse of our surroundings, the tomb itself thrumming with a life of its own, pulling us deeper into its embrace. The walls seemed to breathe in sync with our heartbeats, a rhythmic chant of the departed. I remembered my dreams, the images swirling like fog, a diver plunging into depths unknown, laughing as he slipped beneath the waves, carefree and eternal. What if the diver found freedom down there? I murmured, my mind racing. What if he lives on, laughing at the absurdity of it all? Aurelia's gaze pierced through me. Or what if he's trapped? What if every gulp of water is a scream for help? The thought sent shivers down my spine. I saw the diver in my mind's eye, a figure caught in a beautiful dance, surrounded by vibrant feasts, laughter echoing through caverns of sorrow. Yet the laughter faded, replaced by a haunting silence. "We must confront the shadows," I murmured, my resolve strengthening. Marco shook his head. "You don't understand. There are things here that should remain buried." His words wrapped around us like chains, and I felt the weight of his conviction. But I also sensed his fear that gnawed at him, the same fear that clawed at me. The diver was a reflection of our own struggles, an unyielding reminder that we, too, dance dangerously close to the edge of oblivion. Aurelia placed a hand on my arm, grounding me. "We cannot turn back now. The tomb, it calls to us," she breathed, her voice a mix of fear and fury. "We must understand the truth of the diver." The shadows seemed to shift, twisting into shapes that whispered of lost dreams and shattered hopes. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the pull of the moment, feeling the weight of centuries resting upon my shoulders. Each heartbeat echoed through the walls, a prayer for the forgotten souls lingering in the dark. "Do you remember the tales?" I asked, my voice quivering. The way the diver danced, surrounded by friends, inviting death to join the feast. Aurelia nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It was beautiful. But who knows what he sacrificed for that joy? The balance between life and death is a fragile thread." Suddenly, the lamp flickered violently, plunging us into an abyss of darkness, a void that swallowed our fears whole. My heart raced, a drumbeat in the silence. I felt Marco's hand grip my shoulder, a silent plea to hold on, to remain grounded in this chaotic world. And then I heard it, laughter. Echoing, mocking, swirling around us like the scent of decay. It was the diver's laughter, haunting and alive. "It's him!" Aurelia gasped, her voice barely a whisper. In that moment, everything shifted. The walls seemed to pulse with energy, shadows danced in sync with the laughter, and I felt a cold shiver race down my spine. The weight of the diver's joy and sorrow blended into something tangible, wrapping around us like a shroud. "Are we ready to face what lies within?" Marco asked, his voice trembling with uncertainty. "To confront the truth of the tomb." I swallowed hard, feeling the gravity of his words. The air thickened, charged with the electricity of unspoken fears and desires. We stood on the precipice of understanding, a fragile truce between the living and the dead, and I knew we could not turn back. As the shadows gathered, a sense of desperate yearning enveloped us, pulling us deeper into the tomb, deeper into the abyss. The diver watched, an eternal sentinel, his laughter echoing amid our fears. With every step, I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down, a reminder that time was an illusion, and in this place, all that mattered was the dance of life and death, forever intertwined. The air thrummed with an electric tension as the dark clouds gathered, swirling ominously overhead. A single drop of rain splattered against the dusty stone floor of the ancient temple, a reminder of the chaos brewing outside, but inside was a different kind of storm. The whispers of the past hung heavy, echoing with the weight of unfulfilled prophecies and the bitter taste of forgotten hopes. I could feel the tension crackling in my bones, a warning that something monumental was about to unravel. I stood there, heart racing, my fingers trembling against the cold surface of the altar. The flickering candlelight cast long, dancing shadows that twisted like the thoughts in my mind. Silas was at my side, his eyes wild and filled with a desperation that mirrored my own. "This is madness," he said, voice barely above a whisper, his breath mingling with the scent of damp stone and incense. "We shouldn't be here." "Shut up," I cut him off, my voice sharper than I intended. Fear coiled in my gut, but anger surged with it, an unholy mix that ignited my resolve. I had to do this. We have to know. We must read the signs. Silas turned away, raking his fingers through his disheveled hair, the weight of his guilt palpable. His sister, Livia, had been the one to come to me, her eyes glazed with prophetic dread as she recounted her dreams, the visions that urged her toward this place, this moment. "Livia," he choked out, voice straining against the sharpness of memory. "What if she's lost to us forever?" I could feel his pain like a knife in my own heart. I had seen Livia's laughter transform into shadows, her vibrant spirit dimming under the weight of fate. "We have to believe," I urged, desperation threading my voice. The oracles are dead," he spat, the intensity of his grief sparking anger. "What do you think we'll find here? Dust? Ghosts? Nothing but echoes of madness." My pulse quickened, not just from the fear of what lay ahead, but from the fire ignited within me, a stubborn ember refusing to die. "And what if we find hope?" I countered, grasping his arm, forcing him to look into my eyes. "What if there's something more?" The candle flames flickered as a chill swept through the chamber, the shadows stretching, twisting, threatening to envelop us. My heart pounded against my ribs like a caged animal, desperate for release. Every moment spent in this sacred space felt like a countdown to something monumental, something inevitable. I remembered the tales, the stories of oracles interpreting signs in the flick of a bird's wings, or the way the flames of a fire danced. I remembered Livia's haunting dreams, the way her voice trembled as she described the foreboding images, the blood-red flowers and the shadowy figures that whispered her name. They bathed once a year, so romance was earthy, I muttered, trying to inject a bit of absurdity into the suffocating atmosphere, though the humor felt hollow coming from my lips. Silas shot me a look, half incredulous, half desperate. Outside, thunder cracked like a whip, and the storm unleashed its fury, rain pounding against the stone like the heartbeats of the dead. It felt as though the world was watching, holding its breath for what was to come. The ancient Etruscan symbols etched into the altar glimmered with an otherworldly light, as if calling out to us, begging for our understanding. "Listen," I urged, crouching over the altar, running my fingers over the cool, rough stone. "We can't ignore this. We have to interpret the signs." Silas shifted uneasily, the conflict within him palpable, a chaotic blend of fear, love, and desperation. "And if they're wrong? What if we're wrong? Then we'll face it together," I promised, the weight of those words anchoring me. I would not let fear shackle me. Time felt suspended, and in that moment, everything hung in the balance. I closed my eyes, letting the whispers of the temple envelop me. I could hear the rustling of leaves, the distant cries of lost souls, the secrets of the cosmos swirling just beyond comprehension. I remember the elders speaking of the omens, the sacred signs that guided our destinies, the signs that could either herald salvation or doom. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, an urgent reminder of the choices we were about to make. As I opened my eyes, a sudden gust of wind surged through the chamber, extinguishing the flickering candles. Darkness swallowed us whole, an oppressive void that pressed against my chest. I felt Silas's hand grasp mine, a lifeline in the suffocating blackness. Then, abruptly, the silence shattered. A shattering crack echoed, and a figure emerged from the shadows, tall, cloaked, the face obscured. A ghostly silhouette that sent chills racing down my spine. "Who dares disturb the realms?" the figure intoned, voice a low rumble that resonated through the stone, vibrating against my very soul. I squeezed Silas's hand, our fingers interlocking tightly, our fears mingling in the darkness, a tempest waiting to be unleashed. "We seek the truth," I managed to stammer, my voice trembling as I stepped closer to the figure, ready to confront whatever madness awaited us. A hollow laugh echoed in the darkness, the sound both haunting and strangely familiar. "Truth? You come seeking truth in a world of shadows? You know not what you ask for." And in that moment, a realization washed over me, cold and paralyzing. The signs were here, swirling like smoke, slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. The storm outside raged on, but inside, the stakes escalated. My heart thundered, the tension stretching thin, ready to snap. In that cavern of despair and desperation, I closed my eyes once more, feeling the weight of fate bearing down upon us. "Show us," I whispered, the words escaping my lips, raw and pleading. "Show us the way." The figure stood silent, and the shadows deepened, wrapping around us like a shroud. Time stood still, the air thick with unspoken omens and unfulfilled dreams, as if the universe were holding its breath, waiting for the moment we would either rise or fall. I remember the way the air felt thick and electric, like a storm brewing just beneath the surface. The scent of ancient earth clung to my skin, a damp reminder of the past, as I stood in the shadows of what was once a mighty Etruscan temple, its columns towering like ghosts of a forgotten world. The moon hung low that night, a silver sentinel overseeing the twisted dance of fate between Rome and Etruria. Underneath its cold gaze, two figures stood, Amora and her brother, Lucius, caught in a moment that could shatter everything. Amora's heart raced, a wild beast clawing at her chest, threatening to burst forth at any moment. "You don't understand," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread against the backdrop of a relentless wind that howled like the spirits of the restless dead. "They want to erase us. They want to rewrite our stories." Her eyes shone with fear, but there was fire there too, a fierce, unyielding defiance. She was not just a sister, she was a flame ready to ignite. Lucius, his face shadowed by doubt, glanced towards the distant lights flickering in the Roman camp. "Those stories are not worth our blood, Amora," he said, his voice heavy, burdened. "They've already taken so much. What more can we lose?" The weight of his words hung in the air, thickening the tension, pressing against Amora like a physical force. He was tired, weary from the fight, but she saw the flicker of hope deep in his eyes, the hope that maybe, just maybe, there was still time to reclaim what was lost. I remember standing there, caught in the moment, feeling their pain pulse around me like a heartbeat. The memory of their struggles poured through the cracks in the night, as if the very ground beneath us held the stories of their ancestors, their triumphs, their defeats, their gods. The Etruscan Pantheon, once vibrant and alive, now cast in shadows as Roman soldiers marched over their sacred sites, their laughter echoing like a death knell through the valleys. "Do you remember the tales of Tinia?" Amora asked, her voice trembling but unwavering. "The tales of the thunder and the storm? He fought for us. He won battles for Etruria." Her hands gestured wildly, as if trying to summon the god himself from the depths of the earth. "We are not just dust in the wind. We are the stories that breathe, the myths that linger." Lucius turned away, grappling with the storm inside himself. "But what if they're just stories, Amora? What if they mean nothing to the Romans? They're a tide we cannot withstand." His voice cracked, vulnerability leaking through the cracks of his bravado. His thoughts spiraled into dark recesses, visions of their homeland swallowed whole, their gods forgotten, their legends erased. I remember the skies lit by the flickering torches of our ancestors. I remember the laughter that danced around the hearth. Amora's voice soared, cutting through the air like a blade. "We are the inheritors of their dreams. We are the fire that refuses to be extinguished." There was a rage in her proclamation, a desperate plea that teetered on the edge of madness and clarity. Time felt elastic, stretching between the past and the present. The moon continued its relentless watch, a single eye casting judgment upon them. Lucius turned back, his heart caught between the marrow of his bones and the weight of his sister's conviction. And what then? If we stand, we may end up shattered, our blood staining the very earth we seek to protect. Better to stand shattered than kneel broken. Amora cried, her voice ringing with the intensity of thunder. Do you think the Romans will spare us if we cower in the shadows? No. They will come for our stories, for our gods, and for everything we hold dear. They will erase us, Lucius. They will erase the very fabric of who we are. The silence after her words was deafening, suffocating. It wrapped around them, pressing them closer together, binding their fates like an unbreakable thread. The shadows shifted, whispering secrets of forgotten rites and ancient sacrifices. The night seemed to breathe with them, alive with the pulse of history. Lucius finally nodded, a reluctant acceptance. I will fight beside you, sister. But know this, if we fall together. The tension crackled like electricity as they stood on that precipice, the line drawn between fear and defiance, duty and desire. The flicker of torches grew stronger, shadows lengthening and dancing with a cruel mirth. The Romans were approaching, their presence a heavy weight of inevitability. The air quivered with uncertainty, the tension thick enough to slice through. I could feel it, the urgency, the heartache, the unyielding drive to resist the tide of time that sought to wash away the Etruscan legacy. Amora stepped forward into the moonlight, resolute. We are the echoes of the past, Lucius. We are the dreams that refuse to die. With every word, the night seemed to hold its breath, every heartbeat synced with the pulse of their shared resolve. And in that moment, as the darkness closed in around them, I knew that this was only the beginning. The clash of cultures, the fight for identity, the desperate grasping at threads of myth that could either weave them into a tapestry of history or unravel them completely, all hung in the balance. Time itself was a cruel mistress, and the night would not let them escape unscathed. I remember feeling the weight of their struggle pressing down, the fear coursing through them like a river of molten steel. The influence of Rome on Etruscan mythology was not just a clash of civilizations, it was a war for the very essence of existence, a battle where the stakes were nothing less than the soul of a people. As the two figures braced themselves against the coming storm, I felt the pulse of their fate resonate within me. In the chilling silence, the only sound was the whisper of the wind, carrying with it the echoes of ancient gods and forgotten stories, urging them to fight, to resist, to believe. And just like that, the night unfolded around them, the tale still unwritten, a haunting promise lingering in the air. Rain pounded against the cobblestones, each drop a hammer striking an anvil, as I stood frozen in the heart of the storm. Fear slithered down my spine like a serpent coiling around my thoughts, tight, constricting. The shadows danced wickedly in the flickering torchlight, and there, behind the gnarled trees, was the figure. A nymph, ethereal yet tangible, her eyes like pools of midnight, reflecting haunting beauty and treachery in equal measure. I remembered her laughter, the way it echoed in the mist, chilling my bones. But this wasn't a time for memories, this was survival. Run! I screamed, my voice swallowed by the tempest. Beside me, Marcus stumbled, his gaze locked on the nymph as if bewitched by a spell older than time itself. He was flawed, so humanly flawed, driven by desire and haunted by regrets of his own making. I felt the weight of his anguish, the thrumming heartbeat of his yearning mixing with my own. I had tried to save him from this madness, but here we stood, tethered by fate, drenched in rain and fear. The forest whispered secrets, the wind carrying voices that seemed to hiss Marcus's name, teasing him into the abyss. I caught a glimpse of the satyr, half hidden beneath the boughs, watching us with eyes that sparkled with mischief and malice. His laughter rang out, a sound both seductive and sinister, mingling with the rain. Join us, Marcus! Embrace the wild within. Each word dripped with temptation, like honey laced with poison. But I remembered the stories. I remembered the villagers who vanished beneath the moonlight, lured by the promise of pleasure and forgotten by dawn. The satyrs were known for their revelry, their indulgence. They were alchemists of chaos, twisting the fabric of reality into something grotesque and beautiful. I grasped Marcus's arm, pulling him back from the edge of the world where shadows danced, where nymphs beckoned, and where satyrs celebrated perdition. What do you want? I shouted into the wind, my voice cracking like the branches above, desperate for clarity in this storm of madness. The nymph's smile widened, a crescent moon against the storm's fury. Freedom, dear child. Freedom from the shackles of your mundane existence. I could feel the pull of her words curling around my heart, a siren's call that begged to be answered. But what did she know of my mundane life? What did she know of the fear that kept me awake at night, the guilt that gnawed at my consciousness? The trees groaned as lightning clawed through the sky, illuminating the figures before us in a spectral glow. For a fleeting moment, I felt the weight of time pressing down on me, a clock ticking its ominous rhythm. There was something primal in the moment, something that echoed through the ages, an ancient battle between light and dark, desire and duty. Don't listen to her, I pleaded, my voice raw, filled with a desperation that felt almost tangible. She'll take you. I knew what lurked in the depths of that glimmering gaze. I had seen friends lost to their yearning, consumed by an insatiable hunger for freedom that turned them into echoes of themselves. The nymph swayed, her presence inviting but fraught with peril. You live in a cage, my dear, she crooned, her voice silky yet sharp like the edge of a blade. Come dance with us. Come awaken the wild that sleeps within you. Marcus hesitated, and in that suspended moment, my heart fractured into 1,000 pieces, each shard cutting deeper than the last. I saw his desire, a flicker of rebellion battling against the chains of his past. He was the embodiment of yearning and despair, standing at the precipice of choice. Who are you to dictate my life? He finally spat, a tremor of defiance breaking the spell. But the satyr laughed, a sound like thunder rolling across the darkened sky. We are everything you fear and desire, he said, stepping forward, the air thick with a heady mixture of earth and revelry. We are the shadows that dance in your mind, the laughter that echoes in your dreams. You cannot resist us. I felt the ground beneath us shift, a rumble that vibrated through my very bones. The storm intensified, the rain turning to a deluge, and the nymph's laughter mingled with the chaos. It was a cacophony of emotions, a symphony of torment and ecstasy. I grasped Marcus's shoulders, grounding him as the storm raged. Look at me, I cried, forcing him to meet my eyes. We have to leave. This isn't freedom, it's a trap. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, a tempest of emotion swirling within. I knew what it was to yearn for something more, to feel the pull of uncharted territories and wild escapades. But I also knew the cost, the irrevocable choice that could lead to our undoing. I remember the laughter of the past, the joy of the fleeting moments shared under the stars, I whispered, pouring every ounce of my soul into my words. But I won't lose you to this madness. Not again. The nymph's expression darkened, her allure crumbling under the weight of conviction. You cannot sever the ties of fate, she hissed. Shadows twisted around her like angry serpents, and I could feel the air grow thick with tension. You are bound to us, to this wildness. The city you cling to is but a prison, and we are the key. But I held tight, refusing to let go. I could feel my heart pounding, a war drum echoing the urgency of the moment. We are not bound, I shouted, the words bursting from me like a dam breaking free. We choose who we become. And with that declaration, the storm seemed to pause, a breath caught in the throes of chaos. The nymph and the satyr exchanged a glance, a flicker of uncertainty crossing their features. For a heartbeat, the world stood still, teetering on the edge of a knife. Then, with a howl, the wind erupted anew, swirling around us, drowning out everything but the beating of our hearts and the deafening roar of the storm. I felt Marcus begin to pull away, the wildness in him awakening, battling against the chains of his past. And in that struggle, I could see the spark of a choice taking root, a decision that would ripple through time like a stone cast into a still pond. But time was fleeting, the clock ticking ominously, and I could feel the shadows closing in, ready to consume us whole. The nymph's laughter echoed, chilling and seductive, urging us to come forth into the night, to embrace the chaos, to lose ourselves in the wild. Stay close, I whispered, the words barely escaping my lips, as the storm raged around us, an unending tempest of longing and fear, darkness and light, the eternal dance of fate and freedom. And though the confrontation loomed like a specter in the distance, I knew, deep within, that we were poised at the edge of a precipice, ready to leap into the unknown. The world around us surged with life, shadows pulsing like the very heart of existence, and I was left wondering, not if we would fall, but how beautifully we might soar, or how painfully we might crash. The moon hung low and heavy, casting pale light over the crumbling stones of the temple, a sentinel of forgotten prayers. I stood there, heart pounding, as if the granite walls were alive, breathing, whispering secrets through the cracks. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and despair, like the ghosts of the Etruscans themselves lingered in the shadows, watching, waiting. I could almost hear their laughter mingling with the night, a haunting melody that tugged at the edges of my sanity. Do you feel it? Claudia's voice sliced through the eerie silence, shaky yet fierce. Her eyes, two pools of obsidian, glistened with a wild mix of fear and determination. She was my closest friend, yet here, in the heart of this ancient ruin, she felt like a stranger, an intrepid explorer lost in her own labyrinth of emotions. I sensed the conflict raging within her, a tempest that threatened to consume us both. I remember, I whispered, the words tumbling out like stones from a crumbling wall. I remember when we first walked through those gates, the awe of it all, the weight of history pressing down on us. The temple loomed larger, a monolith of dreams and nightmares. Its pillars stood like silent sentinels, watching us bathe in the light of 1,000 forgotten stars. But the laughter turned bitter, a mocking echo resonating within my chest. I was not just an observer, I was entwined in their fate, woven into the tapestry of this civilization that thrived and perished. What did the Etruscans know of fear? Or love? Or loss? Standing at the threshold of their sacred space, it was all too overwhelming, too raw. Look at the stone carvings, Claudia urged, her voice rising above the sighing wind. Each line, each curve tells a story. It's not just architecture, it's their very essence. They poured their souls into this. She touched a weathered relief, tracing the contours of a figure, perhaps a priestess, or a warrior, heroes immortalized in stone. I wanted to scream, to shake her, to tell her that history is not just a collection of stories, it's a graveyard of dreams unfulfilled. Do you think they knew? I asked, my voice trembling. Did they know how little time they had? How fleeting the glories of their civilization would be? The question hung between us like a noose, tightening around my throat. I could see it in her eyes, the fear of the unknown, the weight of destiny pressing down like the very stones of the temple. I don't want to think about it, she breathed, her defiance wavering. I want to believe that they lived fiercely, that every moment was a wild, untamed celebration. Her spirit shone like a flickering candle, and I wanted to protect it, to shield it from the darkness that loomed around us. But how could I? I felt like a coward, trembling beneath the shadows of the past. What if they were haunted? I whispered. What if their monuments were not just tributes to their gods, but also reminders of their failures? The temple seemed to shudder at the thought, its stones vibrating with ancient sorrows, the weight of unfulfilled prayers echoing through the emptiness. A chill ran down my spine, and I turned to see Marco, his face pale and drawn, stepping into the dim light. He was a historian, a man whose passion for the Etruscans bordered on obsession. Yet that very obsession had led him down a path of despair, a tomb filled with lost dreams and shattered expectations. You both need to see this, he said, urgency etched into every line of his face. And then he was dragging us deeper into the temple, past the crumbling dais and the altars shrouded in shadows. There it was, the inscription carved into stone, a haunting lament of a civilization brought low by time and tragedy. I found this, he breathed, his voice barely above a whisper, reverence crashing against our hearts. They knew. They felt it all, the rise and the inevitable fall. The letters danced in the flickering torchlight, weaving tales of resurrection and despair. I could feel the weight of the centuries pressing down, squeezing the air from my lungs. What does it mean? Claudia asked, her fingers trembling against the cool stone. The question hung, pregnant with possibility, bursting with unspoken fears. The Etruscans believed in the afterlife, Marco murmured, the words spilling out like secrets. They crafted their temples not just for worship but as gateways, portals to the cosmos, to the souls that lingered. They sought the divine in the mundane, the eternal in the fleeting. I felt the laughter of the night turn into a dirge, the shadows creeping closer, wrapping around us like a shroud. "And what of us?" I whispered, my voice breaking. "What do we seek? What temples do we build in our own lives?" The question dripped with the weight of realization, clinging to the air like fog. "Hope," Claudia said, her voice fierce, yet trembling. "We seek hope." But even as she spoke, the shadows deepened, the temple seemed to pulse with the weight of unfulfilled desires. I wondered if hope was merely a flimsy facade, a paper lantern against the encroaching dark. The air crackled with tension, and in that moment I felt the walls shift, the very fabric of time bending. I was lost, and yet I was utterly consumed. "Do you realize," I said, my heart racing, "that we are standing on the remnants of a world that once thrived? We are mere echoes, shadows in a dance of mortality." Marco's eyes were wide with a mix of fear and understanding, as if he too felt the weight of eternity pressing against his chest. "It's all connected," he whispered, and the tremor in his voice ignited something deep inside me. The temple, the inscriptions, our lives, none were separate. We were all threads in a tapestry woven by time, each heartbeat resonating against the backdrop of history. "I remember," I started, and the words poured out, a torrent of emotion, a desperate confession. "I remember the stories, the legends, the beauty and the pain. They haunt me, just as the temple haunts us now." Claudia and Marco stood at my side, our hearts beating as one, a trio of souls entwined in this dance of darkness and light, of despair and hope. And as the night deepened, I realized that the temple would not let us go. We were bound to it, just as the Etruscans had been bound to their fate, just as we were bound to our own. In that moment, the temple became more than a structure, it became a living, breathing entity, a mirror reflecting our fears and dreams. The shadows whispered again, a ghostly chorus mingling with our thoughts, urging us to confront the very essence of our existence. Time began to unravel, the cosmos swirling above us, and I felt the weight of eternity crash against my soul. No conclusions, no escape, only the infinite rhythm of life and death, of hope and despair, echoing through the hollow chambers of this ancient heart. The sky was bruised, a deep indigo scar marred by streaks of lightning, crackling like the tension in the air. The scent of rain loomed, heavy with the promise of chaos. I stood there, my heart thundering against my ribcage, as shadows danced across the landscape, a battlefield soaked with forgotten dreams and lost souls. I remember every face, every scream echoing off the stones like a ghost's lament. Darius, my brother, stood at the edge of the clash, his face painted with the shadows of both courage and dread. He was all sinew and fire, a warrior forged in the foundry of our ancestors' blood. But beneath that fierce facade, I saw the flicker of doubt, a fragile candle fighting against the gusts of fate. His sword was raised, but the weight of its purpose clung to him like a shroud. "What if it's all for nothing?" His voice cut through the air, a soft whisper drowning in the cacophony of war. I remember how I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the brink, but I was frozen, caught in the web of what we had become. And then there was Livia, fierce and wild like a storm, her heart beating for freedom. She charged forward, her hair a dark banner waving in the wind, a siren of defiance. But in her eyes, I saw the flickering candlelight of desperation, the shadows lurking just beyond the edges of her resolve. For the fallen, she cried, a mantra echoing in the hearts of those who dared to follow her into the fray. I wanted to shout with her, to sweep away the grief that had wrapped around us like chains, but all I could do was watch as the ground turned to mud beneath the weight of our choices. The clash of metal rang out like a symphony of chaos, each note a reminder of what we had sacrificed. I still remember the taste of iron on my lips and the burn in my throat as I choked back the horror of bloodshed. In that moment, time twisted like the dark tendrils of a nightmare, and I was lost in the currents of memory, the echoes of laughter and warmth swallowed by the chill of fear. I remember the legends told around fires, of the Etruscan gods who reveled in the chaos of battle, their laughter a haunting melody drifting through the night. Did they watch us now? Did they feast on our grief, our fury? Their faces were etched in the shadows, lurking like hungry wolves at the edges of our despair. I couldn't help but wonder if they had spun this web of war, feeding off our desires, our failures. The question gnawed at me, clawing its way into the recesses of my mind. What if we were mere puppets, dancing to the tune of unfeeling deities? As the fighting raged on, I felt Darius slip away, a shadow melding with the darkness around him. My heart pounded with adrenaline and fear. Darius! Come back! My voice was lost in the roar of the battlefield, swallowed by the cries of the dying and the triumphant shouts of those who clawed their way to victory. I could see him, a flicker of movement, charging into the fray, oblivious to the void that threatened to swallow him whole. I felt the pull of his ambition, the thirst for glory, but it twisted in my gut like poison. I remember the moment when the tide turned, when the air thickened with the scent of dread. The ground trembled beneath our feet, and a darkness emerged, a beast born of our own creation. It was a creature not of flesh, but of the shadows we cast, the regrets we buried. It bellowed, a sound that could pierce the very fabric of the heavens, and I felt the world shift beneath me. I could see Darius standing still, transfixed, as the beast loomed closer, a testament to our failures and fears. Livia! I screamed, my voice cracking, the weight of despair heavy in my chest. She turned, her face pale, eyes wide with terror. We need to fight. But even as I said it, I knew. This was not a fight against flesh and blood, this was a war against our own demons, rising from the ashes of our choices. As we faced the darkness, memories flooded back, our father's voice, warning us of the cost of vengeance, the way he held us close when the nightmares crawled from the corners of our minds. War does not bring peace, children, he had whispered, only deeper scars. I felt the truth of his words now, a weight that settled over me like a cloak of sorrow. The beast roared, and the ground shook, the shadows closing in, and I knew we were not ready for the reckoning. What do we do? Darius shouted, but his voice was trembling, a thin thread unraveling in the midst of chaos. We fight! I cried, though the words felt hollow, a desperate plea echoing back to me. Livia gripped my arm, her eyes fierce yet haunted. We face it together, she screamed, and I could feel the energy shift, a flicker of hope igniting against the encroaching darkness. In that moment, everything became a blur, the clash of steel, the howls of the fallen, the shadows closing in. I remember the rush of adrenaline, the way my breath quickened, the fear intertwining with something primal. We charged forward, hearts pounding, each step a defiance against the inevitability of despair. The darkness buckled, twisted around our resolve, a serpent coiling tighter, but we would not yield. As we collided with the beast, the air crackled with energy, a desperate fight ignited by our sorrow. The shadows screamed, clamoring to consume us, yet we pressed on, fueled by memories of laughter that had once brightened our lives. I remember the moment our blades met the creature's darkness, carving our hopes into the very fabric of the night. It was more than a battle, it was a reckoning, the culmination of every scar we carried. The ground shook beneath us, and we howled in defiance, a chorus of voices echoing into the void. And just as the darkness threatened to envelop us, I caught a glimpse of Darius's face, determination etched in stone, a flicker of light piercing through the shadows. In that heartbeat, I felt the truth of our struggle, we were not alone. We were tethered together by our grief, our hopes, our dreams, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of conflict. The night raged on, a tapestry woven with threads of despair and defiance, and our battle was but a whisper in the winds of fate. But in that moment, as we clashed with the darkness, I knew this was only the beginning. The fight against our demons was far from over. Time stretched infinitely around us, a ticking clock echoing the heartbeat of the universe, and as we charged into the abyss, I understood, war was not merely a clash of steel, it was the struggle for our souls, a battle that would echo through the ages, never truly ending, always beckoning us into the shadows once more. The chill of the early morning air wrapped around me like a shroud, mingling with the scent of damp earth and distant smoke. The sun had barely breached the horizon, but the sounds of life were already stirring, cows lowing, roosters crowing, the clatter of pots from the nearby village. I stood there, heart pounding, caught in the swirling tides of fate as if the cosmos itself had conspired to thrust me into this moment. In that fleeting stillness, I thought of Elia. Her laughter, once a melody that danced through the air, now lingered like an echo in a hollow room. I could still see her, eyes bright and defiant, hair flying wild in the wind as she raced through the fields, chased by the whispers of the gods. But now, she was trapped in a web spun by ancient promises and the weight of expectation. Did she ever suspect that the myths shaping our world would turn against her? Get back! I heard her voice scream through the chaos of the marketplace, so vivid it felt like a blade slicing through my heart. I turned just in time to see her standing tall against the tide of men, their faces twisted in anger, their voices a rising storm. They were mocking her, their laughter sharp as the daggers they carried, yet she stood unyielding, fierce like a lioness defending her pride. "You think your stones can silence me?" she shouted, her hands trembling yet resolute. In the shadows, I saw Lysandra watching, her own heart twisted in a knot of fear and admiration. How could she be so brave? I could feel the weight of her thoughts, a tidal wave crashing against the cliffs of doubt. What if they hurt her? Lysandra whispered to no one and everyone. She was the softest heart in our little circle, yet the world demanded that she wear armor forged from iron. But there was no armor strong enough to shield a heart that felt too much. I remembered her dreams of breaking free, of becoming a priestess, singing prayers to the moon, a beacon of hope for those who wandered in darkness. But the price of dreams, oh, how it haunted us! I watched as Elia's defiance sparked a fire in the crowd, igniting their fury. "You cannot speak for the gods," one man bellowed, his face contorted with rage. "You are but a woman, a vessel, a shadow." The words slashed through the air, heavy and suffocating, each syllable a stone tossed into the fragile pond of her courage. I wished I could reach out, to wrap Elia in the warmth of my embrace and shield her from the cold, hard truth that wrapped around us like a serpent ready to strike. The myths we grew up with were not just stories, they were chains, binding us in roles we never chose. To be a woman in Etruscan society was to dance on a tightrope stretched between reverence and ridicule, power and powerlessness. Lysandra, it was barely a whisper, but I saw the flicker of desperation in her eyes. She was torn, trapped between her admiration for Elia and the suffocating grip of societal norms. If she sided with Elia, she risked becoming the target of scorn too. "What do I do?" she asked, the weight of her voice echoing 1,000 unspoken fears. I felt the tension crackle in the air, thick and electric, as the crowd surged forward. Elia, fierce and unrelenting, met their gaze head-on. "I am not just a vessel. I am a voice. I am a spirit." Her words were a battle cry, and I could see the glimmer of something unbreakable in her eyes. But there, in the depths of that light, I recognized the flicker of fear. Their laughter faded, but the tension only thickened, the line drawn between compassion and cruelty. I looked back at Lysandra, who clutched her hands, nails digging into her palms, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes. "You have to support her," I urged, desperation clawing at my throat. "If not you, who will be her shield? Who will stand against the tide?" Elia's voice rang out again, fierce like a thunderstorm, shaking the very foundations of our existence. "You think you can silence me? I am the daughter of the earth, the sister of the stars. I am woven into the fabric of the cosmos." Her words bounced off the walls of the market, each syllable a challenge, a plea. And in that moment, the very essence of our existence hung in a precarious balance. I saw the eyes of the crowd shift, uncertainty creeping in like a thief in the night. Could they stand against a woman who claimed her own power? Lysandra! Elia's gaze turned to her, a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea. "What will it be? Will you cower in the shadows, or will you light the way?" The silence that followed was deafening, a pause pregnant with possibility. I could feel the weight of all those unspoken words hovering, waiting to explode. Time stretched thin, each heartbeat echoing like a chant, a ritual of the fates. Suddenly, Lysandra stepped forward, her voice trembling yet fierce, like the first crack of dawn breaking through the darkness. "You're right. We are more than what they say. We are the daughters of the earth and the sky." The words hung in the air, defiant and raw, a testament to the strength that lay hidden in our souls. But the men recoiled, their fury reignited, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. I knew then that this confrontation was but the beginning, a ripple in a much larger tide. Elia and Lysandra stood united, two flames flickering in the dark, and I could feel the pulse of their resolve blending with my own. We were bound by something greater than fear, a desire to break free from the fabric of our existence, to rewrite the myths that had confined us. And as the shadows closed in, I knew deep in my bones that this was a battle not just of bodies, but of spirits, a fight for recognition, for power, for the right to be seen. Time spiraled like a whirling dervish, the moment stretching and colliding, twisting into something beautiful yet terrifying. I could feel the universe holding its breath, as if it too awaited the outcome of this fierce confrontation. The world was shifting, and we were at the heart of it, Elia, Lysandra, and me, three women on the precipice of a revolution, ready to carve our names into the fabric of history. And in that charged silence, I realized this moment was not an end but a new beginning, a haunting echo of the battle still to come. Every heartbeat, every breath, every whisper of wind carried the weight of our shared struggle, weaving a tapestry of myth and reality, a reminder that we were alive, fierce, and undeniably free. The air thickens with a tension that crackles like a storm approaching, the shadows of crumbling stone walls loom, whispering secrets of a time long buried. Beneath the cold sheen of the crescent moon, a chorus of cicadas hums their dreadful symphony, drowning out the frantic gasps of a man running, his feet pounding against the cobblestones, each echo a pulse of desperation. This is Tullius, a soldier with the weight of 1,000 regrets pressing down on his shoulders, sweat mingling with the dirt on his brow. He runs from the faces of the fallen, their eyes hollow as the very graves that whisper their names. Why? Why did I? His voice falters, swallowed by the night, leaving only the unanswerable questions to linger. He feels their presence behind him, spectral figures that slip through the cracks of his mind, their fingers grazing his spine, urging him to stop, rest, repent. But Tullius knows better. The bitter taste of betrayal lingers in his mouth, a memory of laughter now turned to ashes. He remembers the day the sky turned red, the morning the sun failed to rise. Myra, the healer, stands alone in her dimly lit chamber, herbs strewn across the table like the shattered fragments of her heart. She can hear the chaos rising outside, the screams mingling with the steady rhythm of her own pulse, a metronome of panic. Each breath she takes is laced with the scent of crushed mint and an impending doom. Her fingers tremble as she sorts through the remnants of hope, the very essence of life that now feels like a cruel joke. She remembers when healing was an art, not a race against time. A soft knock at the door jolts her, and in rushes Tullius, wild-eyed, a tempest contained in human skin. They're coming. We have to go. The urgency in his voice cuts through her like a knife, but all she can see are the cracks in his armor, the vulnerability that he tries so hard to mask. He's always been strong, but now he wears failure like a shroud. What have you done? Myra's voice trembles, a soft plea hidden behind the shard of anger. She knows the violence that lurks in the shadows of his past, how it haunts him, a specter that refuses to fade. Tullius, please. You can't keep running. Running is all I have left, he roars, the fear spilling out, raw and unguarded. They will kill us both if we stay. And in his eyes, she sees a storm, a tempest that threatens to consume him whole. Outside, the moon is swallowed by clouds, the city becomes a dark labyrinth, its secrets twisting in the alleyways. The tension is palpable, a living thing that wraps around them, squeezing, suffocating. As they move, adrenaline pushes them forward, a primal instinct against the backdrop of their impending doom. And then, a flash, a memory, a moment of laughter shared under the same moon that now seems so distant. Myra remembers their hands brushing, how Tullius would smile, a light cutting through the darkness of war. I remember, she whispers, the words a lifeline as she fights to keep her sanity, her heart. I remember when hope was more than a candle flickering in the wind. Hope is a fool's game, he snaps back, but she can see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. We are ghosts of our own making. Their voices fade into the shadows, replaced by the distant clanging of metal, the howl of rage echoing through the streets. The city, once a sanctuary, has transformed into a battleground, each corner hiding a memory they can't escape. The walls, like ancient sentinels, witness their struggle, etched with the tales of triumph and tragedy that pulse through Etruscan veins. They turn a corner and the chaos spills into view, figures shrouded in darkness, faces illuminated by flickering torches, hunger for blood glinting in their eyes. Tullius freezes, heart racing, a deer caught in the headlights of fate. "We can't go that way," he gasps, fear wrapping around his throat like a noose. But Myra steps forward, defiance sparking in her heart. "We have to. We can't let them take our lives." She feels the weight of generations behind her, the ancestors who fought and bled for freedom. It surges through her, the fire of rebellion igniting her spirit. Tullius stares at her, torn between despair and admiration. With a sudden burst of resolve, they turn toward an archway, slipping through the shadows like whispers carried by the night. The world outside is a whirlwind of chaos, but in this moment, they are cocooned in a fragile bubble of shared purpose. Their breaths come in spurts, rhythmically matching the wild beating of their hearts, two souls intertwined in the dance of survival. Yet the city knows no mercy. A figure emerges from the darkness, a silhouette sharp against the flickering flames, and Tullius feels his blood run cold. It's him, the ghost of his past made flesh, the man whose betrayal carved a rift in their world. "You think you can escape your sins?" The voice drips with venom, echoing in the hollow spaces of Tullius's heart. "I will not let you take her," he shouts, stepping forward, fear morphing into a surge of adrenaline. The ground beneath them shifts, the echoes of their shared history swirling around like a tempest. Myra stands behind him, her eyes wide, caught between fear and awe. "Then it's time for you to pay." The figure lunges, a blur of darkness and rage, and the air crackles with electric intensity. Time slows, each heartbeat echoing in the silence as chaos unfurls. Tullius's fists clench, and he charges forward, the memories of laughter and love fueling his fight against despair. "Remember!" Myra's voice slices through the chaos, a desperate plea echoing in his mind. "Remember why we fight!" In that moment, everything collapses, the weight of triumph and tragedy, the essence of their existence, swirling into a storm that threatens to consume them. As the darkness encroaches, their hearts pulse in unison, a battle cry against the inevitability of fate. And with every heartbeat, they become legends, Etruscan echoes of triumph and tragedy, entwined in a story that refuses to end, the shadows of their past mingling with the flicker of hope that still breathes in the night. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of impending storm, when I stumbled upon the ancient amphitheater. The stones whispered secrets of lives long extinguished, of laughter mingling with death, of triumph and sorrow etched into every weathered surface. I felt a shudder ripple through me, as if the very ground remembered the weight of time, the echo of cycles unbroken. I remember the chill in my bones, the flickering shadows dancing like phantoms across the arena. There stood Elia, her dark curls framing a face etched with worry. Her eyes, pools of stormy sadness, searched mine, desperate for understanding. "They say the past never dies, only cycles back," she murmured, a confession soaked in dread. I wanted to reach for her, to bridge the chasm that time had carved through our souls, but the truth tangled in my throat, choking the words before they could escape. And there was Cassius, grappling with his own demons, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles strained white. He was a tempest, a storm raging against the confines of a world that had already cast him aside. What if the Etruscans were right? His voice cracked, raw with fear, uncertainty swirling like thick fog. What if we're doomed to relive our mistakes, over and over again? Each syllable felt like a stone thrown into still water, rippling outward into realms unseen. Time. A relentless spectre, stalking us with a precision that left no room for missteps. The Etruscans believed in cycles, life, death, rebirth, a never-ending loop. But as I stood there, the weight of their doctrine bore down on me like a shroud. What if their beliefs weren't just ancient, quaint philosophies? What if they were the truth, a cruel twist while we danced in the shadows of our own making? Elia's breath hitched, and in that moment, the amphitheater transformed. It morphed into a stage, a place where our emotions played out like tragedies woven into the fabric of time. The thunder rolled outside, a dark drumbeat echoing our own heartbeats, punctuating the air with an intensity that left no room for silence. I could feel the ghosts of the past gathering around us, their whispers a cacophony of longing and regret, while my insides twisted with the fear of facing our own cycles. "Look," Cassius spat, pointing toward the looming darkness beyond the archways. "Every mistake we make is etched into the cosmos. The Etruscans knew it, they saw it in the stars. It's all connected, the heavens, our souls, the ground beneath. His words hung heavy, a declaration that left us breathless. Ghosts of lovers lost, of betrayals, of wars fought and forgotten, flickered in my mind, and I questioned, what sins lay curled in the shadows of our lives, waiting to pounce? Time is not linear, Elia whispered, each word a thread binding her to those who had come before us, those who had fallen. It spirals. It coils. It traps us in its web. I felt the weight of her realization seep into my skin, a chill that made my heart race. To understand the Etruscan concept of time was to confront our own frailties, our own cyclical failures. The walls of the amphitheater closed in, each stone a witness to the weight of our fears. Outside, the storm unleashed its fury, rain lashing against the stones like a frantic heartbeat. The ground trembled beneath us, as if the universe itself was pleading for recognition, of pain, of joy, of life itself. I remembered the dreams that had haunted me, visions of past lives where I was both the hero and the villain, each decision echoing through eternity, shaping the very fabric of my being. What if we can break the cycle? I asked, a tremor in my voice. My heart raced, pumping blood thick with the fear of failure. What if we can change our fate? Elia's gaze pierced through me, a mix of hope and despair. I saw her wrestling with the truth, a haunting reflection of the battle waging in my own soul. But at what cost? She countered, her voice a haunting melody, laced with the bitterness of truth. To break the cycle, we might have to sacrifice what we hold dear. Her words hung in the air, a tolling bell that echoed through my core. I remembered the faces of those I loved, the laughter, the warmth, the fragile threads that connected us all. Would I be willing to sever those ties to escape the clutches of fate? Cassius slammed his fist against the stone, the sound reverberating through the air, breaking the spell of silence. We've fought so hard. We can't let the past dictate our future. His eyes blazed with determination, yet the flicker of doubt danced in the depths of his gaze. Could we truly fight against the cosmic forces that had laid claim to our lives? And then, a flash of lightning illuminated the amphitheater, a blinding moment of clarity that sliced through the shadows. I felt the pulse of the universe align with my own, like the beat of a distant drum. We're all connected, I whispered, the realization crashing into me like waves against jagged cliffs. The Etruscans, every choice, every moment, it binds us, it shapes us. We can't escape it, but we can embrace it. The storm raged on, a chaotic symphony of nature's fury echoing our internal battles. I could feel the weight of Elia's gaze, her heart echoing the unsaid words that lingered like ghosts. We were caught in the cycles of our own making, yet within that chaos lay the seeds of hope. I wanted to believe we could forge a new path, rewrite the script that had been etched in the stars. Let us not be mere shadows, I breathed, my voice steadying against the din of the storm. Let us become the architects of our own fate. I could see the flicker of possibility ignite in Elia's eyes, the hope blooming like wildflowers in the cracks of desolation. And as the thunder rumbled, a ghostly laugh echoed in the distance, weaving through the darkness, the Etruscan spirits perhaps, mocking us, daring us to challenge the very fabric of existence laid before us. Time, that merciless judge, had never been so palpable, so raw. The amphitheater became a crucible, forging our destinies in the heat of a storm that would not relent. In this moment, we stood at the precipice, our choices weaving into the tapestry of life, threading through the infinite cycles that had haunted us for centuries. And as we faced the darkness, our hearts intertwined with the pulse of the past, I knew this was only the beginning. The confrontation with time, with the very essence of what it meant to be alive, was only just unfolding. And for each cycle that closed, another would emerge, a dance of shadows and light, forever entwined in the unyielding march of existence. The earth trembled under the weight of inevitability, the air thick with anticipation, as the sun dipped below the horizon, bleeding hues of red and gold into the twilight sky. I stood at the edge of the village, a mere silhouette against the encroaching darkness, heart racing like a wild stallion. Shadows stretched long, flickering with a life of their own, whispering secrets that sent shivers down my spine. I remember the way the wind carried the scent of impending storms, a harbinger of chaos, as it rustled through the leaves of the ancient trees. The villagers had gathered, eyes wide with unspoken fear. They spoke in hushed tones, their faces etched with the dread of the Etruscan myths that had woven themselves into the fabric of our existence like a spider's web, a delicate, yet inescapable trap. The stories of gods and spirits, of nature's fickle temperament, wrapped around us, binding us to a fate we could not see but could feel lurking in the shadows. My brother, Tullius, stood beside me, fists clenched at his sides, the muscles in his jaw taut with anger. "We cannot let the forest claim another soul," he spat, his voice a raw edge against the silence. I could see it in his eyes, an inferno of determination, yet beneath the surface simmered a tempest of doubt. The last time we had ventured into those woods, we lost our dear sister to the darkness, swallowed whole by the ancient whispers that promised power but delivered despair. I remember the day she vanished, the way the sun sank in the sky like a dying ember, and how we had waited, hearts pounding in our chests, for her to return. Hours turned into days, and the forest held its secrets tightly, smirking at our desperation. Now, as the night pressed against us, the air crackled with unresolved grief, a spectre haunting the edges of our minds. "Let them come," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like a confession. The fear danced in my veins, but there was a strange thrill in facing the unknown. My heart pulsed with the rhythm of the earth, urging me forward even as the shadows beckoned. That night, we would confront the legends that bound us, the stories of the Etruscan gods who danced with the seasons, gods who reveled in the chaos of nature, indifferent to the pain it wrought on our souls. And there was Lucretia, the wise woman of our village, old as time, her eyes the color of storm clouds. She was a living testament to the power of belief, her every word laced with the weight of the past. "The earth listens, dear children," she had said, her voice a raspy lullaby. Nature is not simply a backdrop, it is alive, breathing, and it speaks to those who dare to listen. I felt the intensity of her gaze, a flicker of something ancient and knowing. It filled me with dread and hope in equal measure. I remember the moonlight breaking through the branches, illuminating the path before us, a silver thread guiding our way. The forest stood silent, watching, waiting. My breath was shallow, the world around me fading into a blur, until it was just Tullius and me, two lost souls navigating the weight of our legacy. The trees loomed, gnarled and twisted, their branches clawing at the sky like fingers grasping for redemption. Each step forward was a battle with memories, a cacophony of laughter, a swirl of regret. I could taste the bittersweet tang of nostalgia, a reminder of the joy that once danced in our hearts. But now, sorrow draped over us like a heavy cloak, suffocating and relentless. What once was a sanctuary had morphed into a realm of nightmares. Then came the sound, an echoing laughter, hollow and mocking, spiraling through the air like a ghostly waltz. I froze, the tendrils of fear wrapping around my throat. Tullius's grip on my arm tightened, his eyes wide with recognition. "It's her," he breathed, voice shaking. "It's the spirit of the forest." I felt the ground shift beneath us, a pulse of energy that quickened my heartbeat. The shadows danced closer, weaving between the trees like serpents, terrifying yet mesmerizing. I could almost hear the ancient stories whispering through the leaves, tales of those who had ventured too far, too recklessly, and paid the price. "Look!" Tullius shouted, pointing into the depths of the forest where a figure emerged, a silhouette bathed in moonlight, ethereal and haunting. It was her, our sister, or a phantom conjured from our grief. Her eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light, and for a moment, hope flickered in my heart. But that flicker was extinguished as the realization washed over me, a cruel trick of the mind, perhaps, or a warning from the depths of this living nightmare. "Please," I begged, my voice breaking, "come back to us." But the figure only swayed, caught in a dance with the shadows, and for every step it took, a piece of my soul withered away. Nature speaks in riddles, Lucretia had warned, and now, standing on the brink of despair, I understood. The trees were not mere witnesses, they were participants, reveling in our misery as if feeding off our pain. The forest held our fears close, cradling them like newborns, nurturing the darkness that flourished within. I remember the night closing in around us, a suffocating blanket of grief and uncertainty. I could feel the tension in my chest, a weight that threatened to crush my spirit. But amidst the chaos, I sensed a flicker of rebellion within me, a longing to break free, to defy the fate that had been woven into our lives like an intricate tapestry. Together, I whispered, glancing at Tullius, who was resolute, a reflection of my own determination. We will face this. For our sister. As the shadows swirled, a storm brewed within the depths of the forest, the air electric with tension. Time slipped and twisted, the world around us fading into a blur of colors and sounds. I felt the pulse of history beneath my feet, the weight of generations pressing down, an echo of ancient rituals that called to us, urging us to reclaim our power from the very gods that haunted our lives. In that moment, we stepped forward, hearts racing, ready to confront the unknown, ready to challenge the myths that shaped our reality. Each footfall resonated with purpose, a rebellion against the darkness, a cry for life amid the shadows, a declaration that we would not be consumed by the very tales that sought to bind us. And then, as the night closed in, we plunged into the embrace of the forest, the echoes of our hearts entwined with the whispers of the past, the clash of destiny and choice igniting the air around us. The story was far from over, it was just beginning. The air hung heavy with foreboding, as if the very sky was cloaked in the weight of forgotten whispers. I stood at the edge of the forum, a flickering torch casting shadows that danced like the lost souls of the Etruscans, long gone but never truly absent. Their voices echoed in my mind, rasping against the silent stone, weaving through the market's clamor. ***, remember, they seemed to say, we were here. ***, Marcellus clutched a worn tablet, its surface etched with the cryptic symbols of the Etruscan language, the stories of gods and demons swirling once again in his restless mind. He exhaled sharply, a breath thick with fear and desperation, as if the weight of history pressed down on his chest. What if they find out? He muttered, glancing over his shoulder as if the shadows themselves might rise up to claim him. Across the square, Lysandra moved with a grace that belied the turmoil within her. She had inherited the legacy of her Etruscan forebears, but the echoes of ancient rituals felt like chains, binding her to a past she longed to escape. Her heart raced, pounding against her ribs, each beat a reminder that the blood of a once great civilization flowed through her veins. The augurs were wrong. She whispered fiercely, clenching her fists. I can't bear this fate. The night was thick, oppressive, filled with the scent of impending storm and the tang of betrayal. The whispers of Etruscan gods filled the air, their faded legacies twisting and writhing in the corners of Marcellus' mind. He had seen too much, the rituals, the sacrifices, the blood spilled on sacred altars. But the heart of Rome throbbed with ambition, pulsing in tune with his own. He wanted to be a part of that rhythm, to rise and be counted among the living. Yet the past clawed at him, a shadow that refused to be shaken off. What have I done? He muttered again, gripping the tablet like a lifeline. In the distance, the clock tower chimed, and each ringing note sliced through the silence like a blade. Time was slipping away, as if the cosmos itself conspired to unravel their fates. Lysandra's heart twisted painfully, each chime echoing her faltering resolve. Marcellus, she called, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. You cannot let them use you. But he couldn't hear her. His mind was caught in the web of prophecy, the haunting visions that had plagued him for weeks. They are returning. A voice in his head urged, the spectre of an ancient priest echoing in his ears. The gods demand a reckoning. And with every heartbeat, Marcellus felt the pull of inevitability, the magnetic draw of destiny that made his stomach twist. I remember the nights when the stars shone brighter. He whispered to himself, a futile attempt to conjure the purity of youth long buried beneath layers of dread. I remember the tales my grandfather spun, of the underworld, of the cycle of life and death. But those tales had transformed into chains, binding him to the shadows of Etruscan curses, and in his heart, he felt the weight of guilt. The people of Rome were rising, power surged through their veins like a heady wine. They were eager, hungry for knowledge, but unprepared for the truth that lay entwined in the myths they sought to dismiss. Lysandra watched him, the conflict within her spiraling like a tempest. She wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the precipice that seemed to beckon to him. Asterisk asterisk, you don't understand. Asterisk asterisk, she breathed, the words barely escaping her lips. Asterisk asterisk, they will not spare you. Asterisk asterisk, but Marcellus was lost in his own tumult, drowning in visions of glory and despair. Asterisk asterisk, I can change this. Asterisk asterisk, he declared, more to himself than to her. Asterisk asterisk, I can make them see. Asterisk asterisk, a shiver ran through the air as the first drops of rain fell, punctuating the heaviness of the night. The storm was upon them, a storm of realization, of confrontation. Shadows loomed larger, flickering flickers of ancient spirits gathering, igniting the latent energy of the past that crackled like lightning. Asterisk asterisk, the gods watch. Asterisk asterisk, Marcellus whispered, a chill creeping up his spine. The Etruscan mythology writhed within him, an insatiable hunger for recognition and revenge, a calling he could not ignore. Asterisk asterisk, what if they're wrong? Asterisk asterisk, Lysandra's voice wavered. Asterisk asterisk, what if you're wrong? Asterisk asterisk, each syllable felt like a dagger, each word a plea that pierced the suffocating fog of his ambition. He turned to her, and the raw pain in her eye struck him like a blow. Asterisk asterisk, you don't understand. Asterisk asterisk, he said, his voice trembling as desperation clawed at his throat. The weight of legacy pressed down on them both, a ghostly hand squeezing tighter with every word. Asterisk asterisk, I can't turn away from this. I can't. Asterisk asterisk, the clock told again, each chime a countdown to the inevitable. Marcellus gripped the tablet fiercely, the Etruscan symbols blurring as tears of frustration threatened to spill. Asterisk asterisk, I can't be a pawn in their game. Asterisk asterisk, he shouted, a fierce resolve igniting within him. The storm roared in response, mirroring his turmoil, and the air crackled with electric tension. But it was too late. The echoes of Etruscan tradition swirled around them, beckoning with silver-tongued promises even as it conspired their doom. The shadows closed in, the ghosts of the past stretching out their hands, ready to engulf them. Asterisk asterisk, remember. Asterisk asterisk, they whispered in a symphony of voices, the weight of millions of forgotten souls pressing down on Marcellus and Lysandra. Asterisk asterisk, we were here. Asterisk asterisk, and as the storm broke, unleashing a torrent of rain, the world around them dissolved into a chaotic dance of fear and ambition, of gods and men, of shadows and light. Time stretched, twisted, and held its breath, suspended in a moment of unbearable tension. The legacy of the Etruscans loomed like a spectre at their backs, the future a tapestry woven with the threads of ancient myth, each thread tightening around their throats, suffocating yet thrillingly alive. Asterisk asterisk, we cannot flee. Asterisk asterisk, Lysandra gasped, her heart racing, not from fear, but from the intoxicating pulse of fate. The gods were watching, and the time had come for reckoning. As the storm raged and the shadows danced, the legacy of the Etruscans whispered their secrets, a haunting melody that echoed through time, entwining their fates in a gripping embrace. Asterisk asterisk, remember. Asterisk asterisk, the winds howled. Asterisk asterisk, we were here. Asterisk asterisk, the moon hung low, a pale ghost dripping silver across the ruins of an ancient temple, the stones whispering tales of a civilization long crumbled. I stood there, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat, as shadows danced around me, figures not quite human, flickering in and out of existence. They were the echoes of the Etruscans, a wild orchestra of myths and fears, their presence a heartbeat against the silence. I wasn't just a witness, I felt the weight of their legacy pressing down upon me. Sylvia, always the brave one, stepped forward, her fingers brushing against the cold, weathered stone. Can you feel them? She whispered, her voice trembling. She had always been drawn to the dark, the forgotten places that whispered secrets. I could see it in her eyes, a mixture of dread and exhilaration igniting something primal within her. There was an energy, a current pulsing between the living and the dead, a bridge woven of despair and splendor. I remember the stories she told, each one spilling from her lips like viscous honey, sweet yet laced with poison. The Etruscans, those enigmatic artisans, left us a legacy not just of pottery and tomb paintings but of gods whose laughter echoed through the ages, their shadows now flickering against the backdrop of our own fears. They knew something we don't, she said once, her words like a knife slicing through the fabric of my understanding. I remember thinking how absurd it was, how silly we were to chase such notions in a world ruled by science and statistics. Yet here we stood, amidst crumbling altars, history breathing down our necks. Samuel, my other half, my anchor, shook his head, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. "It's just stone, Sylvia." "Just stone," he said, but even he couldn't mask the tremor in his voice. He couldn't hide the glimmer of doubt, the way his eyes darted to the corners of the temple as if expecting something, or someone, to emerge from the shadows. Samuel had always been the rational one, his love for mythology entangled with a desperate need to dissect it, to categorize and define the chaos. But tonight, the darkness had twisted the air, wrapping around us like a noose. I felt the weight of my own fears pushing against me, the unknown swirling like fog in my mind. I remembered the legends, the Etruscan gods, those fierce beings of earth and sky, whose stories wove through the fabric of later European mythologies. They were shadows stretched across centuries, their influence like a thread pulled taut, connecting us to something larger, something inexplicable. I felt it tugging at me, pulling me deeper into the abyss of time. Sylvia, driven by her insatiable curiosity, began to chant softly, her voice weaving an incantation that felt both ancient and unnervingly present. With each word, the air tightened, and the shadows flickered, more pronounced now, more alive. "What if they're listening?" I gasped, the thought crashing against my reason like waves against a cliff. "What if we awaken something we can't control?" But Sylvia laughed, a sound thick with defiance. "What if they have something to teach us?" Her belief, fierce and unyielding, ignited a fire within me. I remembered how she once told me about the Etruscan practice of divination, how they consulted the stars and read the entrails of sacrificed animals to glimpse the future. There was a beauty in their chaos, a profound connection to the cosmic dance we often dismissed. Samuel, ever the skeptic, rolled his eyes, but his bravado thinned like mist in the dawn. "You're romanticizing death, Sylvia. It's just bones and dust." But even he couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting, lurking just beyond our perception. The ground beneath us seemed to hum, a sinister lullaby resonating from the stones. I could feel the tension crackle in the air, a live wire thrumming with energy. And then, it happened. The shadows coalesced, twisting into forms, their outlines sharp and distinct, phantoms of Etruscan warriors, their faces a tapestry of pride and sorrow. I stumbled back, heart racing, yet a strange thrill pulsated in my veins. I remembered the stories. The Etruscans believed in an afterlife, in a continuation beyond the grave, where the past intertwined with the present in a dance of unfathomable complexity. They lived in the knowledge that death was not an end, but a transformation, a metamorphosis into something greater. "Do you see them?" Sylvia's voice became a fevered whisper, reverberating against the stone walls. The shadows grew more vibrant, swirling around us, tugging at the edges of our sanity. Samuel's bravado crumbled, fear knitting his brows tight. "This isn't right," he gasped, his eyes wide, reflecting the flickering phantoms. I felt a pang of sorrow for him. In that moment, his skepticism had become a cage, locking him away from the beauty of the unknown. But me? I was captivated. I felt alive, intoxicated by the magic and terror swirling around us, a reminder that we were but fleeting moments in a vast cosmos. I could almost hear their laughter, the Etruscan spirits, their joy vibrating with the pulse of the earth, challenging us to remember, to believe. What if they've been waiting? I whispered to no one in particular, the question a spark igniting the air. And then it hit me, the realization that the Etruscans had no desire to fade into oblivion. Their myths, woven into the fabric of our consciousness, still breathed, still lived within us. The beliefs of those long gone still held sway over our own mythologies, from the whispered tales of gods to the shadows lurking behind the stories we told ourselves. The specters danced, their forms twisting like smoke, beckoning us to listen, to understand that our fears were but echoes of their own, a labyrinth of shared human experience. In that moment, as the night deepened and the shadows enveloped us, I grasped the raw truth. When it came to myth, we were all connected, lost in our yearning to grasp the infinite, to touch the divine, to confront the darkness. Whatever lay beyond this life, whatever awaited us in the abyss, was a whisper that refused to be silenced. Sylvia's laughter rang out, a wild, jubilant sound against the haunting backdrop of the temple, and I felt a surge of hope. Perhaps we were not just faced with ghosts of the past, but guardians of a shared future, the weight of history weaving through us, guiding us home. But where was home? The shadows pulsed, the air electric with unanswered questions, and as I stood there, caught in the embrace of myth and memory, I realized the Etruscan influence lived on, echoing through the ages, a haunting refrain woven into the very fabric of our existence. And just as quickly as it had begun, the moment slipped through my fingers, leaving only the ghostly remnants of its power. The night stretched on, vast and uncharted, and I understood that our story, our myth, was only just beginning. The clock struck midnight, its hands trembling in the stillness, as if sensing the weight of forgotten stories that lingered in the air. I stood there, heart pounding, in a room filled with shadows, each whispering of the Etruscan myths that had seeped into the very fabric of our modern world. The walls felt alive, pulsing with echoes of ancient rituals and lost souls, and I could almost hear the rustle of togas, the clashing of bronze, the murmured prayers to gods long abandoned. It was a moment both haunting and electric, like the charged air before a storm. I remember the first time I stumbled upon those tales, my fingers brushing against brittle pages in a dusty library, the scent of age enveloping me, and my heart racing with the thrill of discovery. I remember the awe, the way those myths seeped into my life, intertwining with my own obsessions, my fears, my very existence. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and in stepped Lena, a modern-day oracle with a touch of madness in her eyes. She carried her own burdens, scars etched deep within her soul. "Did you feel that?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "The weight of their stories? They're alive, you know. They watch us." I wanted to laugh, to dismiss her words as the ramblings of a dreamer. But the air thickened, and I felt the truth of her words like a knife against my skin. Beside her, Marco stood, a skeptic cloaked in cynicism. His arms crossed tightly, as if warding off the chill that crept into the room. "Stories are just that, stories," he scoffed, yet even he could not shake the unease that clung to us like a second skin. Legends of a dying civilization, nothing more. But in the corner of his eye, I caught a flicker of doubt, a crack in his armor. And then, the lights flickered, plunging us into darkness. A heartbeat passed, a breath suspended, and the room became a theater of memories. I could see them, Etruscan priests, their hands stained with the blood of sacrifices, chanting ancient incantations beneath a moonlit sky. I could feel their desperation, their hunger for the divine. In that moment, I was no longer just an audience, I was a part of it, woven into the tapestry of their struggles and dreams. "Legends don't die," I murmured, the words slipping from my lips like an incantation. They hung in the air, heavy with the weight of truth. Lena nodded, her eyes alive with a feverish light. "They transform. They find a way to seep into our lives." And just like that, the tension escalated. Marco stepped forward, eyes blazing with defiance. "If these myths are so powerful, why don't they affect us? Why don't they change the world?" His challenge hung in the air, a dare that ignited the atmosphere. I felt the ghosts of the past swirl around us, their low moans rising like a tide. "You don't see it, do you?" Lena's voice trembled, the urgency palpable. "Look around. The art, the culture, the very fabric of our society is woven with their threads. Every brushstroke, every note, every whispered prayer echoes their essence. We are living their mythology." The shadows in the room began to dance, twisting and swirling as if drawn by an unseen force. In those trembling moments, I felt it, fear, wonder, a longing that surged through me like wildfire. Memories of my own life slipped into view, each moment a brush against the canvas of ancient stories. A failed love, a lost friendship, the haunting laugh of a child, each resonating with the Etruscans' embrace of mortality, their acceptance of fate's cruel hands. Art was their weapon, Lena said, her voice a soft reverberation against the encroaching darkness. It was how they immortalized their pain, their joys, their fears. We do the same. As she spoke, I could envision the vibrant frescoes plastered on ancient walls, the way they captured the very essence of life, every breath, every heartbeat immortalized in color and form. Marco scoffed, but I saw the flicker of recognition in his eyes. "So you think we're just, what? Puppets in a grand narrative?" "No," I replied, stepping closer to him. the intensity of my heartbeat vibrating through my veins. But we are part of a continuum. We carry their stories, their struggles, within us. Every artist today, every musician, every poet, each created in the shadow of ancestral echoes. And then it hit me, the realization that art was not merely a reflection but a vessel. A way to channel their despair, their hope, their love. It was a living thing, capable of transcending time and space, bridging the chasm between worlds. Just look at how we reimagine their tales, I insisted. We take their myths and twist them into our own, infusing them with contemporary fears and dreams. Like how modern art wrestles with chaos and identity, just as Etruscan artists did with their own existential dread. The room grew colder, the shadows thickening like fog rolling over a desolate landscape. Lena stepped back, her thoughts racing. But what if we're getting it all wrong? What if we're misinterpreting their pain? In that moment, the air crackled, a storm brewing in our midst. The room seemed to constrict around us, the walls closing in, the shadows pressing against our skin. I caught a glimpse of something, an Etruscan figure, eye shimmering with ancient wisdom, beckoning me closer, urging me to remember the stories that shaped our lives. I remember, I whispered into the darkness, the words tumbling from my lips like a sacred prayer. I remember the power they held. And as the tension swirled, bodies poised on the brink of confrontation, the myths gripped us tightly, pulling us deeper into their embrace. Each of us was entwined in a web of history, culture, and raw emotion, teetering on the edge of revelation, poised to confront the very essence of what it means to be human in a world haunted by the past. And the clock continued to tick, its rhythm echoing the heartbeat of the universe, the stories of the Etruscans whispering in the shadows, waiting, always waiting for us to listen. The night was thick with an unholy silence, the kind that smothered the air and wrapped around the heart like a serpent. I stood on the edge of the ancient forest, where shadows twisted like lost souls, and the moon, a sliver of silver, hung low, pregnant with stories yet to be told. The trees whispered secrets of the Etruscans, their roots entwined with myths of gods and spirits, beckoning me closer, as if they were the keepers of my own haunting past. I remember the stories my mother would tell, her voice a lullaby, laced with both wonder and warning. The Etruscans believed in the power of the unseen, she'd say, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering candlelight. Life and death are but two faces of the same coin. Those tales echoed in my mind now, as I felt the earth beneath me tremble, not with fear, but with the impending weight of revelation. Two figures emerged from the mist. Anya, her fiery hair like flames licking at the cool night air, and Luca, brooding and stormy, a tempest in the flesh. They were drawn to this place, not by coincidence but by an unbreakable thread woven through their fates. I could see it in the way Anya's hands trembled as she clutched a weathered scroll, the ink barely legible, the symbols of Etruscan gods dancing in her mind. She believed they could summon a power long lost, a bridge to the divine. But the fear behind her eagerness gnawed at her, and I could feel it in my bones. Luca stood apart, his gaze distant, lost in the shadows that wrapped around him like an old friend. A part of him wanted to believe, another part was terrified of what that belief might unleash. "You don't know what you're asking for, Anya," he said, his voice low, gravelly, resonating with the weight of unspoken words. The Etruscans didn't just worship their gods, they feared them. I felt my heart race, each thud a reminder of the stakes at hand. Anya's eyes met mine, a flicker of desperation igniting a fire within. "We need this, Luca. What if we could change what's been written?" Her voice trembled, filled with the kind of hope that could shatter worlds. But hope, I knew, was a treacherous beast, and as she spoke, the shadows around us deepened, curling with dark intent. They stood on the precipice of a decision that would alter the course of their lives, and perhaps mine, too. I could feel the air grow thick with the scent of damp earth and the pulse of something ancient lurking just beyond our grasp. The symbols danced before my eyes, a haunting melody of love, betrayal, and vengeance, echoing through the ages, a ghostly refrain that would not be silenced. "I remember," I whispered, my voice barely breaking the silence, "the stories of the Etruscans. They painted their fears on walls, their hopes in the stars. But those stars do not always grant wishes." My words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of truth. Anya stepped closer to me, her breath quickening. but they also tell of rebirth, of resurrection. Through every death, a new beginning. The intensity of her conviction pierced through the gloom, igniting a flicker of doubt within Luca. I could see the conflict etched on his face, a storm brewing in his chest. Is it worth the risk? He challenged, desperation spilling from his lips like blood from a wound. What if the stories are just that? What if we fail? The question lay heavy between us, an unyielding force, squeezing our hearts like a vice. Anya's voice softened, taking on an almost lyrical quality, wrapped in a tragic beauty. But what if we don't? What if this is our chance to rewrite the end? In that moment, I felt the pull of her dreams. Her passion was a fire that threatened to consume us, but within it lay the warmth of possibility. The wind howled through the trees, a lamenting ghost, and in that cacophony, I felt the world shift. Anya unfurled the scroll, a map of ancient pathways leading to the unknown. Each symbol pulsated with a life of its own, a whisper of the Etruscan gods, urging us forward. And as she began to chant the incantation, I sensed a change in the atmosphere, a ripple in the fabric of reality, a crack forming in the silence that surrounded us. Luca's hand shot out, grasping her wrist. "Stop! You don't know what you're doing." Panic flared in his eyes, and I could feel the anguish of a man torn between love and fear. But Anya was resolute, her voice rising, intertwining with the ancient incantation like ivy climbing a crumbling wall. "I remember their stories, Luca." I remember, before she could finish, the ground shuddered, an embodiment of their collective fears. The air crackled with an energy that felt alive, vibrating through our bones, as if the forest itself had awakened. A chilling laugh echoed through the trees. Not human, not divine, but something in between. It was as if the Etruscans had listened, their god stirred by the audacity of mortals daring to summon them. I could feel it in the marrow of my bones. This was not just a ritual, it was a communion, a confrontation with the darkness that lay beneath the surface of our desires. As the shadows coiled around Anya, and Luca struggled against his own demons, I felt time slip through my fingers, a relentless tide pulling us into the depths of myth and madness. We were entwined in a legacy that stretched back millennia, and the echoes of forgotten deities whispered promises both beautiful and terrible. And just as the winds howled and the darkness threatened to swallow us whole, I understood, a truth far more profound than mere words could convey. In this moment, we were not merely participants in a story, we were the story itself, woven into the very fabric of existence, a tempest of emotion and myth, bound to the past yet longing for something unnameable, a chance at redemption, a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. The night stretched on, the moon the only witness to our struggle, as the Etruscan gods looked on, their laughter mingling with our own cries, the world spinning in a dance of shadows and light. The air crackles with tension, thick as the shadows that cling to the ancient stones. There, amidst the crumbling ruins, a figure stands frozen, heart pounding, pulse racing. Sophia, an archaeologist with a wild mane of curls and a mind that dances on the edge of brilliance, feels it, the weight of history pressing down as if the very ground trembles with whispered secrets. The moon hangs heavy, a ghostly eye watching, judging. The earth beneath her feet is alive, a graveyard of dreams buried in time, and tonight, the past is restless. "Can you hear it?" she whispers, voice trembling with anticipation. She glances at Thomas, her partner, a man whose stoic demeanor hides storms of doubt and longing. He shifts uneasily beside her, hands stuffed deep into his pockets as if trying to anchor himself against the pull of the unknown. "What if we're not meant to dig this up?" His brow is furrowed, shadows dancing across his chiseled features. "What if it's better left alone?" Sophia rolls her eyes, a nervous laugh escaping her lips. "You sound like an Etruscan ghost, Thomas. Just give me one chance. One chance to uncover the truth." Her voice, laden with emotion, feels like a flame flickering against the cold night. She's driven by a need that gnaws at her very bones, an obsession that propels her forward, closer to the edge of discovery and madness. With trembling hands, she removes the soil, the brush sweeping away centuries of dust as if unearthing lost souls. And then, there it is, the unmistakable gleam of something otherworldly. A small, intricately carved figurine, silent yet screaming for recognition, for a voice after millennia of silence. Arms stretched wide, it beckons, a deity caught between two worlds. Etruscan, they say, an echo from a civilization that danced with the gods and whispered to the dead. But as she reaches for it, a chill envelops her, a shiver that crawls up her spine, coiling tightly, squeezing. The air thickens, and the shadows grow darker, more menacing. She glances at Thomas, who has gone pale, eyes wide with an understanding that has him frozen in place. This isn't just history, Sophia, he warns, voice low, trembling like a leaf in a storm. It's a curse. A curse. The word hangs in the air, heavy, suffocating. Memories of stories long lost swirl in Sophia's mind, ancient curses, the wrath of the gods. She chuckles nervously, trying to shake off the darkness that threatens to close in. Come on, you don't really believe that, do you? But deep down, she knows. She knows the stories of the Etruscans, of their intricate beliefs steeped in the supernatural. They revered the afterlife, crafted elaborate tombs to appease the spirits, and whispered prayers into the void. The weight of their legacy presses on her, stirs her blood, ignites a fire in her soul. She can feel their presence, the haunting whispers swirling around her like smoke. Don't! Thomas's voice breaks through her reverie, sharp and raw. We could awaken something that was never meant to see the light of day. His eyes dart toward the darkness beyond the ruins, where shadows writhe and twist, as if alive. You're playing with forces you don't understand. But Sophia, drunk on the thrill of discovery, brushes aside his fears. You're scared of the unknown, she says, though her heart twitches in response to his vulnerability. I'm embracing it. I have to. The words spill from her like water from a dam, each one a declaration of her relentless pursuit of truth. Maybe this is our chance to rewrite history. Thomas sighs, defeated, yet a flicker of admiration glints in his eyes. And what if history doesn't want to be rewritten? Her breath catches, and for a moment, the world stills. The moon seems to dim, as if the cosmos itself holds its breath, waiting. A far-off owl calls, its haunting hoot echoing through the ruins like a warning. In that heartbeat, Sophia sees visions, Etruscan banquets filled with laughter, their gods watching over, smiles fading into despair. The weight of their dreams, their fears, presses down on her, weaving a tapestry of emotion that binds her heart to theirs. Together, she whispers, feeling the pulse of their legacy thrumming through her veins. We can face whatever comes. We owe it to them. Thomas hesitates, torn between the thrill of adventure and the fear of darkness. Fine, he finally concedes, his voice a soft tremor in the night. But we do this carefully. I won't lose you to the shadows. She smiles at him, though the weight of unspoken fears lingers. Together they kneel before the figurine, the air thick with expectation. They are on the precipice of something monumental, a collision of past and present. Each brush of soil, each careful touch, feels like an echo of destiny unfolding, a heartbeat that quickens with the promise of revelation. But as the figurine emerges, a sudden wind sweeps through the ruins, sending chills racing down their spines. The shadows around them seem to flicker, stretch, morph into figures that loom at the edges of their vision. The ruins pulse, alive with whispers, a cacophony of voices from the past rising up to greet them, to warn them, to pull them into the depths of Etruscan mythos. What have we done? Thomas breathes, terror etched across his face. Sophia can only watch, breathless, as the darkness swirls, threatening to consume them both. The stakes have never been higher, history has never felt so close, yet so far away. The ancient world stirs, and they stand at the crossroads of discovery and doom. Yet she knows, deep in her heart, that even in the grip of fear, the thrill of the unknown is intoxicating. What will they find? What truths will unravel? What stories will echo into the cosmos and back? In the depths of that uncertainty lies the very essence of humanity, the desire to connect, to understand, to reach out into the abyss and grasp the fleeting, fragile threads of existence. The ruins pulse, the night thick with promise and dread, and the journey has only just begun. The moon hung like a silver coin in the sky, its light spilling over the rooftops of a forgotten Etruscan city, illuminating the cobbled streets where whispers of ancient rituals lingered like ghosts. I remember the air, thick with the scent of burning myrrh and the palpable tension before the storm, a gathering of shadows, poised and ready to collide. The festival of the dead beckoned, and the people held their breath, awaiting a reckoning that drew nearer with each frantic heartbeat. Claudia, fierce and defiant, stood at the crossroads, the pulse of the night thrumming in her veins. She had always been told to be quiet, to submit to the soft whispers of the women who mold their identities with delicate hands, like clay in the hands of a potter. But that night, she wore the fiery red of a warrior, her heart screaming for freedom. She needed to prove that she was more than a vessel, more than a story woven by the idle hands of men. I remember the stories she shouted into the darkness, her voice echoing. The tales of women who wielded power, who danced with the gods. But in the shadows, the spectre of doubt loomed, a reminder that her world was built on the bones of unyielded expectations. Then there was Lucius, his heart a battlefield, trapped between tradition and the unquenchable thirst for change. He stood by the ancient altar, hands trembling as they cradled an offering, a handful of ashes, remnants of those who had passed, those who had been silenced. He felt their weight, the burden of history pressing down like lead. "What do they want from us?" he muttered to the moon, that eerie companion, ungraspable yet always present. He longed to break free from the chains of expectation that bound him to the past. Yet, as he looked at Claudia, a storm of emotion swirled within him, admiration for her bravery, fear of her rebellion, and a deep-seated yearning to stand beside her, to be her ally in this dance of defiance. As the hour approached, the air crackled with energy, a cacophony of voices rising, colliding, as men and women navigated the delicate web of Etruscan gender roles. Women were revered as priestesses, their bodies vessels for the divine, yet they were shackled by the weight of expectations. I remember the stories of the powerful goddesses, of Thalna who ruled the underworld, and how they gripped the hearts of men, inspiring awe and reverence, yet keeping them at bay. "Be strong, be wise, but never too loud," the elders had warned. The irony clawed at her throat, and she tasted the bitterness of rebellion on her tongue. "Lucius!" Claudia's voice sliced through the tension, electrifying the air, and he turned, eyes wide with uncertainty. "You cannot stand there, chained to silence, while the world shouts for change." The moonlight caught her fierce expression, igniting a fire within him. She was a tempest he could not ignore, a call to arms he could not resist. Yet, the chains of his upbringing clung to him like shackles, and the fear of what breaking them might mean sent tremors of panic racing through his veins. The festival erupted around them, a visceral tapestry of sound and color, laughter, and screams intertwining like lovers in a forbidden embrace. Men draped in animal skins danced, their movements a wild expression of primal energy, while women adorned in flowing robes chanted, their voices soaring to the heavens. Each note was a defiance, a plea for recognition, and as Lucius watched, he felt the weight of history pressing down on him, whispering warnings that filled the air with an ominous chill. Claudia's heart raced as she moved closer to the altar, where the flickering flames painted their faces in haunting shades. She felt the energy pulse within her, a divine spark igniting her soul. "I will not be a shadow in this tale. I will carve my name into the fabric of our myths." The words spilled from her, a fierce declaration that reverberated through the crowd, challenging the very foundation of their existence. The men faltered, their laughter dying in their throats as they faced this fierce embodiment of defiance. But within Lucius, a war raged. The walls of tradition rose high, casting shadows over the flickering flame of his desire to stand with her. "What if they reject us?" he whispered, a tremor edging his voice. "What if they cast us out into the darkness?" The weight of silence pressed down, thick and suffocating, making every breath a battle. He could see the ghosts of their ancestors swirling around him, their disapproval palpable, as if they were specters watching, waiting. "Let them!" Claudia's eyes blazed with rage and hope, a beacon in the darkness. "This is our moment. Our voices will echo through eternity, while their silence will rot in the soil beneath our feet." And in that moment, the cosmos seemed to shift, the stars flickering in agreement. This was not merely a battle for recognition, it was a revolution, a reclamation of identity that pulsed through their veins like the blood of gods. Together, they stepped forward, hearts pounding in unison, ready to confront a world that held them captive in gilded cages. The crowd surged, a wave of bodies drawn toward the altar, fueled by an electric mix of fear and exhilaration. They were on the brink of a confrontation that would shake the foundations of their beliefs and redefine their place in the tapestry of existence. Shadows danced around them, and the stakes became clear: to embrace change or be consumed by the very myths that sought to define them. "Join us!" Claudia cried out, voice rising above the chaos, a war cry that stirred the spirits of those who had come before them. "Let us carve our own destiny." The air thickened with possibility, and Lucius felt the chains around his heart begin to crack, the flickering hope igniting into a fierce flame. In that moment, they were not just a man and a woman, they were the embodiment of a revolution, standing at the cusp of their own myth, ready to etch their story across the stars. The night deepened, and the cosmos held its breath, waiting to see which way the tide would turn. The air was thick with the scent of burning sage, the flickering shadows of the candles throwing twisted shapes on the stone walls of the ancient temple. Sesto stood at the altar, his heart pounding as if it were trying to escape the confines of his chest. The rhythmic drumming pulsed through him, a heartbeat resonating with the very essence of creation. His fingers trembled, brushing against the cold, polished surface of the sacred stone, and he could almost hear the whispers of the gods, a cacophony of voices blending into one overwhelming hum. "I remember the first time I saw the stars," he murmured, his voice barely rising above the sound of chanting. "They seemed so far away, so impossibly vast, and yet I felt like I could touch them." The memory coiled tightly around him, a vine of longing and desperation. He had once dreamt of weaving constellations into his very being, but now, all he felt was the weight of a destiny he didn't choose. At the corner of the temple, Marcia leaned against the cool stone, her face illuminated by the ghostly light of the flames. Her eyes, pools of deep sorrow and unfulfilled dreams, were locked onto Sesto. She held herself tightly, arms wrapped around her waist as if to shield her heart from the impending storm. "You think they listen?" she asked, her voice a fragile whisper that hung in the air like smoke, swirling and dissipating before it could find an answer. "I don't know," Sesto admitted, his gaze flickering to her, the warmth of their shared history igniting a spark of hope. "But we must believe they do. It's all we have left." A dark shadow loomed in the back of his mind, an unnamed fear clawing at his thoughts. It wasn't just the gods he feared, it was the very act of creation itself. The Etruscans believed that the cosmos was born from chaos, a chaotic dance of gods and mortals. But what if their myths were merely warnings cloaked in elegance? What if every act of creation came at a price, an unseen toll that must be paid? Then there was Lucius, standing resolutely at the doorway, arms crossed, the embodiment of defiance against the encroaching darkness. "You're both fools," he spat, his voice sharp enough to cut through the tension. "You think your prayers will change anything? The world is already spinning toward its end, and you're here, clinging to fantasies." Sesto turned toward him, rage bubbling like molten lava. "And what would you have us do? Embrace despair? Accept our fate without a fight? Despair? No, my friend, I embrace the truth. The truth is that creation is death in disguise. Every sunrise is a slow descent into oblivion." The air crackled with an electric charge, words flaring like sparks in the dark. Marcia stepped forward, her voice steady but frail. "But what if creation is also rebirth? What if in the ashes of despair lies the seeds of something greater?" Sesto's heart ached at her words. There was a flicker of belief, a glimpse of something beautiful that felt so far away. The myths tell us of the gods' creation, of how they formed the land from shadows and whispers, how they breathed life into clay. We may just be fragments waiting for the right moment to coalesce. Lucius scoffed, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Fragments? You think you're a part of some grand design? You're nothing but dust caught in the wind, Sesto. You want to believe in your myths, but they're just stories to mask the void." Thunder rumbled ominously outside, the sky darkening as if responding to the intensity of their voices. A chill ran through Sesto, a warning echoing in the depths of his soul. "What if," he said slowly, "what if we could rewrite the myths? What if we could take the chaos and mold it into something beautiful? Something that could transcend our fears?" Marsha's eyes widened with hope, but Lucius's laughter erupted from his throat, harsh and unyielding. "And how would you propose we do that? With your empty prayers? Maybe we have to find the courage to create our own myths." Sesto shouted, the words spilling out like a flood. "Create a story of love and defiance in the face of despair." The air pulsed around them, thickening with possibility. Marsha's fingers interlaced with Sesto's, their hearts synchronizing, beating as one against the tide of negativity. "I remember," she breathed, "the tales of our ancestors, how they danced with the gods, how they crafted the world with their dreams. We can do that too." Lucius stepped back, shadows flickering across his face, doubt creeping into his bravado. "And what if the gods do not smile upon us? What if we are merely puppets in their game?" "Then let us be the most defiant puppets the world has ever seen," Sesto challenged, his voice rising above the storm, a beacon of light in encroaching darkness. "Let us carve our names into the fabric of creation itself." Time felt like a heavy fog, pressing down on them, each breath a defiance against the universe. The walls of the temple seemed to pulse with their energy, the air electric with the clamor of their emotions. Would the gods hear their desperate cries? Or would they laugh from their lofty perches, indifferent to mortal struggles? "I remember," Sesto said again, his voice a soft whisper now, as if daring the universe to listen. "I remember the stories of old, where creation was birthed from chaos, but love always triumphed. We are the architects of our fate, and though the darkness looms, we can choose to create our own light." The candles flickered, casting dancing shadows as the first crack of thunder echoed, a final testament to their fierce hope. The night pressed against them, an eternal expanse filled with uncertain futures, yet in that moment, they were three souls bound by a fragile dream, standing on the precipice of possibility. And as the storm raged outside, the beginnings of their own myth began to take shape. Every heartbeat, every breath hung in the air, a promise that creation was not just the domain of gods but of mortals willing to defy the darkness. And thus, the cycle of creation stretched into the void, a whisper that would not fade. The moon hung low, its eerie glow slicing through the ancient trees as the wind whispered secrets of a world forgotten. Beneath the earthy scent of damp soil, the air thrummed with tension, thick enough to crush the heart. A figure stood at the edge of a shadowed clearing, trembling, caught between worlds where the living and the dead danced on the cusp of the unseen. I remember the shudder in my bones, a warning that something unspeakable was about to unfold. Rufus, a man marked by the weight of his choices, stared into the abyss. His eyes flickered with a haunting blend of fear and yearning. In the depths of him lived a soul torn between love and despair, a love that had whispered promises of forever but vanished into the ether. What is left when the heart beats its last? What lies beyond the veil? He murmured, voice breaking like fragile glass under the burden of sorrow. The shadows shifted, answering him with an unsettling hush, as if the very night conspired to keep his secrets concealed. Beside him, Livia's spirit flickered like a candle in a storm. She was wild, fierce, a woman who challenged the gods and dared to laugh in the face of death. But her laughter had faded, replaced by a haunting melody of grief. A flicker of memory ignited in her eyes, a time when she and Rufus had reveled in the sunlight of life, weaving dreams together with threads of hope. Now, those dreams were scattered like ashes in the wind. "You have to believe there's something more, Rufus," she pleaded, the tremor in her voice palpable, each word a fragile thread tugging at the fabric of his despair. The silence tightened around them, heavy with unspoken words, a cacophony of unresolved emotions pressing down like a vice. Rufus felt it, an echo of her laughter, a ghost of a past life that haunted the corners of his mind. "I remember the stories," he whispered, the darkness alive with the Etruscan beliefs that loomed like shadows over the living. The underworld, a place of shades and whispers, what if we're trapped in this cycle forever? He clutched at his heart, the reality of his fears coiling like a snake, ready to strike. Livia stepped closer, her presence a flicker of warmth in the cold night. They believed in a journey, Rufus, she insisted, her voice a soft caress, cutting through the chilling uncertainty. A passage through the afterlife, where our souls would be judged by the gods. The memories of their youth surged forth, vivid as blood, the thrill of stories told by flickering firelight. She remembered the joy of life, the smell of fresh bread baking, the taste of wine pooled on eager tongues. The Etruscans saw death not as an end, but a transformation.
What if we're meant to transform?
But Rufus, encased in his sorrow, could only see the shadows closing in, each memory a dagger piercing deeper into his heart. What transformation comes from loss? He spat, bitterness swirling in his gut. What awaits us in that dark void? A cruel reckoning? The weight of his despair was an anchor, dragging him further into the depths of his own mind, where the echoes of laughter became agonizing reminders of everything he had lost. Yet, Livia wasn't finished. Her spirit crackled with defiance, a spark that refused to be extinguished. It's not just about the end, Rufus. It's also about what we leave behind. The Etruscans buried their dead with treasures, hoping to ease their passage, to ensure they were not alone. We cannot let fear dictate our existence. Her voice rose, a crescendo that echoed through the trees, colliding with the stillness, awakening the ghosts that lingered just beyond sight. He closed his eyes, the memory swirling around him like a tempest. The Etruscan rituals, the feasts held in honor of the dead, the grave goods meant to accompany souls into the afterlife, each detail clawed at the edges of his grief. And what of the ghosts that linger? He asked, almost pleading. The ones who cannot let go? Are we to join them in this wretched limbo? The night was thick with a palpable tension, the ground trembling beneath them, as if the ancients themselves were listening, guarding their secrets with a tight grip. A shiver cascaded down Rufus's spine. He could almost hear the whisper of the Etruscan gods, their voices like a chorus of wind weaving through the trees, carrying the intonations of life, death, and rebirth. Is this our fate? He whispered, voice cracking. Livia stepped forward, eyes ablaze with a fierce light. No. We are not destined to drift like shadows. We can shape our afterlife. What if we create a bridge between the worlds? She reached for him, fingers brushing against his arm, igniting a spark of connection. What if we call upon the spirits? What if we honor them and, in doing so, find our own way? The air crackled with energy, charged with a strange hope, even as the darkness loomed. Rufus looked at her, the weight of her conviction piercing through his haze of despair. You think it's that simple, he challenged, but even as he spoke, a flicker of belief kindled within him. We can defy the dark. We can join the dance of the spirits. Together, we can, Livia breathed, her voice a vibrant thread weaving through the heavy silence. The Etruscans understood that love transcends even death. We must honor the past but not be shackled by it. We can break the chains. And in that moment, the world around them pulsed with life, vibrant and chaotic. The shadows twirled, weaving tales of the ancients, stories of love lost and found, of souls intertwining in the twilight. Rufus felt the flicker of hope igniting within him, a flame against the gathering dark. Then let's honor them, he whispered, the weight of his sorrow lifting just enough to allow a breath of life to seep in. Let's honor ourselves, Livia insisted, her voice ringing like a bell, echoing against the walls of fate. And together, they stood on the precipice of the unknown, ready to call forth the spirits, ready to confront the shadows that loomed all around them. The night held its breath, the cosmos watching with bated anticipation. In the depths of their despair, a light flickered, a fragile, defiant flame that whispered against the darkness, they were not done yet. The wind howled through the gnarled branches, a banshee's wail piercing the silence of the sacred grove. Shadows danced upon the ground, flickering like memories refusing to fade. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat, as if the forest itself were alive, an ancient entity waiting for something hidden to unfold. The trees were giants, their twisted roots snaking deep into the earth, holding onto secrets that had been buried for centuries. I could feel their presence, a weight pressing down, binding me to this moment, this place where the veil between the past and the present thinned like mist. I remember the echoes of my father's voice, thick with reverence. He would speak of these groves as temples, shrines cradled in the arms of the earth. Nature holds power, boy, he would say, his hand resting on my shoulder like an anchor against a storm. Listen. I had tried, but the only sound that met my ears was the rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, a lullaby that now felt ominous, foreboding. And then I saw her, Eva, standing at the edge of the grove, her silhouette sharp against the backdrop of the setting sun, a flame swallowed by shadows. The air tense between us, a silent acknowledgement of what was at stake. She was my past, my pain, and my hope, all wrapped in one. The grove had once been our sanctuary, a place where laughter echoed and the burdens of the world fell away like autumn leaves. Now, it was a battlefield where memories clashed with reality, where every corner held the weight of unspoken words and unresolved fears.
Why are you here?
Her voice trembled, slicing through my thoughts. You shouldn't have come back. Each syllable dripped with regret, a reminder that time had not been kind to us. I could see the conflict swirling in her eyes, love, anger, fear, a tempest raging behind her calm facade. I needed to reach her, to touch the remnants of what we once had, but the distance between us felt insurmountable, as if the forest itself had risen to keep us apart. I had to, I whispered, stepping forward, but the ground beneath my feet felt unstable, as if the roots were shifting, aware of our impending confrontation. This place, it's changing, Eva. The balance is tipping, and if we don't act, stop. Her voice rose, sharp and accusatory, cutting through the air like a knife. You think it's about the grove? It's about us. About what we've lost. She was trembling, fear mingling with the fierce determination that had always drawn me to her. In that moment, I could almost see the fractures in her heart, the way time had splintered our connection. I remembered the day our laughter had faded, replaced by the weight of unfulfilled dreams and the specter of our choices. The sacred grove had once been vibrant, alive with the songs of birds and the laughter of children. Now it was a hollow shell, echoing with the ghosts of what could have been. The trees loomed closer, their branches stretching out like skeletal fingers, grasping for the light that was slipping away. I didn't choose this. I shouted, frustration boiling over like a cauldron. You think I wanted to leave? To bury myself in the city's madness, where the air is thick with forgetfulness. I lost myself there, Eva. I came back to find what's left of me out of us. My voice cracked, the desperation clawing at my throat, raw and unfiltered. Her eyes softened for just a heartbeat, and I saw the flicker of the girl I had once known, the one who would climb the oldest tree just to feel the sky in her hair. But that light dimmed almost instantly, replaced by a storm of doubt. And what if there's nothing left? She asked, her voice almost a whisper, fear threading through her words like ivy choking a wall. Then we'll make something new. I took another step forward, feeling the ground shift beneath me, as if it, too, were holding its breath, awaiting our next move. We can't let it die, this place, our memories. It's our duty to fight. But the words hung between us like a fragile thread, ready to snap under the weight of our uncertainties. Then came the silence. A silence so profound that it felt like a scream, reverberating through the grove, wrapping around us like an invisible shroud. The wind stilled, as if the forest held its breath, waiting. In that stillness, I sensed the heartbeat of the earth, a reminder of all that had come before, the sacredness of this place, its role in our lives, in the lives of our ancestors. It was a tapestry woven with threads of grief, joy, and resilience, each strand telling a story that refused to be forgotten. Something shifted then, an electric charge crackling in the air, as if the grove itself knew what was at stake. And in that charged moment, I could almost see the spirits of those who had come before us, a procession of figures cloaked in shadows, their eyes glinting with wisdom and sorrow. They were the guardians of the grove, the keepers of the stories, and their presence enveloped us, urging us to remember. I remember, I started, my voice trembling as I spoke into the void. I remember the warmth of the sun filtering through the leaves, the laughter of our friends, the way we felt invincible. I remember the promises we made, the future we dreamed of. It was all here, Eva, in this grove, but as I spoke, I could feel the ground shifting underfoot, a reminder that time is relentless, that nothing remains untouched. The shadows lengthened, and I knew, deep in my bones, that the answers we sought were buried beneath our feet, entwined with the roots of the very trees that watched us now. The grove was a battleground, a crucible of emotions, where our hearts bared themselves to the elements, raw and exposed. Each heartbeat echoed loudly in my ears, a reminder that we were running out of time. Time to reclaim what was lost, to fight for the memories that threatened to slip away like sand through fingers. But the question lingered, heavy and unresolved: could we resurrect the past, or were we destined to become just another whisper in the wind, fading into the shadows of forgotten stories? The answer sat in the space between us, waiting, an invitation to confront not just the sacredness of the grove but the sacredness of who we were. I took a breath, the air thick with tension, and stepped closer, knowing that whatever lay ahead would be the unraveling of everything we had ever known. In the heart of the night, shadows flickered against the walls of the ancient Etruscan city, as if the very air was alive with whispers of forgotten gods. A low wind howled down the cobblestone streets, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of earth after rain and something else, something darker. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, listening. Listening for the echoes of the past, for a heartbeat that didn't belong to me. There, in the depths of the quiet, I saw him, Lucius, a priest caught between the realms of the living and the dead, his face a mask of desperation. "They don't understand," he murmured, his voice a fragile thing. In that moment, I could feel the weight of his anguish press against my chest, like a stone dropped into a still pond, sending ripples of emotion that threatened to drown us both. The gods had turned their backs, and Lucius was left to wrestle with the shadows of doubt, the haunting melodies of Etruscan myth wrapping around him like a shroud. I remember the flicker of torchlight playing across his features, illuminating the fear behind his bravado. He believed in the old stories. He believed they mattered. But how could they, when the world outside the temple crumbled under the weight of truth? Days had become long and torturous, filled with the ghostly echoes of the past colliding with the present's harsh reality. It was as if the very air we breathed was thick with the essence of ancient curses, each inhalation a reminder that fate was a tombstone, cold and unyielding. "Tonight is the night," Lucius whispered, his voice trembling like a bird caught in a storm. "I must make the offering." And then there was Aurelia, the fierce and fiery daughter of a merchant, caught in the storm of her own heart. She stood at the edge of the temple, glancing between the shadows and the dying light, a tempest of conflict raging within her. "You're a fool, Lucius. You think the gods will spare you? They've abandoned us." Her words cut through the night, raw and jagged, like broken glass. Every part of her screamed against the darkness, against the myths that had shaped her ancestors. She remembered stories of blood sacrifices and rituals that promised prosperity but offered only despair. "I have no time for your delusions," she spat, her eyes blazing with defiance, each word laced with the bitterness of her reality. But even as she raged, I could see the cracks in her armor, the vulnerability beneath her bravado. She was haunted by the specter of her own family's failing fortune, and the pressure to carry their legacy weighed heavily on her shoulders. In that moment, the tension between them crackled like lightning, a cosmic dance of fate and free will. The myths that had once given life to their world now seemed to suffocate it, wrapping around their throats like a noose. "I remember," Lucius said softly, his voice lowering, "the way the stars aligned on the night of my birth, how the priests foretold greatness." Aurelia scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "And look where that has led you. To a temple of crumbling stones and empty promises." Her words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of truth. But Lucius clung to the hope of the past, clung to the belief that the gods would listen, that they would grant him favor if only he performed the rites properly. "These myths are part of us," he pleaded, desperate. "They breathe life into our existence." And yet, as I stood there, a silent observer, I felt the tremors of uncertainty ripple through my own heart. The stories that shaped ancient Etruria were now mere ghosts, their echoes lost in a cacophony of modernity. But at what cost? I whispered to myself, feeling the chill of the night seep into my bones. The moon hung low, an unblinking eye watching over us, the witness to our struggles. Aurelia took a step forward, her resolve hardening. "Do you think the gods care for you? They revel in our suffering. They laugh as we sacrifice our lives for their whims." Lucius faltered, doubt creeping into the edges of his determination, and I felt it, too, the gnawing fear that perhaps there was no divine intervention waiting just beyond the horizon, no celestial hand to guide us through the darkness. What if the myths were nothing but stories spun to comfort the broken-hearted, to make sense of a world that rarely made sense at all? Yet, beneath the weight of her anger, there was a flicker of something softer in Aurelia's eyes, a yearning for connection, for understanding that transcended their conflicts. She She wanted to believe, just as much as Lucius did. I could see it in the way her shoulders tightened, the way her breath caught when the winds whispered through the temple, carrying with it the scent of ancient incense and sorrow. As the night deepened, the shadows grew longer, stretching toward us like spectral fingers eager to drag us into the abyss. Lucius stepped closer to Aurelia, his voice barely a whisper. If we stand together, the old stories can become our strength. They can guide us. But she shook her head, a tempest of grief and anger boiling within her. Strength? Or chains that bind us to a past that does not want us? In that moment, the air crackled with static, and I felt the weight of their conflict pressing down, suffocating, thrilling. The gods may have been silent, but the echoes of their myth screamed through time, hungry for recognition, for acknowledgement. Let the darkness come, Lucius murmured, for in darkness, we find our truth. His eyes were fierce, ignited by a fire that refused to die, even as the shadows threatened to envelop him whole. And in that haunting moment, caught between the intertwining threads of despair and hope, I felt the pulse of their struggle resonate within me, a reminder that our lives, too, are woven with the fabric of stories, ancient and new. The myths of the past may hold us captive, but they also ignite the spark of our humanity. As the night spiraled deeper into madness, the confrontation loomed closer, the conflict between light and dark unfurling like a storm on the horizon. The gods may have abandoned us, but in the hearts of Lucius and Aurelia, the flicker of defiance burned bright. I could feel it, the tension, the weight of unspoken words, the clash of desires and fears, a potent mix of raw, undeniable emotion. The myths of the Etruscans were alive, breathing through them, begging for resurrection, and the night stretched on, thick with anticipation, as we waited for the inevitable clash of fate. The wind howled through the ancient ruins, a haunting serenade that wrapped around us like a shroud. I stood there, breathless, heart pounding, as shadows danced in the flickering torchlight. The stone walls whispered secrets long buried, voices of the Etruscans echoing through time, their myths alive in the darkness. I remember the air, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something unnameable, like fear and anticipation intertwined. In the gloom, Marco paced like a caged lion, his brow furrowed and hands clenched. "This is it." His voice was a raw edge, a blade poised to strike. "They wrote about it. The gods, the blood, the sacrifices." He paused, his breath hitching. I could see it in his eyes, a desperate hunger to grasp what lay just beyond our reach. He was flawed, a man who wore his obsessions like a second skin, his passion teetering on the brink of madness. The mythology had consumed him, it was a fire that danced too close to the edge of reason. I could feel the heat radiating off him. I wanted to scream, to shake him back to reality. "Marco! You're losing yourself in this." I couldn't help but feel the weight of his dreams pressing down on me, suffocating in their intensity. My own heart wrestled with the pulse of history, an aching connection to the past that I wasn't sure I wanted. What did I hope to find in these myths? A truth? A meaning? Or just another ghost to haunt my sleepless nights? Across the dim chamber, Alessia leaned against the crumbling wall, her arms crossed, eyes distant. She was the one who made sense of the chaos, her calm demeanor cut through the tension like a knife. But beneath that serene facade lay a storm, raging fiercely. Her laughter had once filled the air like music, but now it felt like a ghost, always just out of reach. "You both are chasing shadows," she said, her voice low, almost a whisper. "The Etruscans, they're nothing but dust." Dust. The word lingered, heavy with finality. It clawed at my insides, that stark reminder of our mortality, of how easily stories become forgotten, how legends crumble into nothingness. I remembered my childhood dreams of grandeur, the heroes dancing across my imagination. But here we were, mere mortals, grappling with echoes from a time long past. I felt a shiver run down my spine, a reminder that every story told in the dark carries a weight, a truth that could crush you if you let it. Marco's desperation crackled in the air, a living thing. "But what if they are more than dust?" he shot back, voice rising, the intensity sparking like electricity. "What if we are the last echoes of their memory? The last chance to breathe life into their stories?" His eyes shone, wild and determined, and I couldn't help but be drawn in. He was a dreamer, a seeker of truth in the chaos of existence, and yet, there was a darkness in that pursuit, a hunger that threatened to consume him whole. Alessia's gaze softened for a fleeting moment, a flicker of understanding. You want something to hold on to, something real. But what if this is all we have? Her words were a balm, but also a knife, slicing through the tension, exposing raw wounds. What if the truth is nothing more than a mirror reflecting our own fears? The shadows danced around her, engulfing her in doubt, and I ached to reach out, to pull her back from the edge. I could see the conflict within her, an eternal struggle against the whispers of the past, a war against the ghosts that lingered like an uninvited guest. Memories tugged at her, shadows of lost loves and dreams deferred. I remembered the way she once spoke of the Etruscans with reverence, as if their gods could still hear her prayers. But now? Now, it felt as if she was fighting a losing battle, grappling with the void left behind by fading myths. A sudden gust of wind blew through the ruins, extinguishing the torch flames and plunging us into darkness. The shadows roared to life, wrapping around us, and I felt a chill creep into my bones. What do you want from us? I called into the void, the question trembling on my lips. The silence that followed was deafening, pregnant with unspoken fears and unanswered questions. In that moment, everything felt suspended. Time twisted and warped, like a surreal dream. I remembered the stories of the Etruscans, their gods and goddesses, the rituals and sacrifices. The way they painted their beliefs across the walls of eternity, creating a tapestry of hope and despair. I thought of the lives lived in the shadows, the loves lost, the laughter silenced. And I shuddered at the thought, what if they were still here, haunting us, waiting for someone to listen? The darkness pulsed with a heartbeat, and suddenly, I felt it, a rush of clarity, a vision that swept through me like a tidal wave. I realized then that we were not just seeking the Etruscans, we were seeking ourselves. In every myth, every tale spun in the night, there lay a reflection of our own struggles, our own desires and fears. We were all bound by the same threads of existence, dancing on the edge of oblivion, reaching for something just out of reach. Marco! I shouted, my voice rising above the silence, filled with a newfound urgency. What if they are not lost? What if they are right here, in us? What if their truths are our truths? I could see the flicker of hope ignite in his eyes, a spark that pierced through the darkness. Alessia stepped forward, her expression shifting, understanding dawning like the first light of dawn. Then let's breathe life into them, she whispered. Let's not let them fade. Together, we stood in the ruins, a fragile trinity of souls entwined by the myths of the past. Heartbeats synchronized, breaths intertwined, we faced the shadows, not as adversaries, but as allies. The ghosts of the Etruscans lingered around us, their stories echoing, waiting to be heard. And in that moment, I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down, a reminder that we are all but fleeting shadows in the grand tapestry of existence. We may be flawed, broken, and searching, but in our embrace of the darkness, we find the light. The torch flickered back to life, illuminating our path forward, and I held on to the hope that even in the shadows, we could create our own myths. The night was alive with possibility, a pulse in the darkness, a heartbeat of a world waiting to be reborn. There was no conclusion here, only the promise of more, the weaving of stories yet untold, and the understanding that we were just beginning to scratch the surface of something truly profound. The air crackled with potential, and as the shadows danced, I felt the weight of history whispering, beckoning us to continue.